Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
51. Engraved in my heart. Compared to the release of 5 centimeters per second, the launch of tonight's first volume was on an entirely different level. The sales channels were larger, the promotion was stronger, and Shirogane, still a high school student, already had national attention. On Sunday, the release day, major bookstores across the cities displayed huge posters of tonight. Critics and media tied to Hashimori Group began pushing non-stop articles about the new volume. Shirogane, the genius behind 5 centimeters per second, releases the Tonight volume. Will sales surpass her debut work? Everyone expected this year's new Manga Artist Award to be a battle between Ren and Minami, but high school student manga artist Shirogane has suddenly become a real contender. Veteran artist Hoshizaki Eira praised Tonight again, calling it the second-best romance of the year. What kind of numbers will tonight's first volume pull on its debut week? Who is Shirogane really? Why do her works always attract love and hate? Is she a manufactured genius, or is the talent real? The questions were everywhere. Normally, a volume from Amatsukage Weekly wouldn't produce this level of noise. But with the info the industry already had, everyone could see the signs. Shirogane was clearly being groomed as Hashimori Group's next major talent. If she won Best New Manga Artist, then passed the Dream Comics serialization meeting, and if her third work also exploded, that would be the true Genius Rise template. Even more dramatic than Eira's rise years ago. Her debut year, she only placed second. First and third place from that year disappeared into obscurity. Only Eira fought her way to first-tier status. Historically, most new artist winners fade away. Second and third place? Those are the ones who climb to greatness. So the industry's intentions were clear. And as expected, tonight's first volume instantly became a bestseller. There are too many weekly magazines in Japan. Most readers buy only 1 or 2 each week. If a story looks promising, they wait for the volume release. And Tonight had dominated conversation online for weeks. Naturally, tons of new readers picked it up out of curiosity. Volume sales are calculated weekly, so everyone would have to wait until the next Sunday for the first official numbers. A new week began. Ray attended class and went home like usual. But recently, he hadn't been drawing at night, he was deep into researching this world's history instead. Meanwhile, Miyu dragged herself to school with dark circles, barely speaking to Yui or Hana anymore. The reason was simple, her new series would replace Tonight in Amatsukage Weekly. It wasn't serialized yet, but printing had already begun. So Miyu was back to full-blown manga artist mode, late nights, no sleep, constant revisions, and endless anxiety. If her ranking dropped, she'd be tortured with self-doubt. If it rose, she'd celebrate for 2 days, then immediately panic about the next week. Most manga artists lived under crushing pressure. Constant deadlines, constant fear, and the endless stream of insults online. Miyu glanced at Ray by the window. He was calmly watching the students on the field, looking relaxed, almost peaceful. She had observed him many times like this. Yet no matter how she looked, she never saw anxiety, stress, or panic on his face. Even last week, when Tonight lost to Labyrinth Detective Agency only a few dozen votes, he didn't care. Was this the difference between them? A difference in mindset? A difference in how they carried pressure? Friday morning. A new issue of Amatsukage Weekly hit the shelves. Chapter 10 of Tonight picked up immediately after last week's emotional blow. Even though Hino had forgotten Toru, she was still chasing the faint clues he left behind. Seeing this, Izumi finally broke down. Hino's condition had begun to improve, the amnesia weakening, just like the foreshadowing in Chapter 1. So Izumi, unable to bear it anymore, told Hino the truth with tears in her eyes. After learning everything, Hino still collapsed emotionally, but this time, only once. Because this time, her memories stayed. The chapter centered on Hino receiving her old diary and old phone, slowly uncovering her lost past, piece by piece. The manga alternated between present-time scenes and handwritten diary entries from the past, revealing feelings she herself never remembered having. The first confession. After he confessed, I thought, why not try accepting it? Maybe someone like me could step into a new world. The 3 rules. 1. Don't talk to me before school ends. Because she needed time to reorganize her memories. 2. Keep messages short. Because long messages would expose the truth she was hiding. 3. Don't fall in love. Because she couldn't store memories, so she believed she couldn't love. The day she fell asleep during their date, and woke up with everything gone. Her diary from that night read, but he knew about my amnesia, and he pretended not to know. He gave me a brilliant, brand new day because I couldn't keep yesterday. Even if I can't carry memories into tomorrow, I found new meaning in life because of him. Page after page, the manga showed diary lines readers had never seen before, all the feelings hidden out of sight. And then, the final line of chapter 10. The sentence that shattered every reader who thought they were finally emotionally stable again. Please, God, engrave the time we spent together into my heart. If her mind cannot hold memories of Toru, then may her heart never forget him. Read 30+ chapters ahead at p@rayon.com/c/ashnoir. 52. Wind Direction. While Ray was peacefully attending class as usual, chapter 10 of Tonight, released that morning, was destroying his fans all over again. Everyone once thought chapter 8, where Toru died, was the peak of heartbreak. But chapters 9 and 10 were the kind that made readers cry until they couldn't breathe. Why does it get harder to read the further I go? Isn't this becoming worse than 5 centimeters per second? A whole chapter of build-up, just for that last sentence. This is Shirogane-sensei's idea of romance. I'm convinced. This manga made me question life. But strangely, even though my heart feels smashed, I feel hopeful somehow. Don't hope. You're never meeting a guy like Toru in real life. Has Shirogane-sensei gone through some romance trauma? Why do her works always hit like trucks in the final stretch? 1 chapter left. Please, just let us have a beautiful ending. Can Hino meet someone who looks like Toru next chapter? Something, anything, for hope. Looks like him. He's dead, get real. When chapter 8 came out, I cursed Shirogane-sensei so badly. Chapter 9 made me furious too. But after chapter 10, I suddenly think this manga is kind of a masterpiece. The aftertaste is insane. I can't forget it. What masterpiece? Wouldn't a happy rom-com be better? You're missing the point. A good work isn't judged by happy or sad. It's judged by what you feel after reading. If you knew from the start this was a tragedy, Toru dies, would you choose not to read it? For me, I'd still read it. Me too. If I didn't read it, I'd never know their story. That's what a good work is. Even if it hurts, you don't regret reading it. We all scold Shirogane-sensei weekly, but notice, very few people ever scold the manga itself. So before it ends, let's support it properly. By the way, Volume 1 is out today. Recommend it to friends. You're all devils. But actually, I have a friend who loves sweet manga. I'll give her Volume 1. She'll think it's super cute, and then she'll buy Volume 2 herself. He. Thank you, Shirogane-sensei, for the emotions these weeks. But please, no more tragedies next time. We beg you. After the tears came acceptance. No matter how much they mourned Toru, 3 weeks had softened the anger. Most fans now felt sorrow, warmth, and anticipation, wanting the final chapter to complete the story. Even readers who boycotted Volume 1 out of fury went to bookstores to buy a copy that afternoon. The shift was so dramatic that Amatsukage Weekly's Bakken showed a massive surge in votes for Tonight. That night, Ray browsed online as the comments changed tone. Fans who had cursed him were now apologizing in his messages. He didn't care much, but seeing his reputation improve did make him smile a little. Feeling cheerful, he finally posted on his artist accounts again. Next week's final chapter will give everyone a warm, beautiful dream. No angst, promise. With over 1 million followers total, Ray's post spread instantly. Fans did not hold back. Still dare show your face. Go kneel in a corner for 3 days, then bring Toru back to life in the final chapter. Only then will I forgive you. / How else can you weave a beautiful dream, Shirogane-sensei? You're not planning to reverse psychology us again, right? Saying, no angst, just to hit us harder in the final chapter. Shirogane-sensei, please do a tankobon signing in my city. I need a signed copy of Tonight. Pretty please, fulfill this wish. Shirogane-sensei, abandon the tragic romance path. Come back to rom-coms, that's the true calling. Tonight already broke us, your next work, please, make us laugh. A night passed quietly. In the morning, Misaki woke up early as always. The first thing she did was check her chat app. Seeing Rei's profile icon still gray, she exhaled a tiny laugh. Of course you're still asleep, you really have the nerves of steel. Among all the manga artists she'd worked with, every single one woke up early on poll day, either terrified or praying their ranking hadn't dropped. But Rei, every Saturday since Tonight began, he slept like a rock until 9 or later. A weekend ritual of total calm. Meanwhile she, the responsible editor, had been awake since dawn, mind buzzing with possibilities. After washing up and leaving her room, Misaki spotted Miyu already in the living room, in pajamas, hunched over her desk, drawing her new series manuscript. Misaki blinked in surprise. Her sister, drawing this early? Had she really been shaken awake by Rei's success? Morning, Misaki said. Morning. Miyu didn't look up for long, returning immediately to her pen. I thought your deadline was still 5 days away, Misaki asked. Why start today? Miyu let out a slow breath. My series is taking over the slot after Rei's. And Rei's ending tonight at rank 1, so my debut chapter can't perform badly. For chapter 1, I have to get at least into the top 8, then climb from there. And before my manga ends, I need to hit rank 1 at least once. Misaki raised an eyebrow. No one asked you to do that, you know. Can't I have expectations for myself? Miyu shot back, gripping her pen tighter. If I stay lazy like before, I don't want Rei's future fans digging through his history, finding out I once competed on the same stage as him, and got obliterated without a fight. That'd be humiliating. Her pen scratched the manuscript with renewed force. Misaki didn't interrupt. Instead, she felt a quiet relief. Her sister had been shaken awake. And, she was clearly assuming something, that Tonight really would reach number 1 before it ended. 53 Reaching the top and achievements. At 10 in the morning, Misaki was working from home, when a new message from the manga group popped up. It was an electronic document. She took a slow breath and opened it. Her eyes immediately locked onto the first line. Rank 1. Work tonight, even if this love disappears from the world. Total votes, 15,362. The rest of the data didn't matter. Misaki stared at that number, heart pounding with a mix of disbelief and pride. She had no talent for drawing manga herself, but she loved this industry deeply, inheriting that passion from her mother. And over time, her dream changed. If she couldn't become a great manga artist, she would discover one. 3 years after graduating, she'd been stuck managing third-tier magazine works. Steady results, but never outstanding. And she always felt a bit restless because of it. But after meeting Rei, everything shifted. In just half a year, she'd risen to handling a second-tier magazine, and now, the work she oversaw had taken rank 1. A small part of Rei's success belonged to her too. Misaki typed a message, congrats, Tonight ranked first this week. Rei's reply came quickly, congrats to us. We created it together. She stared at that line much longer than she expected, then typed again. Come to my place tonight. We're having a celebration. She wasn't someone who celebrated often. But if ranking first wasn't worth celebrating, what in her life was? Still, she added one more message immediately after, and Rei, the new work must reach me by January. If you miss the window, the next Dream Comics slot may be half a year away. Celebration is celebration. But deadlines were life or death in the industry. Time waits for no one, and she didn't want Rei, who was in a career upswing, to miss this opportunity. Saturday passed. Sunday morning arrived. This time, Rei didn't get a text, he got a phone call. He blinked at the clock. 8:30 a.m. Misaki-san? I got home late after the party. Why are you calling this early on a Sunday? Her voice carried a noticeable tremble of excitement. Rei, I have important news. Do you know the first week sales of Tonight's Volume 1? Rei froze. Right, today made a full week since the release. The numbers should have been compiled overnight. maybe 400,000. He guessed cautiously. He still unconsciously used his previous world as a reference. Breaking 400k first week was already insane over there. Misaki inhaled sharply. 550,000. 550,000 copies, Ray. Her excitement slipped through her voice. I thought matching 5cm/S's 360k would already be amazing, but this. Ray fell silent. 550,000 meant average sales breaking 1 million was basically certain. As Misaki spoke, her grip on the phone tightened slightly. If things continued this way, the top 3 for the Best New Manga Artist Award would undoubtedly be Ray, Minami, and Ren. The only mystery left was who would take first place. Ray laughed softly. I said before, save the discouragement for after they actually win. Then, he added, half teasing, Editor Misaki, your celebration party yesterday was too early. Otherwise, we could have celebrated again today. He was surprised, of course, but not overwhelmed. Tonight had taken first place, Amatsuki's weekly circulation had just passed 2 million, and online discussion had stayed hot for weeks. It was a big jump, but still within what he considered reasonable. What concerned Ray most at this moment, though, was money. At his core, he was simple. When his manga succeeded, the first thing he thought about was earnings. After hanging up, he sat quietly for a while, still feeling a bit dazed. Meanwhile, the outstanding rankings and tankobon sales caught far more eyes than just theirs. Critics and media across the country reacted immediately once the numbers came out. If last week they praised him with restraint, this week they went into full genius discovered once in 5 years mode. Several articles declared he was the guaranteed winner of the New Artist Award. Ray could feel the effect the moment he stepped into school the next week. His class, the hallways, even groups of girls chatting, everywhere he heard fragments of Tonight, Shirogane, and excited whispers. The industry's expectations for this high school newcomer were now at an all-time high. His debut year was ending next week with the final chapter, and no matter what he achieved after this, the legend was already set. 16 years old, 5 months since debut, 2 works topping Sakura Weekly and Amatsuki's Weekly. What more perfect, genius manga artist template could exist? Under that atmosphere, another week went by in a blink. Friday arrived, and the Hashimori Group's heavy promotion was obvious everywhere. Bookstores across cities had Tonight posters covering entire manga sections. Even the new Amatsuki's Weekly cover featured a large, smiling portrait of Toru, the deceased male lead, front and center. It was clear the publisher was giving the finale its all. Early that morning, the first customer stepped into the bookstore. She headed straight for the Amatsuki's shelf and paused at the cover illustration for a few seconds. Her pale, slender hand lifted a copy from the stack. I hope Shirogane-sensei meant it, that the final chapter will really give us a beautiful dream. With that wish in mind, Hinata walked toward the cashier, full of anticipation. 54, Tonight, the end. For many manga fans, once a story ends, it simply ends. But for Hinata, every time a work she loves reaches its finale, a soft unwillingness stirs in her heart. It's like sending off an old friend, a quiet ache that lingers. Even today, after buying Amatsuki's Weekly, she sat at home holding the magazine for half a day. She didn't open it, because she knew that once she tore the plastic and turned the pages, the journey with Tonight would truly be over. But eventually, she exhaled, tore open the wrap, and began reading. The final chapter opened with several pages of gorgeous color. As always, the art was breathtaking, the details rich enough to stop the heart. And now that it was the last chapter, every remaining mystery had to be resolved. After reclaiming her diary and learning she once loved a boy named Toru, Hino went with Toru's older sister to visit his grave for the first time. Even now, Toru's sister gently encouraged her, not to be trapped by the past or by an old diary. Your future shouldn't be chained by my brother, she told her softly. I still want to find him, little by little, Hino answered with a calm smile. The memories between us, they must still be somewhere in my heart. Those words hit Hinata like a quiet hammer, gentle, but devastating. Death isn't the real ending, being forgotten is. And Hino understood that too well. That's why she longed to reclaim every piece of the past she had lost. After their conversation, Hino and her best friend Izumi walked to the beach. Hino's amnesia had steadily improved, and smiles bloomed more easily on her face now. There, she told Izumi her decision for the future. she wanted to apply to art school. I already guessed you'd say that, Izumi said with a grin. Toru once talked about it, right? Procedural memory. Even if she forgot everything else, the drawing skills she trained because of him would never disappear. The two girls sat by the sea, talking about dreams, university plans, and the boy who was no longer with them. Even if Hino's mind had lost the memories of Toru, were his efforts and his presence meaningless? No, Hinata realized it suddenly. This entire story had always been about Hino's growth. Toru had left marks on her heart the way muscle memory leaves marks on the body. The girl confidently planning for university now was completely different from the trembling girl we met in Chapter 1. This was the answer the story had been building toward. The chapter spent many warm pages on Hino and Izumi's conversation. Eventually, exhausted, the two lay down on the picnic blanket, sunlight washing over them. Hinata's breath caught, because the scene felt familiar. Earlier in the manga, Hino had also fallen asleep outside, and after waking up, her memory reset, revealing the secret of her condition. And now, it was happening again. Hino shut her eyes against the sunlight, drifting in and out of sleep. In that haze, her consciousness slipped. And in that haze, she awoke again. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the gentle profile of a smiling young man. Just like that first time, the day of their very first date. Except this time, Hino didn't panic. This time, there was no amnesia waiting to devour her memories. "You're awake," Toru said, smiling exactly the way she remembered. Hino pushed herself up from the grass, looking at him with eyes full of warmth and trembling affection. "Everything in this world is always fading," her inner voice whispered. "But some things remain. Never fading." A tear shimmered at the corner of her eye as she nodded at the boy standing in front of her, the boy who should no longer exist in this world. In that moment, all the emotions the manga had built washed over Hinata, nearly overwhelming her. Because until now, the story made one rule clear: every time Hino fell asleep, her world reset. She had never dreamed before, or rather, even if she had, she could never remember it. But now, for the first time, Hino truly fell asleep, and in that brief, impossible space between sleep and waking, the boy she could never remember smiled at her again, as gently as he once had. Falling asleep used to mean losing everything. Today, falling asleep meant finding him again. When Hino opened her eyes on the beach, Toru was gone, only Izumi slept quietly beside her. Hino looked up at the faraway blue sky, and a soft smile curved her lips. Her inner voice rose like a warm breeze. "Toru, he really does live in my heart. Even if this love disappears from the world, I will use my heart to draw you again." Chapter 11. The End. When Hinata reached that final line, she couldn't describe what washed through her. Was it sorrow, relief, a bittersweet ache? She only felt tears rising, blurring the last panel. Without hesitating, she opened her laptop, logged into the Amatsuki's weekly website, and immediately cast her vote for tonight. Then she sat back, pressing a hand to her chest, memorizing the title tonight and the name Shirogane. A manga that moved her every single week, and ended without a single wasted panel. It was complete. Perfectly, painfully complete. That day became the most emotionally unified day for tonight's fans since serialization began. No arguing, no insults, no complaints about the author. Just pure, collective heartbreak and gratitude. Teacher Shirogane, I cried like a child. Why even the last chapter? Why? He said he'd give us a beautiful dream, and he did, but God, it still hurts so much. I'm devastated, but also thankful. After finishing the final chapter, my heart feels empty. I want love, but I'm terrified I'll never meet someone like Toru. Please, Shirogane, draw a university side story about Hino. I need to see her future. I prepared myself for heartbreak, but the dream scene destroyed me anyway. How was anyone supposed to guard against that? Hino falls asleep, Toru appears smiling just like before. It's perfect and cruel at the same time. The title tonight, even if this love disappears from the world, I finally understand how perfect it is. Volume 2 Tankobon, hurry. I want to collect it, and force all my friends to read this manga. Thank you, Shirogane, you worked hard, and please, for your next work, don't break us again. Something cheerful this time, okay? I never vote. Ever. But today I scanned the QR code just for you, Shirogane. I'm sorry for all the times I cursed you before. Today is my apology. And, please include extra chapters in the tankobon. I beg you. 55. New work. On this day, the forum threads about tonight were unbelievably peaceful. Every other Amatsukichi series was drowned out under the tidal wave of discussion about the final chapter. The official rating page also reflected this mood. Tonight rose from the post-Chapter 8 low of 8.6 all the way to a new historic peak of 9.3. Normally, when a manga ends, forums fill with nitpicks, complaints, and "the ending ruined it" debates. But tonight pulled off a miracle. One dream sequence satisfied months of emotional buildup and soothed almost every lingering regret. Even the Amatsukichi operations team was surprised by how cleanly readers accepted the conclusion. Sensing the perfect timing, the official site immediately pushed promotion for the new manga that would replace Tonight next week. But while the company was moving on, Ray had his own priorities. He hadn't forgotten the day a certain girl secretly forwarded his rejected manuscript to Sakura Iro, the day she shoved open the first door that changed his life. If not for Miyu's accidental push, who knew how many magazines would have rejected 5 centimeters per second? Maybe it would have ended up serialized in some obscure third-rate journal, gaining no traction, and he'd still be an invisible newcomer. So now that Tonight finished strong, Ray had no intention of keeping quiet. He logged into all his author accounts, copy-pasted the same message, and hit send. Saki is my friend in real life, as close as Hino and Izumi. Her new fantasy romance manga Sakura Rain starts next week in Amatsukichi Weekly. She's extremely gifted. Please support her work. After posting across platforms, Ray exhaled. People help each other, that's how the world should work. And besides, Miyu truly had talent. At 16 she'd already completed several short and mid-length series, all well received. Given time, she could rise to the top on her own. But being born in the same era as a transmigrator? That was just an unfortunate matchup. No matter how gifted she was, could she beat a lifetime's vault of masterpieces from his previous world? Ray snorted at himself and shut his computer. The weight of Tonight's serialization had finally lifted from his shoulders, and for the first time in weeks, he turned in early. While he slept, his posts detonated across his fanbase like fireworks. Saki and Shirogane know each other offline. So they're actual real-life friends? Like Hino and Izumi? Hold up, Saki was a middle schooler when she debuted. Shirogane is a high schooler now. Are they classmates? Not just classmates, what if they're in the same class? That's too insane. 2 prodigies sitting in one classroom. And honestly, Saki is no slouch. Her early works topped Sakura Iro Weekly too. This is some talent attracts talent level stuff. No more arguing, I'm supporting Sakura Rain next week, 100%. If Shirogane likes her work, then she must be legit. I've been Saki's fan for 3 years, and I've fought with Shirogane fans before. This is awkward as hell. Support squad, assemble. After what Tonight did to my heart, I'm voting for Sakura Rain without hesitation. Shirogane, hurry with your next work. Don't waste your youth. One day, I really hope Tonight gets animated. If it becomes an anime, 12 episodes won't work, it's too compact. It should be a movie adaptation. For that to happen, Shirogane needs at least one mid-length series sooner or later. Short works get overlooked. Meanwhile, in the Yukishiro family villa, the sisters were still browsing Tonight's comments, enjoying the post-ending harmony. Then they suddenly saw Shirogane's author note promoting Sakura Rain. Both froze, staring at the screen in disbelief. Misaki slowly turned toward her sister with a teasing raise of her eyebrow. Like Hino and Izumi, that's a pretty intimate metaphor. So the two of you seem to get along quite well at school, don't you? That guy studies in class and sleeps after class. I bet he just puts his head down to think up manga ideas. He has no friends, so his description isn't really wrong. At school, I'm the one he's closest to. Miyu said it casually, completely ignoring the hidden meaning in Misaki's tone. It's just, he didn't have to recommend me. Even without that, my manga would definitely climb Amatsukichi Weekly just like Tonight. Her words tried to sound confident, but the smile she couldn't contain gave her away. After all, Ray had no idea how good Sakura Rain truly was. Publicly recommending her work to his fans carried real risk. It showed, unmistakably, that he genuinely trusted her strength. Alright, it's the weekend again. Miyu stretched her arms, flipped her palms together, and stood up to leave. Going to sleep? Misaki raised an eyebrow. How could I? I'm going to draw. My new series can't embarrass itself, not after following up tonight. Mayu disappeared into her room with that determination burning behind her eyes. That night, while Mayu was grinding away at her manuscript, Ray slipped into a dream again. He rarely dreamed at all, and if he did, it was almost always memories from his previous life. Maybe it was because Misaki had been hounding him for weeks about his next work. But tonight, the dream actually delivered. It was a memory from his grade school summer break in his previous world, back when anime wasn't streamed everywhere, and local TV had phone-in on-demand episodes. He'd burned through the entire landline bill that summer binge-watching only one thing: Hikaru no Go. Ray sat upright the moment he woke. The entire anime resurfaced perfectly in his mind, every arc, every match. But then reality hit. Hikaru no Go. His expression twisted. You remember Slam Dunk or Prince of Tennis? Sure, easy to localize, but Go. This wasn't just change the setting and redraw. It involved professional game records, match styles, historical references. Ray barely knew beginner-level Go. How was he supposed to recreate entire high-level matches? He massaged his temples, already feeling a headache forming. Right at that moment, his phone rang. Misaki again. As expected, she was calling to congratulate him for tonight winning first place in its final chapter's ranking. Of course it was first place, he'd already seen the buzz. But Misaki sensed something off. Ray, what's wrong? You sound distracted. It's nothing. A pause. Actually, I do have a new series idea. Misaki instantly straightened, though she kept her voice steady. Tell me, is there trouble with it? Well, the theme of the new manga might be outside anything you can imagine. Oh, genre shift. Misaki laughed in relief. That's normal. Romance is limited. If you want to reach the top, you have to aim for fantasy battle manga. And honestly, with your talent for emotional scenes, you'll dominate where those authors always struggle, romance subplots. But Ray's next words made her freeze. No, my new series is a Go manga. He said it completely calmly. I wanted to ask, do you know any professional players who are very free and idle? I'll need a consultant for the match content. I'll pay for it, of course. Misaki's smile collapsed instantly. A Go manga. 56. Dialogue. A Go manga. Misaki's mind buzzed. She genuinely wondered if she had misheard him. Sure, Japan had plenty of works that blended romance with sports or competitions. Romance plus baseball, romance plus shogi, romance plus music, those had broad audiences. Guys and girls could both enjoy them. But romance plus Go, running, tennis, basketball, soccer, everyone understood them. Even casual readers could relate. Go, on the other hand, immediately filtered out 95% of people. Of the remaining 5%, how many even read manga? Of course, Misaki knew exceptions existed. Truly great works could pull total beginners into a niche world. But could Ray guarantee his Go manga would be that strong? Strong enough to make Go illiterate readers fall in love with it? If not, the theme itself was a massive filter. Ray clearly sensed what she was thinking. He spoke before she could. Editor Misaki, do you remember the rule I told you before? Misaki's eyes flickered, then she understood. Comic artist status. If Ray's work didn't violate national laws or morality, no one at Hashimori Group had the authority to force plot changes. Not even for a Go manga. Ray's voice remained calm. Trust me. I know the weaknesses of a Go series. But this manga will be a hit. Even readers who know nothing about Go will fall for it. Misaki inhaled sharply. Ray, think this through. Your new work already passed Chief Editor Han's approval. You can directly enter the Dream serialization meeting. But that does not guarantee selection. If you choose a practical, grounded theme, your chances of passing will be much higher. Misaki didn't doubt Ray's talent, she doubted the genre. Even geniuses had flops. Even top-tier creators had new works cancelled. Fame didn't guarantee survival. Ray didn't argue market logic. Editor Misaki, my new manga is Hikaru no Go. And it won't change. Yes, it was niche. Yes, it filtered readers. Yes, it broke every marketing rule. But Ray knew what Misaki didn't. Hikaru no Go was a miracle. In his past life, it sparked millions of people worldwide to pick up Go. Even total beginners could read it effortlessly. It changed an entire generation. Silence filled the call. Just when Ray thought the signal had dropped, Misaki finally spoke. Ray, opportunities in life aren't unlimited. Sometimes the chance you casually bet on might be the last chance you'll ever have. Most people only understand this after youth has faded and regret becomes permanent. Her voice trembled slightly, but her tone was firm. You've chosen to stake this hard-earned opportunity on a Go manga. Then I'll respect that. I'll believe you aren't blindly arrogant from a little success. A pause. Then, you want a professional Go consultant, someone extremely skilled, with free time, who can advise your matches, right? Another breath. Don't underestimate me. I'm not just a manga editor. I have connections in industries far outside manga. I'll find someone for you. No later than 2 weeks. Ray went silent for a moment. Then, quietly, thank you. The call with Misaki ended quickly. Ray's fans, of course, had no idea he was already preparing a new manga. They were still basking in the emotional afterglow of tonight, obsessing over tankobon sales and rereading the finale. But certain organizations in Japan had already placed Shirogane on their radar. This year, Japan's manga scene had seen plenty of new creators debut, just like every year. But among all these newcomers, only 3 had tankobon sales that broke the 1 million mark. And one of them in Shirogane, the monster who appeared out of nowhere in the second half of the year. And the ridiculous part? Shirogane didn't just have 1 million seller. She had 2. 5 centimeters per second only needed a little more time before crossing the mark. And tonight? With a first week 560,000 blast, it was obviously going to break 1 million within 2 months. The annual New Manga Artist Award nominates 10 people, but everyone knows only the top 3 matter. The other 7 are decorations. And this year's top 3 candidates were already obvious. The only real suspense was, who gets the gold? Once competition appears, everything changes. Ray's fans originally just loved his work in peace. But now that Shirogane was in direct conflict with 2 other rising stars, the fanbases collided like firecrackers. Ren vs Minami had already been at each other's throats for months. Add Shirogane into the mix, and suddenly the entire internet became a 3-way war zone. What genius high school girl. Shirogane is probably so ugly she doesn't dare show her face. Just wait. When they nominate her and she comes on stage, if an ugly girl appears, all you Shirogane fans will die of embarrassment. Manga artists are judged on their work, not their looks. If I cared about faces, I'd stan idols. And what if she really is a pretty genius girl? Then what will your fandom do? You already lose in achievements, and then you lose in appearance too. And the funniest part is your artist is 20 years older than her. Female fans are so shallow. Always talking about looks. Ren's work is better. Please. Ren's style is so niche it smells like his famous manga artist dad ghost wrote half the plot. If he wins the Newcomer Award, I'm done with Japan's entire award system. You 3 fanbases are hilarious, talking as if the winner is guaranteed to be one of you. Did it never cross your mind that maybe none of your favorites will win? None of them? Are you delusional? The next best newcomer has an average 520,000 sales. If that wins over 3 million selling monsters, Japan's manga industry should close shop immediately. 57. Hikaru no Go. Time passed, and after tonight ended, Ray shifted all his attention to the upcoming Hikaru no Go manga. The art in the original series was great, but the character designs were undeniably outdated. If Ray was going to create Hikaru no Go, he would have to refresh the character visuals and give them a more modern, polished look. Of course, the core plot wouldn't change, only small upgrades and adjustments in detail. The real difficulty was in the setting. Transplanted into this world, the Go system, pro rankings, and tournament formats all had to match this world's Go environment, not the one from Ray's previous life. Fortunately, the old live-action drama version gave him a decent structural reference point. As memories resurfaced day by day, the adaptation became easier. The only issue was length. The original story was long. Given how unpredictable his memory recall could be, Ray absolutely couldn't serialize something stretching 3 to 5 years. So he planned to increase the page count per chapter and omit bloated, unnecessary arcs, especially everything after Sai's disappearance. The adaptation would focus strictly on the emotional and competitive core. His drawing speed was absurdly fast anyway, so none of this was a problem. Early December. Rei finally met the Go consultant he had been waiting for at the Yukishiro sisters' home. A woman with black-rimmed glasses, mid-20s, sat on the living room sofa. She wasn't on the sisters' level of beauty, but among ordinary people she would easily stand out as elegant and refined. When Rei entered, she rose and greeted him politely. "Hello, I'm Shirakawa Rika." She extended her hand with a calm smile. "You're Shirogane-sensei, yes." "Hello, I'm Shirogane. My real name is Rei." Rika nodded, unsurprised. Misaki had already explained everything to her the night before: the beautiful high school girl mangaka, online rumors, Rei's real identity, and the confidentiality around it. She didn't know Misaki personally, but Misaki's mother had long-standing ties with Rika's uncle, the vice president of the Go Association. The association had been struggling with stagnation for years. When Misaki reached out for a consultant, Rika's uncle immediately agreed. Supporting a rising manga artist attempting a Go-themed work was a golden PR opportunity. Whether the manga became a hit or not, the association would benefit from visibility and cultural momentum. "So, Rei, did you bring the storyboards?" Misaki asked. It had been 2 weeks since Rei declared he would create a Go manga. His reason for needing a professional was simple: the Go matches had to be real. The original story spanned elementary school, middle school, and the pro world. The match difficulty had to reflect each stage. For that, Rei needed an expert to design game records tied precisely to the plot. Rei responded by pulling a thick stack of manuscript paper from his bag. Misaki frowned at the volume. Then she casually flipped through the pages. Her eyes froze. These weren't rough thumbnails. These were near-finished original manuscripts, inked, toned, paneled. "Rei, what is all this?" "I had a lot of free time these past 2 weeks, Rei said lightly. "So I drew a bit more than planned." He gently pushed the heavy stack toward Misaki and Rika. "Please check the storyline first." Misaki and Rika exchanged a brief glance, then stopped talking entirely. Both leaned in and focused on the stack of original manuscript pages Rei had placed on the table. Although Rika was a professional Go player, she'd grown up in a country overflowing with manga culture. Reading manga was second nature to her. But when she opened to the first page, her expression changed immediately. Maple leaves drifting in the wind. Running water, sunlight, a wooden bridge. A boy and a girl sprinting across it together. A simple slice of life scene, yet the sense of atmosphere was so strong it felt cinematic. Rika slowly lifted her eyes toward Rei. For a moment, only one word echoed in her mind. Amazing. But visuals were one thing. The plot was the true backbone of every manga. And the plot, from the very first few pages, overturned every assumption Misaki and Rika had brought with them. They thought Rei's Go manga would be like most competitive titles: a talented protagonist starts as a beginner, trains hard, overcomes rivals, and rises to the top. But instead, a clueless elementary school boy, Hikaru, discovers an old Go board with faint stains in his grandfather's storage room. And because of his strange sensitivity, he becomes possessed by the ghost of Sai, an ancient Go sage. Rei had seamlessly adjusted the lore. Sai wasn't from Heian-era Japan but from a chaotic historical period in this world. A time where even royal names were lost to history, so the backstory felt perfectly natural. But then the story accelerated. Hikaru, who couldn't even tell the black stones from the white ones, was suddenly forced to deal with this passionate Go-obsessed ghost who'd been waiting 1,000 years for a chance to chase the hand of God. A soul that refused to pass on because of its love for the board. An anime fan turned Go novice, dragged into a world he never asked for. At first, Rika's reading attitude was perfunctory. A high school kid drawing a Go manga. Probably half-baked. Probably shallow. Probably something she would skim politely but forget instantly. She expected nothing. But a few pages in, she unconsciously leaned forward. Then more. And more. By the 10th page, she was no longer a consultant reviewing a manuscript. She was a reader, completely absorbed. Misaki had fallen silent as well. Her eyes didn't leave the pages. In Rei's version, the fated meeting between Hikaru and Akira was even more explosive than the original. The dramatic tension, the way Rei framed their encounter, the subtle expressions, everything was crafted with such flair that Misaki felt her chest tighten. Rei had completely removed the actual Go diagrams in these draft chapters. Every match was represented by a white page, or a fade-to-white panel. He saved the game record creation for Rika later, the job she had been recruited for. But that was the shocking part. Misaki didn't know a single Go rule. She couldn't follow a game record even if it were printed right in front of her. Yet, she could tell who was winning, who was losing, what Tsuke or Hain meant emotionally, even if she didn't know the technical definition. She understood the tension of a teaching game, the thrill of a pro match, simply from the characters' reactions and pacing. And the moment she finished the first chapter, a strong, lingering sense of not wanting it to end hit her. It made her breath catch. She didn't understand Go. The page didn't even show the stones, and still, she was hooked. She wanted to read chapter 2, wanted to learn what Go was, wanted to understand the rules. She turned toward Rei, stunned. Rika gently closed the manuscript. Her fingers tightened around the pages. This is genius. 58 collaborators. Whether a manga is truly good is often clear from its very first chapter. Works like Reborn, slow at the start but explosive later, are rare exceptions. Most successful titles shine from chapter 1 all the way to their peak. Of course, many of those giants still collapse near the end, because sustaining brilliance is the hardest challenge in the entire industry. But Hikaru no Go, that was a masterpiece that stayed captivating from the opening page to its final moment. In Rei's previous life, fans constantly begged the author to continue it. Not because it was incomplete, but because it ended too soon. Misaki and Rika, standing here now, could clearly feel why. Earlier, both had worried whether a Go manga could be readable at all. Especially Rika, as a pro player, she initially wanted to reject this task outright. I spend all day fighting on the Go board. Why would I come home and read manga where the characters are also playing Go? To her, that sounded like double punishment. But now, after finishing the first chapter, she lifted her eyes from the manuscript, breath slightly quickened. Rei, what happens next? What's the next part of the story? It surprised even herself how eagerly the question left her mouth. She had no idea what the actual match between Sai and Akira looked like. Rei hadn't drawn a single proper diagram, only blank pages representing unseen moves. But through their dialogue and tension alone, she knew Sai won by 2 points. Akira was shaken. And the pressure from being a world champion's son, she understood that perfectly. In real life, teenage prodigies existed everywhere in the Go world, talents who became pros at 13, then crushed hard-working players like her without effort. So when she read Akira's scenes, her mind instinctively replaced him with every smug little genius she'd ever faced. Rei took a breath and began explaining the upcoming plot. The moment Misaki saw his expression, her worry eased. He wasn't uncertain, he was confident. And as Rei described the threads ahead, a fated rivalry. 1,000-year-old Go master chasing the hand of God. 2 boys growing, colliding, inspiring each other. Misaki felt her editor instinct spark to life. The market was unpredictable, sure. No one could forecast what the public would love or hate. But one rule never changed: a manga only needs one thing, to be genuinely interesting. And Hikaru no Go, even with its niche theme, was overwhelmingly interesting. Rika finally sat back, eyes gleaming. I get it now, Rei. Don't worry, I already know how to structure the match between Sai and Akira. She tapped her phone lightly. For Akira's first game as a 1-dan pro, there are tons of real match records in the association. I'll find a few good ones and modify them. She smiled, a real smile, not her earlier polite professional one. You said Hikaru will crush Akira again in chapter 2, right? Then draw the next draft quickly. She leaned forward. I'll help you design the second game too. Oh, got it. Rei straightened up immediately. Let's exchange contacts, Rika added. We'll need to talk often from now on. Misaki blinked. Just minutes ago, these two were strangers. Now they were talking like old colleagues, united by pure enthusiasm. She had thought Rika was the cool, aloof type. But it seemed that when something truly interested her, she could be surprisingly warm. Rei pulled out another folder. By the way, Rika-sensei, my plot outline is nearly complete. Given the pacing, this series should run for at least a full year. Later on, the manga will involve the pro exam arc, and the matches after the protagonist becomes a professional player. I can look up the basics online, but, for the real details, I'll need to consult you. I hope you won't mind me bothering you. And of course, I'll pay your remuneration on time. The alternate Japan version of Hikaru no Go that Rei intended to draw was based on the manga from his previous life, merged with pieces from the live-action adaptation. But the Go environment in this world wasn't identical, and for everything from terminology to handling of pro rankings, he needed someone within the industry. That was why he had sought out Rika, not only for the game records, but also for the background realism of the world. Remuneration, huh? Rika perked up at that, pushing up her glasses lightly. She had wandered through many twists and turns in her Go career, but her personality was refreshingly straightforward. A high school manga artist affording professional consulting fees? I heard from my uncle the amount wasn't small. Are you sure your manuscript payments can even keep up? She had been prepared to say, the story is fun, so I might lower the price a little, consider it a contribution to promoting Go. But Ray didn't even let her finish. It's fine. He thought she was worried he couldn't pay, so he explained directly. My first manga sold over 1 million. Tonight already has 2 volumes coming. The numbers aren't public yet, but anyone in the industry can estimate it. My total royalties should be around 60 million yen by now. So paying your consulting fee won't be a problem. Rika's expression froze. 60 million? Her face warmed slightly. Only world-level tournament champions or prodigies with massive sponsorships saw that kind of money. Her own income, match appearance fees, a modest salary from the Go Association, some private students, wasn't bad, but nowhere near that. She had been worried he couldn't afford it. Turns out she was the one who couldn't relate financially. The discount she planned to offer died on the spot. Manga artists are absurdly rich. And now that she'd met a rich high school boy, she should probably charge him the full amount, maybe even a little extra. Ray didn't notice the shift in her expression, only feeling relieved when she didn't object. Good. Anything solvable with money wasn't truly a problem. And if Hikaru no Go exploded the way it had in his previous life, then consulting fees were nothing but loose change. After they discussed a few remaining details, Ray and Rika left the Yukishiro house separately. December had already arrived. With only 1 month left before the January serialization window that Misaki had warned him about, Ray had no time to waste. He needed to push out the next chapters as quickly as possible if he wanted to seize the opportunity. 59 Meeting date. In mid-December, the second volume of the manga series Tonight, Even If This Love Disappears from the World, was officially released. In this second volume, Ray added a short extra chapter, adapting side scenes from the original novel that hadn't appeared in the main story. As expected, Volume 2 sold even better than Volume 1. Its first week sales hit 670,000 copies, surpassing the debut numbers of several, safe, recycled, series by slightly past their prime first-tier artists. If you only looked at first-week volume sales for new artists this year, Tonight's second volume was clearly ranked first. And with the usual rule of thumb, that lifetime sales are generally a bit more than 3 times the first week, the industry estimated that Volume 2 would easily pass 2 million copies in total. Once those figures came out, people all across the Japanese manga world took notice. Editors, assistants, veterans, mid-tier creators, hungry newcomers, everyone remembered the same name, Shirogane, the rumored high school rookie. To achieve this level of success at 16, even with only short works so far, was terrifying in itself. Between 5 centimeters per second and Tonight, Shirogane had already shown frightening narrative control, concise structure, delicate emotions, and endings that hit like a truck. Given time, there was no telling whether he might become the top romance manga author of his generation. And in January, during the nationally broadcast manga awards ceremony, everyone would find out, among Shirogane, Ray, and the other rising star, who would actually take New Manga Artist of the Year. Originally, Shirogane had been slightly behind the other 2 in prestige. Now, in raw performance and public buzz, he had begun to stand ahead of the pack. This is so good. Sakura Rain, can someone really improve this fast? Ray's classmate murmured, eyes shining as she turned the glossy pages. It feels completely different from Saki's older series, Hannah said, leaning over her shoulder. The art's cleaner, the pacing's better, everything leveled up. Of course it did, Yui chimed in. They said on the forum that Sakura Rain ranked 6th in last week's Amatsukage weekly poll. No wonder Saki and Shirogane are such good friends, Hannah sighed. Apparently only geniuses are allowed in that little circle. That's not necessarily true. Miyu gave a theatrical shrug. Maybe they're surrounded by totally ordinary manga nerds like you, Yui. If their identities got exposed, the whole school would chase them around like zoo exhibits. Hey, with how fast news spreads online, if either Shirogane or Saki ever slipped up, their names would be everywhere in a week, Yui said. But January isn't far. Once the awards ceremony airs, we'll get to see Shirogane's real face on TV anyway. That would be terrible, Ray muttered, expression stiffening. A few days earlier, he'd already received the official notice confirming his nomination as new manga artist of the year. Miyu had snatched the envelope, stared at it for a full hour, then reluctantly returned it to him. If he attended the ceremony, the anonymous, high school girl genius Shirogane persona would die on the spot. But skipping the award wasn't realistic either. What manga artist refuses such a thing? And if his manga ever got an anime adaptation, constant meetings with the studio would make secrecy impossible. Once you chose the manga path, having your true identity exposed was only a matter of time. Terrible? Why terrible? Hana asked. I mean terrible for Shirogane, Ray coughed. His peaceful school life is probably doomed. And once people connect Shirogane to this school, Saki, his mysterious friend, won't be able to hide for long either. Miyu's smile froze for a moment. The rest of the class didn't notice a thing. To them, Ray, Miyu, Hana, and Yui were just the usual manga-obsessed quartet chatting in the back row like always. After all, most readers never really believe manga plots could happen in real life. And January was creeping closer, the awards ceremony, the nominations, and Shirogane's make-or-break shot at a dream comic serialization meeting were all waiting there together. A rush of thoughts flickered through Ray's mind, but the ringing of the school bell quickly washed everything away. At the end of December, Dream Comic, one of the 6 major weekly manga magazines in Japan, boasting a massive weekly circulation of 16 million, posted an announcement on its official website. The long-running series, Thunderous Emblem, serialized for 2 years, would be ending soon. For readers of Dream Comic, the news barely caused a ripple. Thunderous Emblem had been drifting in the lower half of the rankings for ages. In recent months, it had hovered dangerously close to dead last, and most readers had long abandoned any hope for it. If the creator chose to end it voluntarily, the magazine could at least give them a dignified exit. But if they stubbornly dragged the series on, that was how reputations crumbled. It reminded Ray of Gintama from his previous life. Jump gave the author multiple chances to end things beautifully, announced final arc. Over and over, only for the story to be dragged endlessly until Jump eventually just relocated it elsewhere. Years passed before it was finally put to rest. Of course, Thunderous Emblem ending wasn't a big deal to the general readership. But within the professional manga world, especially among the many artists who had been quietly waiting for their chance, this announcement spread like venom. A series ending soon meant, realistically, 1 month until the slot opened. And that meant exactly one thing. Dream Comics serialization meeting was imminent. On December 30th, at the Hashimori Group editorial floor, Misaki, who had been reviewing the manuscripts of Sakura Rain, suddenly heard a ripple of excitement spread through the department. Someone whispered urgently near her desk. She opened her work inbox. A new email from headquarters. On January 9th, the Hashimori Group editorial board will hold a serialization selection meeting to choose the successor series for the slot soon to be vacated by Thunderous Emblem. At the bottom, the email reminded all editors. If you have artists under your care with strong prior performance, potential for growth, and a ready manuscript suitable for submission, contact them immediately. Misaki's fingers trembled slightly. So it was here. This was how opportunities truly arrived in the manga industry, suddenly. Without preparation time. Without mercy. Serialization meetings were never announced months beforehand. The editors who survived long in this field were the ones who always kept a brilliant new work in their pocket, waiting for the day the gun went off. Ray only had Hikaru no Go ready because Editor-in-Chief Han had warned Misaki months in advance, and she had pushed Ray relentlessly. But their competitors? Some of them had likely prepared for months, maybe half a year, polishing their masterpieces in secret. Getting serialized in a high-tier magazine meant near-automatic financial freedom. Everyone was waiting for the moment the slot finally opened. Misaki stared at the date at the top of the email. January 9th. 10 days left. 60, the debate, game, and the serialization meeting. 10 days. Even though Ray had mentally prepared himself for this possibility, he still felt a jolt in his chest when Misaki delivered the news. Originally, everyone expected the serialization slot at Dream Comic to open near the end of January or early February. But now, the slot was opening in early January. After ending the call, Ray stared at the manuscript pages scattered across his desk. For the past month, most of his time was spent polishing redesigned character sheets. In truth, he hadn't actually drawn much of the manga itself. Even so, he was confident he could finish the first 4 chapters required for the January 9th serialization meeting. Still, he couldn't stop the slight shakiness in his fingers. No, stop overthinking. Ray inhaled deeply. Back in my previous life, when Hikaru no Go was proposing for serialization, the situation was the same. A niche theme, editors doubtful, no one optimistic. And yet, it was approved by Weekly Shonen Jump. He exhaled. There's nothing wrong with Hikaru no Go. The only question is, are the editors at Hashimori Group sharp enough to recognize it? Time marched into January. Across the entire manga industry, excitement was building for the Grand Japan Manga Awards ceremony, held every mid to late January by major publishers. The televised broadcast routinely drew massive viewership. The ceremony wasn't only for the new Manga Artist Award. It also included Manga of the Year, Best Commercial Performance, Critical Excellence Award, etc. Long-running series weren't eligible, only works born within the year were considered. As the date approached, the arguments among the 3 biggest fanbases, Shirogane, and the 2 rival newcomers, became fiercer every day, especially Shirogane's fans. Although Ray's 2 works, 5 cm per second and Tonight, were short, their fan communities were enormous, and emotionally united. During December and January, Shirogane's supporters practically flooded the internet promoting his works, unknowingly fueling conflict with the other 2 newcomers. Online flame wars reached their peak. At Firestorm 89, people seriously praised this self-pity tragic romance writer. If Shirogane wins New Manga Artist of the Year, the manga industry is finished, lol. At Gossip Crow, bro, stop pretending. All you Shirogane fans got hypnotized by that genius high school girl rumor. Are you even reading the manga? At Snowpetal Shiro fan, which eye of yours saw us liking her because of beauty? Shirogane sensei has never released a private photo. We follow her works because they're good. Even if she's old, young, ugly, cute, male, female, or a raccoon in a hoodie, we don't care. At Latte and Ink, exactly. If Shirogane sensei goes on stage and it's literally a dog accepting the award under that pen name, I'll still buy every volume. Unlike you comic artist fans whose fave only trends because of his famous dad. At April Rain Illustrator, and seriously, comic artist fans need to chill. Always marketing, she quit her job in her 30s to chase the dream. Shirogane draws manga after school, juggling exams. Everyone works hard, but only your side tries to monopolize the word effort. At Neutral Reader 21, isn't all this arguing pointless? The judges decide the awards, not you guys. At Blue Phoenix 77, wrong. Judges absolutely check online reputation. If comic artist/second comic fans smear Shirogane everywhere and we don't counter it, they'll think Shirogane is disliked and drop her from Gold Award consideration. At Teacup Ghost, that's actually true. The committee monitors SNS sentiment every year. At Night Owl Studio, anyway, can't wait to see Shirogane's real face on TV. Bet she's hiding because she's ugly AF lol. At Moonlit Library, keep crying. Even if Shirogane sensei turns out to be a balding 60-year-old uncle, I'm still reading. Talent looks. Ray could not control fans, nor did he have the energy to bother. But naturally, the 2 other nominees began harboring resentment, and even hostility. After all, Shirogane's works had far larger fanbases than theirs. And since he hadn't revealed his face, jealousy and pettiness grew. What genius high school beauty. If she was really beautiful, she wouldn't hide. Bet she's ugly. Wait till she accepts the award. When her fans see the truth, they'll scatter. Ray couldn't help but sigh. January 4th evening, at Ray's home. So this is your house. Rika looked around curiously. Before Ray's parents passed away, the family was financially comfortable. Although the house itself was an aging suburb building, the interior decor, warm-toned walls, tidy bookshelves, framed artwork, felt inviting and cozy. Rika and Ray had been collaborating through messaging apps for 2 weeks now. She had already constructed the Go records for chapters 1 through 4, referencing real games from former pros and modifying them to match the story's momentum. But Ray was still a Go novice. Even with the diagrams, the deeper meaning behind critical moves was beyond him. And since the characters in the manga discussed these moves in detail, Rika had to come in person to teach him the exact reasoning behind key sequences. "Your house is surprisingly clean," she murmured. "Much cleaner than the disaster zone I imagined a manga artist's place would be." "Thank you," Ray replied with a small smile. "What are you thanking me for? I wasn't praising you, I was praising your..." Rika's gaze shifted to the framed portraits hanging on the wall. A man and woman. His parents. Her words froze mid-sentence. Ah, so that was why he drew manga at such a young age. "Alright," she said quietly, "let's get to work." Ray placed the completed 4-chapter manuscript on the table and pulled out the key pages involving the Go matches. Ray laid out the printouts of the Go records across his table, the pages spreading out like a battlefield of black and white stones. He exhaled once, then began asking questions one by one, each extremely specific. Most of what he asked centered on the second game between Sai and Akira in Chapter 2. This was the match where Sai, the thousand-year Go spirit, crushed the rising prodigy with overwhelming strength, a game that would haunt Akira even after he became a pro. Ray asked carefully, because the placement of every stone had to match the emotional beats of the story. And this game wouldn't only appear in Chapter 2, later, when Hikaru studies it again online, it becomes a key pivot in the plot. Ray knew this. He had to get it right. Rika, sitting opposite him, answered just as carefully. She watched Ray's serious expression as he marked notes on the diagrams, recording move sequences, Josuke variations, and the intention behind each key placement. Then she couldn't help commenting with a light laugh. "Honestly, most readers won't understand pro-level games at all. Even if you cut corners, nobody will notice. Why push yourself this hard over Go records, when you're just drawing manga?" Ray paused, then replied without the slightest hesitation. "Because if this manga gets serialized, it will definitely get popular." He flipped another page and continued. "And I really like Sai. I don't want people mocking him because I was lazy. If the manga becomes a hit, fans, or even real pros, will dissect every detail." Ray's tone stayed calm, but Rika could tell he was completely serious. "I don't want people saying, this Sai guy is supposed to pursue the hand of God. He plays worse than amateurs." Rika blinked. She had expected a theoretical answer, something about professionalism, or art, or integrity. But this boy was simply trying to protect a character he loved. After a moment, her voice softened. "Misaki told me about your drawing speed. You probably drew half a chapter in the time I've been preparing these notes. You really put this much effort into defending a fictional character." Ray smiled slightly. "I told you. I love the character Sai." Then Ray looked at her, quietly but confidently. "And I'm pretty sure you already like this manga too." Rika stiffened slightly, caught off guard. "If you keep working on it with me, you'll end up loving Sai as much as I do. And when that happens, you'll understand exactly why I'm doing this." But then Ray sighed. "However, I still can't figure out one thing. The hand of God." The phrase alone made Rika feel a headache coming. Ray touched the papers, frowning. Ever since taking on this task, Ray had been urging her to find a Go game from this world's history that could be considered the concept of the hand of God in the manga, and if found, it would be best to modify it for use in the later manga plot. He slowly turned his gaze toward her. Rika instantly raised both hands like she was surrendering. "Don't look at me. I'll try, but I'm not a miracle worker." She could already feel a migraine building. This boy wasn't just serious, he was terrifyingly serious. "For the hand of God. I'll look through historical records. But no promises." Ray laughed softly. "Sorry. I know I'm asking a lot." He bowed his head lightly. "Thank you, Rika-san. After we finish today's work, I'll treat you to a late-night meal." Only then did she relax a little, clicking her tongue. "Finally, something I actually want to hear." She crossed her arms and smirked. "You'd better work hard. I came all the way here to help you. Don't let your manga get cancelled early. If it flops, even 100 midnight meals won't save your reputation." Over the next few days, Ray and Rika exchanged notes, diagrams, analysis, and dialogue revisions non-stop. By January 7th, they finally completed all Go-related materials for the first 4 chapters of Hikaru no Go. Ray had already finished most of the art. Now, with Rika's corrections, the project was ready. That evening, Rei arrived at Misaki's home. He pulled a thick stack of manuscript pages from his bag. These were the fully drawn first 4 chapters of Hikaru no Go, more than twice the page count of an average debut manga, each sheet dense with story, emotion, and polished artwork. Rei never padded his chapters. Every panel carried weight. Every scene pushed the story forward with meaning. Misaki accepted the heavy stack, and the sheer density of the pages made her expression grow serious. "All right," she exhaled slowly. "Leave the rest to me, Rei. I'll bring you good news." Rei smiled lightly. "I'll be waiting." Mayu, who had been standing quietly behind her sister, looked at Rei with a complicated expression. Her own series, Sakura Rain, had just ranked 5th in last week's Ametsukage weekly popularity poll. Anyone else would be thrilled. But there was no feeling of triumph in her chest. Because Rei had already stepped into a completely different battlefield, aiming not for a weekly slot, but for a serialization spot in Dream Comic, one of the big 6 magazines in Japan. If things went well, then by February, Hikaru no Go would make its public debut. Not to thousands, but to tens of millions of readers all across the country. Mayu clenched her fists. "Good luck," she whispered to Rei, and to her sister Misaki as well. The next morning, Misaki submitted Rei's manuscripts to the editorial department, completing the application process for the January serialization meeting. She wasn't eligible to attend the meeting itself, not yet. Only editors whose running series consistently ranked in the top 5 of Dream Comic could earn that privilege. Right now, she could only submit the work, ensure it passed the initial screening, and then pray. The first screening was harsh. Entries from weak, low-quality artists, messy drawings, sloppy plots, amateur pacing, would all be eliminated before the real meeting even began. But Hikaru no Go was different. The story was strong. Rei's art was breathtaking. And the editor-in-chief, Han, had personally encouraged Misaki to push Rei toward serialization. And just like she anticipated, Hikaru no Go passed the initial screening. It officially entered the serialization meeting scheduled for January 9th at 9 a.m. But the moment Misaki saw the finalized list, her breath caught. 19 works. 19 competitors. One of the fiercest and most competitive Dream Comic serialization meetings in recent years. January 9th. The day that would decide the fate of Hikaru no Go arrived. 61. Debate. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the largest conference room of the Hashimori Publishing Group editorial division, the curtains were drawn, and the room glowed softly under warm lighting. In the center stood a huge, aging oval wooden table that had clearly seen better days. Surrounding it were 13 equally old wooden chairs. Beside each chair was a tall stack of photocopied manga manuscripts submitted for review. Large publishing companies tended to indulge their mid- and senior-level staff with such sentimental artifacts, nostalgic relics from the company's early days, like the founder's ashtray, a retired typesetting tool, or, in this case, the old round table of the editorial department. It had been used for nearly 30 years and had witnessed the rise and fall of hundreds of manga serialized in Hashimori Comic. Though outdated and inconvenient, no one dared suggest replacing it. Even Han, the editor-in-chief, found that the cramped wooden chair pressed uncomfortably against his hips. But he endured it. If he showed even the slightest unwillingness to sit there, countless people beneath him would be eager to take his place. Han glanced at the people seated below. The 7 directors of the editorial division were all present. Moriyama Kaito, director of Sakura Iro Weekly. Shido Ryoichiro, director of Mirage Weekly. Ichinosuke, director of Ametsukage Weekly. Along with 5 veteran gold-tier editors of Hashimori Group, each with many years of distinguished performance. Including Han himself, these 13 individuals made up the attendees of this serialization meeting. Unlike the serialization meetings of other magazines, the editors directly responsible for the submitted works were not allowed to attend. No one in the room could have any professional or personal ties with the authors whose manga were up for consideration. The meeting followed a voting system. After reading the plot of each submitted manga, attendees could cast a vote of support or choose to abstain. There was no reject button. Each vote was worth 1 point, while editor-in-chief Han's vote was worth 3. At the end, the manga with the highest total score would be selected for serialization in Dream Comic. If multiple works were tied, the manga supported by Han would win. If Han supported all tied entries, then the final choice was entirely his. In other words, a manga could theoretically receive a maximum total of 15 points, 12 from the other attendees, plus Han's 3. Han held considerable authority, but even he could not completely dictate a work's fate. "The meeting will begin," Han announced, his calm voice steady. The first manuscript opened was a horror thriller titled Jurei Paradise, Cursed Spirit Paradise. Its author, Yuasa Fumiki, had previously serialized a horror manga in Monogatari Comic, one of the 6 major national magazines. Though it was eventually cancelled due to overly grotesque content and low weekly rankings, its tankobon had still averaged 1.4 million copies sold per volume, marking him as a creator with notable past achievements. Now, with his new work on the table, the editor's expressions naturally grew serious. There was always a clear gap between seasoned manga artists and newcomers: better plots, cleaner art, richer detail, tighter dialogue, and these factors often created overwhelming advantages. And Yuasa's new manga was indeed interesting. 5 minutes later, Han gently reminded everyone, and the editors returned to focus. "It's somewhat interesting, but nothing exceptional," Shido commented first. "The horror market is already small," said Hayama Akito, one of the senior editors. "And we're already serializing a horror series in Dream Comic. Wouldn't readers experience fatigue if we ran 2 at the same time?" "I actually think it's quite good," another editor countered. "Horror fans may be few, but their loyalty is incredibly strong." "But the merchandise won't sell," someone else protested. "And horror series barely make money once adapted into anime." Within moments, the room had turned into a lively debate. The argument lasted barely a minute before Han spoke again. "You may vote now." At once, all attendees pressed a button on the information devices beside them. Only 2 options existed: support, abstain. There was no button for opposition. In the past, the editors collected paper forms and counted votes manually, but in the modern era, no one wanted to waste that kind of manpower. Everyone preferred relying on technology. Soon, the voting results for Cursed Spirit Paradise were projected onto the screen behind Han Isumi. 4 votes. Out of 13 people, only 4 supported the manga. No one commented after seeing the number. 4 votes meant that the chances of the manga passing the serialization meeting were essentially 0. Normally, a work needed at least 8 votes to secure a serialization slot, and anything above 11 votes was considered stable. As for a manga receiving unanimous approval, that happened maybe once every several years. It was nearly impossible for a single work to match everyone's taste. Even if its plot and art were solid, there would always be people who disliked certain genres by default. Soon, the second submission, a fantasy romance titled Shadow of the Mermaid, received 7 votes. The third manuscript, a battle shounen inspired by traditional Eastern folklore, received 5 votes. One after another, the works followed the same pattern: 5 minutes to read the first 3 chapters, 1 to 2 minutes of discussion, and 1 minute to vote. The goal was to keep the review time for each work under 8 minutes. Even so, with a total of 19 submissions, finishing in less than 3 to 4 hours was impossible. And although the physical effort required was minimal, the mental strain was enormous: intense reading, intense discussion, and constant critical evaluation. In terms of cognitive load, it was comparable to taking a college entrance exam. An hour and a half later, everyone already looked exhausted. Then, a new manuscript appeared before them, this one noticeably thicker. The title was 0.01 Second Heartbeat. It was the comeback work of the renowned romance sports mangaka Aoi, her first new series in 2 years. Her previous manga had achieved an average tankobon sales of 3.2 million copies per volume, with cumulative sales exceeding 70 million. While this was not record-breaking in the history of the Japanese manga industry, it was an exceptional achievement within the romance genre. This new manuscript centered around sprinting as the main theme, paired with a romance subplot. After reading the 3 chapters, several editors visibly brightened. Reading too many battle, horror, or psychological stories had worn everyone out. This refreshing, emotionally warm story instantly cleared their minds. Interesting, the art style is really good. The title is clever too, it hints both at sprint racing and the boy's quickened heartbeat when interacting with his senior. I like it. Aoi has a strong track record. None of her previous 3 manga were ever cancelled or ended poorly, and she has an excellent reputation among readers. And track and field themes sell well too. Once the group stumbled upon a manga they genuinely enjoyed, conversation naturally opened up. Every person in the room was a seasoned professional with more than a decade of experience. The ceiling for this manga might not be incredibly high, but its floor was unquestionably solid. At worst, it would land in the mid-tier of the magazine's rankings after serialization. When the voting results came out, the outcome was exactly as expected, 12 points. Because Han also supported it. All right, next, Han Isumi said. A thick stack of manuscripts was handed out next. Hikaru no Go. Han's eyes narrowed. As editor-in-chief, he naturally knew all the submissions in advance, including the one from the genius young manga artist Rei Kirishima, who had recently caught his attention. A Go-themed manga. Hikaru no Go. He sighed silently to himself. Go was an extremely niche theme. The group of veteran editors sitting beneath him would undoubtedly evaluate it with extra harshness. With the exact same plot, if Go were replaced with shogi or chess, the manga might receive 10 votes. But with Go, it might struggle to get 6. Moreover, he personally didn't understand the game. And among the 13 attendees in the room, only 2 senior editors actually knew how to play. Those 2 often played Go together during lunch breaks at the company, but the rest of the editorial staff had no interest in even watching. This was the inherent barrier of Go, it was simply too hard to learn. Let's read it first. Han opened the pages of Hikaru no Go. Everyone else in the room opened their photocopied manuscripts as well. The 2 editors who understood Go immediately perked up at the theme. They exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious in an instant. Good lord, after 20 years as editors, this was the first time they had ever seen a Go-themed manga submitted to one of the 6 major magazines. As for the others, they frowned at first. But soon, all distracting thoughts in the room faded away. Sai, the ancient Go master bound to the Go board. His encounter with the protagonist, Hikaru Shindo. Hikaru being dragged to a Go club and meeting the genius young player Akira Toya. Hikaru, who knew nothing about Go, who even picked up stones incorrectly with his index finger and thumb, defeated Akira under Sai's unseen guidance. Guided play. After finishing the first chapter, everyone quickly turned to the second. The second chapter served as a setup, but they still read it with great focus. This chapter introduced crucial characters, the modern Go legend Koyo Toya, and his disciple Ogata. During a children's Go event, Hikaru caught the attention of both men due to a strange problem in his game. Near the end of the chapter, Akira Toya, who had been desperately searching for Hikaru since losing to him, finally found him again. Then came chapter 3. Because of Hikaru's arrogant claims, believing that with Sai's help, he could casually win world championships among professionals and achieve financial freedom, Akira overheard him. For someone like Akira, who had loved and revered Go since childhood, such arrogance was unforgivable. The 2 boys began their second match. But this time, Sai, one of the 2 Go-knowing editors, let out a pained breath. He deeply empathized with Akira Toya, a boy who had trained relentlessly from childhood, taking his father Koyo Toya as his role model. A boy aiming to become a top professional. A boy who, even at 12, already had the strength to challenge adult pros. Yet the first boy to ever give him a proper, soul-crushing guided game, was Hikaru Shindo. In the second match, Akira pushed with all his might, trying to force Hikaru's true ability out. In response, Sai, moved by Akira's determination, played at full strength, crushing him completely and shattering his spirit. The harsh reality of Go burned through every page of the third chapter. When the editors looked at Akira kneeling before the Go board, tears falling after his defeat, the devotion and reverence for Go portrayed in the manga seemed to pass directly into their own hearts. When they finally came back to their senses, the 5-minute reading limit had long passed. It had taken nearly 9 minutes to finish just the first 3 chapters, and not one of the 13 editors had noticed. They were completely absorbed. Even Han, who didn't understand Go at all, found himself reading with deep concentration. He glanced around the table. The 2 Go-knowing editors were still studying the record of moves, admiration written all over their faces. They could fully appreciate the exquisiteness of Sai's play. As for the others, every single one of them was lost in thought. I don't think it will work. A Go manga is far too niche, said Shido, one of the editorial directors. 62. Serialization decision and official website announcement. Shido actually found the manga quite interesting. But the moment he discovered that the creator was Ray, his attitude changed instantly. After all, he was the one who had personally overridden all objections in a previous serialization meeting and removed his manga Tonight from the candidate list for Mirage Weekly. The aftermath was humiliating. Tonight went to Amatsuki's Weekly instead, and it became a hit. Especially the issue that featured Tonight's final chapter. That issue of Amatsuki's Weekly sold 2.38 million copies, surpassing Mirage Weekly's 2.32 million. Even now, the two magazines remained so close in sales that they constantly traded places for the company's second best-selling journal. That incident shattered his confidence and caused no small amount of controversy in the editorial department. It also made Shido form a lasting resentment toward Ray. Even though he was the one who rejected Ray first, Ray, by succeeding elsewhere, ended up making him look worse. So no matter the reason, Shido's dislike came first. That's true. A Go manga, how many readers could it possibly have? Someone muttered. I think it's excellent, but Go. Another sighed. Why not choose shogi or chess instead? A faint smile tugged at Shido's lips. He was pleased that the room's atmosphere was shifting against the manga. But then, I think Go is perfectly fine, said Moriyama Kaito, one of the editorial directors and the person who had previously selected 5 centimeters per second. Every genre has to start somewhere. If we never give new genres a chance, how will we know whether the market can accept a Go manga? 20 years ago, mystery manga weren't popular at all. Publishers thought no one would read them. But now, mystery manga are one of the biggest and most stable genres in the industry. Ichinosuke, the editor who had selected Tonight for serialization in Amatsuki's Weekly, spoke up as well. Being unpopular isn't a flaw. A truly talented manga artist can forge a new path, turning a genre no one has touched before into a thriving, mainstream category. Both directors had benefited immensely from Ray's previous works. Naturally, they wouldn't hesitate to speak in his defense. Finally, is there anything wrong with Go? Everyone turned to look at Han, the one who had spoken. I don't understand Go, he said quietly, but I'm genuinely looking forward to reading the 4th chapter. That single sentence made his stance completely clear. As editor-in-chief of the Hashimori Group editorial division, his words settled the uncertainty in the room. Many editors who liked Hikaru no Go but had hesitated because of the Go theme suddenly felt reassured. Begin voting, Han announced. The voting process was quick, barely 10 seconds. Then the results appeared on the projection screen behind Han. Hikaru no Go, 14 votes. Temporarily ranked first in the entire serialization meeting. 14 votes. Everyone exchanged glances. They all knew who the one abstention belonged to. But that single abstention no longer mattered. After Hikaru no Go, there were still 8 or 9 remaining submissions to review, but everyone already understood that no other manga would stand a chance after a score like 14. The subsequent evaluation sped up noticeably. At 1 p.m., the conference room doors finally opened. 13 people walked out into the work area. Editors from across the department stared curiously at the group of mid- and senior-level managers. Especially editors like Misaki, who had submitted entries for this serialization meeting, their expressions were tense with anticipation. But only a few minutes later, the results had spread across the office floor. Did you hear? The winning manga this round is a Go manga. When she heard that, Misaki's legs turned to jelly and she collapsed back into her swivel chair. Her rational mind told her to calm down, but she couldn't. Hikaru no Go, it really defeated 18 competitors and won the serialization slot. Her heart pounded, excitement rising uncontrollably. What she did not know was that in her previous life, Hikaru no Go had also survived the even harsher and more unforgiving editorial review of Weekly Shonen Jump. Ray, however, knew perfectly well. As long as the Hashimori Group's serialization meeting wasn't a mere formality or prearranged, Hikaru no Go's quality almost guaranteed that it would be selected. And as for low-probability disasters, he chose to ignore them. He would only worry if they actually happen. Across the editorial department, 18 defeated editors immediately called the manga artists they worked with, trying to comfort their partners. Several artists who had prepared for this opportunity for months choked up the moment they heard the results, unable to stop their tears. Misaki took a deep breath. She didn't have the energy to worry about anyone else's emotions. She dialed Ray's number. At noon, on the school rooftop, Ray and Miyu had been anxiously waiting for the call. The moment they saw Misaki's name appear on the screen, they exchanged a tense look. Even though Rei believed in the quality of Hikaru no Go, that didn't mean he wasn't nervous. Hello. He started. Hikaru no Go has passed the serialization meeting and emerged as the final winner. It will officially begin publication on February 4th, in issue 1013 of Dream Comic. Rei, get ready to draw the cover illustration for that issue. Misaki said, trying, and failing, to keep her voice steady. It was Monday, January 12th. While Shirogana's fan community was still busy waging online battles against supporters of other new Manga Artist of the Year candidates, the official website of Hashimori Group suddenly released a short announcement. On Wednesday, February 4th, Shirogana's latest work Hikaru no Go will begin serialization in issue 1013 of Dream Comic. Not a single unnecessary word. The announcement was concise, but its impact detonated instantly among Shirogana's fans. What are you doing, Shirogana-sensei? Last June, 5 cm per second began serialization in Sakura Iroh Weekly, which sold 700,000 to 800,000 copies per week. Last September, Tonight began serialization in Amatsukage Weekly, which sold 2.3 million copies per week. This February, Hikaru no Go was set to serialize in Dream Comic. 3 giant leaps. 3 different magazines. All within half a year. Are you even human, Shirogana-sensei? Are you really just a high school student? Nothing like this had ever happened in the history of the Japanese manga industry. 3 manga in 6 months. It was absurd, unbelievable even. The entire manga industry's media erupted with coverage. The name Shirogane, once known only among Rei's own fans, was now spreading rapidly into the mainstream consciousness through countless news reports about this genius high school manga artist. Many casual readers found themselves thinking the same thing. Is this kid really that amazing? Hikaru no Go. What kind of manga is that? A manga, about fighting with a board game. 63 award ceremony, Shirogane. Most fans who were eagerly waiting for the January 19th awards ceremony were stunned when they saw the sudden announcement of Shirogane's new serialization right before the event. Is Shirogane-sensei the hardest working artist in the entire industry? 3 manga in less than a year. It's not that exaggerated. Her previous 2 series were short. Hikaru no Go. What kind of manga is that? Go. Souls. A battle series. Impossible. Shirogane-sensei's previous works were all romance or emotional dramas. This one should be similar. Since pure romance appeals less to male readers, she probably added competitive elements. A sports romance hybrid is more likely. But, which board game is it about? Gamaku, checkers, Ludo, shogi, chess. Come on, Gamaku, whoever goes first wins. There's zero competitiveness. I'm looking forward to Shirogane-sensei's new work. If it passed Dream Comic serialization meeting, it must be top tier. Honestly, Shirogane-sensei is outrageous. Sakura Iroh Weekly, then Amatsukage Weekly, and now Dream Comic. At this rate, maybe next year she'll win the annual manga award itself. Winning the new Manga Artist Award in her debut year and the annual manga award the next. Isn't that insane? Even nominees like Eira took 5 or 6 years of serialized work before reaching that level. Anyway, the awards ceremony will be exciting this year. I'm a fan of both Eira and Shirogane-sensei. I hope they both win. I'm already looking forward to seeing Shirogane-sensei walk onto that stage. Even if she's not the beautiful high school girl the internet keeps hyping her up to be, maybe she's shorter or chubbier, who cares? I'm here for her skill. Same. I hate that genius beauty marketing trope. She's not an actress. Those labels don't matter for a manga artist's growth. More than a month after Tonight concluded, a single announcement from Hashimori Group once again caused Shirogane's popularity to explode among fans and industry media alike. And with her nomination for the annual New Manga Artist Award, her influence among the candidates had already far surpassed the others. Meanwhile, in reality, Rei was hard at work. Since Hikaru no Go had been officially approved by Dream Comic, he was drawing the full-color pages for the first chapter and creating promotional color illustrations for the magazine cover. Things like the new Manga Artist Award were merely icing on the cake. Nice if he won, irrelevant if he didn't. His goal lay elsewhere. Misaki, however, thought differently. New manga artists like Rei, debuted less than 1 year, had virtually no advantage in the competitive environment of Dream Comic, where first-tier veterans dominated. Those long-established artists had large, loyal fanbases who consistently voted for them each week. When Hikaru no Go began serialization, Rei would face immense pressure. If the series ranked poorly for 1 or 2 months, and if the first week tankobon sales showed it wouldn't even reach 1 million copies per volume, then the axe of cancellation would fall swiftly. Passing the serialization meeting was merely the first gate. The real battlefield came afterward. This was why Misaki placed enormous importance on the upcoming awards broadcast. If Rei appeared at his best, he could attract a fresh wave of fans. Your appearance is actually quite good, you just don't know how to style yourself. Our manga division works with a regular makeup artist, and I know him well. I'll have him come measure you, choose suitable clothes, and handle your styling. By the night of the 19th, try to attend the ceremony in the best condition possible. Those were Misaki's exact words when she visited Rei's home on the 13th. Over the next few days, the stylist and tailor she hired also came by to check on him. And time moved quickly. January 19th arrived. It was a Monday. Rei took personal leave from school. Of course, his classmate Miyu also took personal leave. Their teachers didn't think anything of it. But their friends Yui and Hana definitely sensed something unusual. Rumors about Rei and Miyu's relationship had already spread through the school for weeks. And now both of them had taken leave on the same day. How could anyone not be suspicious? At noon, the two girls met up and tried to analyze the situation, but before long, the discussion drifted back to manga. Forget it, let's not talk about those two, they're practically soaked in teenage romance. Anyway, the awards ceremony is tonight. Shirogane-sensei has a really high chance of winning the new Manga Artist Award. Do you want to come to my house to watch the live broadcast together? But it starts at 9:30, isn't that too late? Yui hesitated. You're 16, what are you afraid of? If your parents worry, I'll call them myself and say we're studying together and you're staying over. They know me, I've visited your place twice. Your aunt and uncle will definitely say yes, Hana insisted. Well, I'll call home this afternoon and check. If they agree, then it's settled. Classes ended for the day. January was bitterly cold, and a light rain had begun to fall. Groups of high school students, wrapped tightly in thick coats and clutching umbrellas, streamed out of the school one after another. Yui's phone call to her parents went smoothly. Since Hana's family knew her well, staying over for a night under the excuse of studying didn't raise much concern. At 7 p.m., after dinner at Yui's house, the two girls hurried into her room, turned on the computer, and navigated to the official livestream page. Meanwhile, Rei had changed into the light red suit picked out by the stylist hired by Misaki. His hair had been professionally styled, and his makeup neatly applied. Then he, Misaki, and Miyu arrived at the awards venue. At the entrance, security checked invitations. Once Rei presented the official invitation sent by the organizing committee, he was waved through without delay. I really didn't expect you to look this good once you've dressed up and had your makeup done, Rei, Miyu said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. After tonight, I bet a lot of your fans, once their genius beautiful girl fantasy collapses, will start loving you even more. Rei ignored her teasing. He knew exactly what she was doing. Alright, enough, Misaki said with a frown. She was sitting to Rei's right. The venue was filled with famous manga artists and key figures from the manga publishing world. Rei even spotted 3 editor-in-chiefs from the 6 major publishers, several currently trending first-tier manga artists, and a swarm of industry reporters. In Japan, the manga industry was huge. Its award ceremonies could easily rival those for movie stars in terms of spectacle. While Rei and the others waited for the ceremony to begin, a large number of Shirogane's fans tuned in through their phones, computers, and TVs, just like Yui and Hana. Before the broadcast officially started, Shirogane's fans were already arguing online with fans of other new Manga Artist Award nominees, including rising star Ren and Minami. Time ticked by. While Yui and Hana were still fighting anti-fans in the comment section, at exactly 9:30, the countdown disappeared, and the camera cut to a magnificent, glittering hall. The host stepped onto the stage and began reciting, almost like chanting, the achievements of the various new manga artists who had risen to prominence over the past year. Among them were the nominees for the new Manga Artist Award, including Shirogane. New manga artists were defined as creators whose debut works had begun serialization last year and had achieved massive popularity within a year. For example, Ren Kanzaki's fantasy battle manga Zero Style Contract. Minami's psychological thriller Memory Marionette. Before long, not only the audience in the venue, but even the fans watching online were growing impatient. Hurry up already, organizing committee. There are only a handful of awards. This could have been done in 10 minutes. Why are you still rambling after half an hour? We know who these artists are. Just announce the winners. Exactly. This is ridiculous. They're dragging it out on purpose. Did you guys notice? When the camera panned over the audience, I saw two insanely beautiful girls sitting next to a boy in a red suit. One of them looked really young. Could that be Shirogane-sensei? Really? I missed it. It was super quick. Hold on, I'm watching on my computer. I can rewind, let me screenshot it. Yui and Hana were multitasking, one eye on live stream, the other scrolling through forums. When the screenshot was posted online, Yui immediately spit a mouthful of drink straight onto Hana's face. Yui, you owe me an explanation, Hana said, wiping her face with a tissue. Look at this. Yui handed her phone over with trembling hands. A moment later, Hana started coughing violently, unable to breathe properly. Rei. And the one sitting next to Rei, that looks like Miyu. Weren't those two absent from school today? Hana's voice trailed off. So they took leave just to attend the awards ceremony. Where did they even get the invitations to get in? I don't know, Yui said quietly, but it's rumored that Miyu's family is wealthy. For rich people, getting invitations like this probably isn't hard. But, it looks like a lot of people online are mistaking Miyu for Shirogane. Hahaha, mistaking Miyu for Shirogane. Hana burst out laughing. But as she kept laughing, she noticed the serious look on her best friend's face. Wait, don't tell me, could that actually be possible? It shouldn't be possible, right? Yui whispered. Miyu's grades have always been first in our class and in the top 3 of the entire grade. If she wants to maintain scores like that, she wouldn't have the time or energy to draw manga. I think so too, Hana agreed. And whenever Miyu talked with us before, she always asked for our opinions on Saki's works. She seemed like a genuine fan of Saki-sensei. She even complained sometimes that Shirogane's works kept outperforming Saki's. If she were actually Shirogane, why would she act like that? While the two girls were whispering and speculating, the host on stage continued another long-winded introduction. Finally, the opening segment ended, and the official awards ceremony began. The first person to take the stage was a tall, beautiful woman wearing a green dress. She looked to be in her 20s, with long, flowing hair and striking features, and walked with confidence toward the podium. Hello everyone, I am comic artist Eira. So that's Eira, Rei murmured, looking unusually serious. He hadn't forgotten that when 5 centimeters per second was released in tankobon form, she had voluntarily promoted it to her fans. Annual Manga Award. Miyu sighed with admiration. This is officially recognized as the best manga produced in Japan last year. I wonder when we'll get to hold that award. Next year, Rei said casually, chuckling. Next year. Miyu's eyes immediately lit up. You have that much confidence in my new work Sakura Rain? Nope. I'm talking about my new series, Hikaru no Go, Rei said, laughing. For your work to win Best of the Year, it would at least need to be serialized in one of the 6 major magazines first. Otherwise, it won't build up the necessary recognition. Shameless, Miyu said with a dramatic eye roll. I've never seen anyone brag like this. Well, now you have, Rei teased. Eira's acceptance speech lasted about 10 minutes. Afterward, the host invited the 2nd and 3rd place winners of the annual manga award to join her on stage for a commemorative photo. By now, it was past 9 o'clock, and the pace of the ceremony began to speed up. The host lifted the microphone again. Next, we will announce the winner of the Bronze Award in this year's new Manga Artist Award. Comic artist Minami. Spotlights swept across the venue, finally settling on a beautiful woman in her early 30s on the right side of the hall. Her expression froze for a moment. Bronze Award, 3rd place. Even so, she stood up with a polite smile and made her way onto the stage. She thanked her fans as usual. Many of Minami's supporters sighed. After she stepped down, the host spoke again. Please welcome the winner of the Silver Award for this year's new Manga Artist Award. Comic artist Ren Kanzaki. Aside from reserved seats for industry veterans, all other seating was assigned and recorded during check-in. The spotlight quickly landed on Ren, seated near the center. His expression was stiff. Silver award meant second place, which meant that the gold award winner was obvious. Reluctantly, he stepped onto the stage. The speech that followed was almost identical to the one comic artist Minami had just given. Haha, those two are having a rough time now. They're basically just filling the lineup. Shirogane-sensei is amazing. They both thought the annual new manga artist award was guaranteed for them earlier this year. In interviews they boldly declared they would win, and their already holding champagne attitude became legendary online. Now look, neither of them even got the gold award, ha ha ha. Host, hurry up. Let Shirogane-sensei come on stage already. Even Yui and Hana, sitting on the floor in front of the TV, stared at the screen in suspense. Shirogane, who exactly is she? Who will walk onto that stage? At that moment, the host smiled as he looked down at the cue card in his hand. Now, please welcome Shirogane-sensei, the winner of the Gold Award for this year's annual New Manga Artist Award. The massive projection screen behind him switched to the live camera feed. A bright spotlight swept across the hall and finally stopped, illuminating a small section of the audience. Standing in that circle of light was a boy in a sharp red suit, Rei Kirishima. Beside him, Misaki and Miyu were also caught halfway in the light. The livestream chat exploded. Yui and Hana were left speechless. Rei Kirishima. Online fans typed so fast their fingers nearly broke. The lighting engineer needs a beating. They aimed the spotlight wrong, it hit some random boy. The cute girl on his left is Shirogane-sensei. Fire that lighting tech. How do you miss the author like this? But within seconds, all those furious fans fell silent. Even Eira, seated below the stage after receiving her own award, leaned forward with interest, eyes fixed on the screen. Because, Rei stood up and walked toward the stage. Every moment was broadcast on the giant screen behind the podium. When Rei reached the host and took the microphone, his voice, young, steady, and full of confidence, echoed through the entire venue. Hello everyone. I am the author of 5 centimeters per second and tonight, the manga artist Shirogane. Read 35 plus chapters ahead at Trian Ash Noir. Bonus at 800 PS. 64, Speech and Goals. When Rei stepped onto the stage, it wasn't just the online audience that was stunned, even the well-connected industry veterans present at the ceremony were left bewildered. Anyone in the manga world who paid attention to Shirogane had assumed she was a beautiful high school girl, just as fans had widely propagated online. However, Hashimori Group had never once promoted Shirogane as female. They had only ever described him as a genius high school student. But after reading 5 centimeters per second and tonight, most fans simply couldn't imagine the creator being male. And so the Shirogane must be a girl rumor spread everywhere. Now, the venue was completely silent. Shirogane? This boy? Even the normally composed Eira stared with her mouth half open at the young man on stage. Meanwhile, in front of the TV, Yui and Hana nearly dropped their laptop. They set it on the floor and practically crawled toward the screen, desperate to find even the slightest mistake. But, it really is Rei, Hana whispered, stunned. His voice is identical. Rei, is Shirogane. Yui said, disbelief written all over her face. If that's true, then why didn't he tell us? Hana muttered anxiously. After all, both of them were die-hard Shirogane fans. They constantly praised and adored Shirogane right in front of Rei. Now, remembering all those moments, they felt embarrassed enough to dig a villa with their toes. Yui tried to recall. He never actually hid it from us. Remember in second year? We went to buy Sakura Iroh Weekly and ran into Rei buying the same issue. He joked that he was Shirogane. That was a joke, Hana said slowly, though her words lost strength halfway through. Sometimes, Yui replied, voice soft, the truth is spoken as a joke. A line from her favorite detective manga, Reverse Time Detective. Hana fell silent. Across the country, countless high school students from Rei's school were watching as well. The reaction was instant, an online explosion. A man. Shirogane-sensei is a man. No way. A male artist created a character like Hino? Impossible. I can't accept this. This is fraud. Hashimori Group lied. No they didn't. They never stated Shirogane-sensei's gender. I was prepared for Shirogane-sensei to be plain-looking. But he's, actually handsome. He's not that handsome. Okay, in the entertainment world maybe not, but compared to most manga artists, can you call him ugly? My brain's CPU just melted. Shirogane-sensei is a boy. On stage, Rei began reading his acceptance speech. He had memorized it beforehand. It was almost identical in structure to the speeches given by the previous award recipients. To Rei, this award wasn't something life-changing. It was an honor, yes, but mainly something to add to his resume. He approached it seriously, but without unnecessary emotional burden. However, the host clearly wasn't ready to let him leave just yet. He had done his homework. He knew what everyone in the venue, and those watching the live stream, wanted to hear. So after Rei finished his speech, the host smiled and asked, "This is truly unbelievable, Shirogane-sensei. To my knowledge, the internet has long believed that the manga artist Shirogane is a girl. May I ask why you never clarified this through Hashimori Group?" Rei glanced at the host. He understood perfectly that this was for showmanship. But he detested being placed on the spot like this. Still, since he was already on stage and the host had asked directly, he couldn't just turn cold and refuse to answer. "I believe that as a manga artist, my only responsibility is to present my work faithfully to my readers. As for my personal information, those things aren't important. Whether I'm male or female doesn't affect the quality of my manga." Rei gave a standard, modest answer. The fans watching the broadcast were not as calm. Shirogane-sensei definitely hides in some dark corner of the internet every week, laughing at us for thinking he was a girl. Stop talking. The more I think about it, the more embarrassed I get. I only helped him fight online every week because I thought he was a girl. I've been played. From now on, anyone who doesn't show their face is automatically male. Even though they were shocked, the tone online was mostly teasing rather than angry. Meanwhile, the host on stage clearly sensed that Rei's answer didn't satisfy the audience's curiosity, so he smoothly shifted the topic. "I remember when Shirogane-sensei's 5 cm per second was released as a single volume, it received strong support from Eira, who won the annual manga award tonight. She even publicly said she was a fan of your work tonight. Now that both of you have won the 2 major awards this evening, do you have anything you'd like to say to her?" The host handed Rei the microphone with a grin. "I'm very grateful to Eira for her support," Rei replied politely. "I'll take her as my role model and work hard to catch up." "Oh, taking Eira as your role model, working hard to catch up?" the host said with a smile. "But Eira is only 23, and she's already won the annual manga award. So does that mean, Shirogane-sensei, you plan to win it even earlier?" This was a deliberately loaded question. No matter how Rei answered, his words would be splashed across tomorrow's headlines. Show timidity, and he'd look weak. Show confidence, and he'd look arrogant. The host expected him to give another safe, polite response. But what Rei did instead was, raise the microphone and say, softly, "Yes." A single word. Below the stage, Eira raised an eyebrow. Several top manga artists and industry veterans leaned forward with sharp interest. This was not what a new artist was expected to say. Winning the annual manga award was vastly different from winning the new manga artist award. It meant competing against every single published manga artist in the entire country. A newcomer should have shown humility. He should have said something like, "I still have a long way to go, but I aim for the top." But Rei just said, "Yes." The host froze for several seconds before snapping back into professional mode. Excellent. This young man wasn't unshakably calm after all, he was giving the host fantastic interview material. "How old are you this year, Shirogane-sensei?" 16. "Then you have 7 years to achieve the goal you stated here tonight." "Yes," Rei nodded. "That's correct." "And, at what age do you estimate you'll achieve this goal?" 17. Rei replied calmly. How old?" The host's tongue nearly tied itself into a knot. 17, Rei repeated. "Next year, if this awards ceremony is held on the same day, then on this very day next year, my new manga Hikaru no Go will win the annual manga award, just like Eira did today." The entire venue fell silent. Below the stage, Misaki clenched her hands tightly. Her eyes were fixed on Rei, but they were no longer calm, something within them had shifted. Miyu's heart was pounding so hard she could barely hear anything else. For a moment, she felt as if she were the protagonist of a manga, standing on that stage, bathed in the spotlight. The words Rei spoke were bold, dreams she herself would never even dare whisper. Yet he spoke them openly, clearly, confidently. And she felt envy. Because right now, Rei stood on that stage like he belonged there. Mockery, disdain, shock, admiration, it didn't matter what the audience felt. None of them could interrupt him. At that moment, in this enormous hall, Rei was the undisputed protagonist. Meanwhile, watching the live stream on their laptop, Yui and Hana were trembling. "Rei, what is he saying?" Hana almost shouted. "If he says something like that and doesn't achieve it, wouldn't that become a giant black mark on his life? He'll be laughed at for the rest of his career. He should be more cautious." "But why should someone with ability be cautious?" Yui replied quietly, staring at the screen. "If you don't even believe your own work can win the annual manga award, will it really win?" Hana was stunned into silence. As for Shiragane's online fanbase, they had been shocked earlier when they discovered he was male, but now, after hearing Rei's declaration, the chat exploded with excitement. Deep down, whether Shiragane was male or female didn't matter much. And in a community filled with young readers, bold confidence was magnetic. Rei's words were exactly like something spoken by a manga protagonist. "That's right. Shiragane-sensei, I support you." Incredible. This is the most explosive interview statement I've heard from a manga artist in years. This is Shiragane-sensei, who, at 16 years old, made a triple leap through the top magazines, won the new Manga Artist Award, and now declares he'll win the annual manga award at 17. He's the shounen protagonist of the Japan manga world. Teacher Shiragane, go for it. We believe in you. Not everyone was impressed, of course. Next year we'll see this clown's downfall. Era's fans, sit down. You don't get to speak here. But overall, the reaction was electric. On stage, the host's eyes were shining, he opened his mouth, clearly wanting to ask more questions. 65, serialization date. But when the host met Rei's calm, steady gaze, he wisely chose not to press further. Who knew what shocking declaration Rei might make next? Next year, if your new work wins the annual manga award on this day next year, that would certainly be extraordinary. Alright, that concludes our interview with Shiragane-sensei. After a few polite closing remarks, the host escorted Rei off stage. Other minor awards were then presented in quick succession. When Rei returned to his seat, Miyu, sitting beside him, quietly gave him a thumbs up. On his other side, Misaki sighed deeply. "Rei, why did you say that? Talking like that will just attract haters." Editor Misaki, Rei said with an easy smile, "Didn't you say the whole point of coming here was to increase my visibility and gain more personal fans before Hikaru no Go debuts in 2 weeks? Didn't I accomplish that perfectly? I very clearly stated that I would win next year's annual manga award with Hikaru no Go. After tonight, by tomorrow, that title will be spreading all over the manga world." Misaki froze. "You used the award ceremony as a promotional stage. Of course. Didn't it occur to you that if you fail to achieve that, you'll be mocked endlessly next year?" "I have absolute confidence in Hikaru no Go," Rei said. By this time next year, Hikaru no Go would likely reach Sai's disappearance arc. With how exceptional the story was, Rei genuinely couldn't imagine another newly serialized manga surpassing it in artistic impact. Of course, exceptions always existed. Winning awards wasn't everything. Classic works weren't judged by trophies. Even if Hikaru no Go didn't win next year, so what? His priority was to give the series the strongest possible launch. If it really lost next year, Sai's fans would naturally battle the awards committee on his behalf. Any hate he received would be drowned by the tidal wave of Hikaru no Go supporters. Either way, he wouldn't lose. Rei smiled at Misaki. She took a deep breath, and after a long moment, a faint but resolute smile appeared. "Then we both have to work hard. You may not mind being mocked, but I do. I can't stand being judged by people beneath me," Misaki said quietly. "Since the goal has been declared, we'll push toward it with everything we've got." The awards ceremony ended an hour later. At 11:30 p.m., Rei, guided by Misaki, went out for a late dinner. He hadn't eaten earlier because he didn't want to risk looking bloated on stage, and the Yukishiro sisters hadn't eaten either, choosing to accompany him. Rei returned home around 1 a.m. and immediately fell asleep. He completely ignored the flood of messages from Yui, Hana, and several others. The next morning, he got up lazily, washed up, and headed to school. As Ray expected, "I've become a zoo exhibit," Ray muttered with a sigh as he glanced at the students whispering and pointing behind him. The moment he entered the classroom, the chatter exploded. A crowd swarmed him, firing off questions non-stop. Even classmates who always claimed they never read manga turned into crazed fans, pulling out their phones to take pictures. But Ray's mind was far from them. As a man who had lived a whole lifetime before, Ray knew one thing clearly: you only need a few real friends in high school. Everyone else will disappear from your life after graduation. Ray walked to his seat and glanced at Yui and Hana, who looked both hesitant and uneasy. With a playful grin, he said, "So now you believe me? I told you ages ago I was Shirogane, but you never believed me. Otherwise, I might not have bothered accepting that award." Yui and Hana froze for a second, then broke into helpless laughter. Without hesitation, both pulled several volumes of 5 centimeters per second and Tonight from their backpacks. "Sign these, and we'll forgive you," Yui said. "No problem," Ray replied with a smile. "By the way," Hana asked curiously, "how do you even balance studying and drawing manga? Isn't it exhausting?" "Because I'm a genius," Ray said matter-of-factly. Yui hesitated a little before asking, "There's a rumor online that you're close to the Saki." "Saki, she?" "Don't ask me that," Ray said calmly as he handed back their signed volumes. "Saki isn't Miyu." But Yui and Hana didn't seem shocked at all by this answer. At that moment, Miyu walked into the classroom with her school bag. The entire room instantly fell silent again. After all, during yesterday's live broadcast, Miyu's face also appeared in a few shots, and everyone knew she and Ray had taken leave together to attend the awards ceremony. And given how ambiguous their relationship was rumored to be, this didn't feel surprising at all. "Oh, good morning, great manga artist," Miyu said, smiling as she greeted all three of them, Ray included. Among the four of them, some things were understood without ever being spoken. Nobody broke that unspoken balance. In the days that followed, Ray was frequently summoned by teachers and school administrators. But once they learned that his income, even the strict, exam-obsessed director of academics, was stunned into silence. In the end, they could only allow Ray to continue working as a student while serializing manga. During this period, thanks to the reveal of Shirogane's true identity, and his explosive remarks at the awards ceremony, Hikaru no Go had already become a minor phenomenon among manga fans before even starting serialization. On the Dream Comic official website, discussions exploded daily. Some supported Shirogane. Some mocked him. Some waited, eager to see him fail. Some simply came to vent their frustration. But every argument eventually circled back to a single question. What kind of manga is Hikaru no Go? And why is Shirogane so confident? Near the end of January, temperatures dropped toward zero, and light snow began to fall. On that very day, Ray's winter vacation officially began. His high school life had reached its halfway point. And Ray did not waste a single moment. Throughout winter break, he drew manga non-stop, day after day. January slipped away. February arrived. And the serialization date for Hikaru no Go drew near. Only 4 days left. Read 45+ chapters ahead at Trian Ashnoir. Bonus at 1200 PS. 66, Hikaru no Go Episode 1. Ever since Ray's true identity was exposed, groups of fans had been waiting outside Ray's school every day after dismissal, hoping for photos or autographs. Ray originally thought the excitement would last only a few days, but it continued for nearly 2 weeks. Every afternoon, he had to sneak out through side gates, alleys, or the teacher's parking lot like a fleeing criminal. Miyu laughed at him endlessly. "This is why I never reveal my real identity," she teased every day. Fortunately, no matter how enthusiastic the fans were, none dared storm the school. Eventually, after failing to catch Ray for several days, the frenzy faded. By early February, their attention shifted to something far bigger. The release of Hikaru no Go. Online discussions exploded across Japan. Gogogoro 88, I heard the editors at Hashimori liked the manuscript. Salaryman sadness, grow every series in the Big Six gets good internal feedback, otherwise it wouldn't serialize. I want genre spoilers. Romance is justice, please don't let Shirogane-sensei attempt a battle manga. My heart can't take another failed romance battle transition. BL Trap Survivor. Oh no, you're just scared he'll draw battle manga too well and stop writing romance forever. Romance is justice, shut up. Office Escape Ninja. Japan has plenty of fantasy authors. What we're lacking is someone who can write romance like Tonight or 5 centimeters per second. I'm still in a drought. Ice Guy me please, relax. Title says, go. It's probably a sports manga. Maybe romance on the side. But if he screws up the go rules I'm dropping. Otaku at Work Tajikit. It's Tuesday the 3rd. Tomorrow is the day. I'm sneaking out of work early to buy the magazine. Pray for me. Soba Slurper 777. Wish I could. My company fines us even for breathing near the door. Kira Sparkle. Please don't let it be a tragedy. Please. Late at night, Shirogana's fans clogged his mentions with comments, memes, and candid photos taken of Ray sneaking around school like a fugitive. Once they accepted that he was male, their memes evolved instantly. Looks didn't matter, everyone always said. But reality was simple. Yes, looks matter. Even in the manga world. The next morning, sunlight spilled into Tokyo. Kinoshita Kiki, administrator of 3 Shirogane fan groups, woke at 7:30 a.m. Her mission was clear: buy Dream Comic the moment the bookstore opened. Read Hikaru no Go. Write a full review for her fan groups. The nearest bookstore opened at 8:30. Kiki ate breakfast, got ready, and strolled over. The moment she entered, she saw huge stacks of the new issue prominently displayed. The shelves were covered with posters for today's featured series. The poster showed 3 figures: a boy with golden hair, a serious boy at a go board, a graceful, translucent man dressed in Heian-era clothing pointing his folding fan. The art was unmistakably Shirogana's, every line exquisitely detailed. At the top, Hikaru no Go. Kiki snapped a picture, and sent it to her fan groups. She grabbed 2 copies, one to read, one to collect, and hurried home. Her fan groups were already exploding. Chibi Warrior P. Kiki Jia, did you buy it? Sai is my kami, I need spoilers now. Ignoring the chaos, Kiki opened the magazine and flipped to the first chapter. The opening panel showed, drizzling rain, a small stone bridge, flowing water, 2 children running through the rain. They ran into his grandfather's dusty storeroom, where a go board lay stained with old blood. Kiki memorized their names instinctively. They're so young, elementary school, maybe early middle school. But then she remembered that the protagonists of 5 centimeters per second had also begun as children. A coming-of-age romance? Not bad. Then Hikaru, broke because of terrible exam scores, searched the storeroom for something to sell. He chose the bloodstained go board. Strange, why won't these bloodstains come off? Hikaru muttered as he wiped the wooden go board with a towel. What bloodstains? It's spotless. Kaga Akari said nervously. Look, right here. Where? I don't see anything. It's right here. Kiki felt a cold shiver run down her back. Is this a supernatural manga? In the next panel, Hikaru suddenly heard a voice whisper into his ear. You can hear me, can't you? You can hear my voice, right? I found you. I finally found you. Who is it? Come out. Who's talking? Hikaru stood up, shouting into empty air. Akari stared at him in fear. She couldn't see the bloodstains, couldn't hear the voice. She had no idea who Hikaru, now pale and trembling, was talking to. Horrified, she ran away. And then, heaven above, all the gods of the world, I am truly grateful. Behind Hikaru, a man appeared, tall, elegant, ethereal. A beautiful young noble in white Heian-era robes. A feathered fan in hand. A silken turban tied around his long, dark hair. Tears glimmered in his eyes. The next page was a full-page illustration of him. Graceful, refined, impossibly handsome. Even on paper, his presence radiated nobility. Kiki stared blankly. Supernatural? A ghost? Shirogane, what is this genre supposed to be? Since when does a go manga have a ghost? She flipped the page quickly. The story shifted into backstory. Long ago in the Heian period, a legendary go master served in the imperial court, only to be falsely accused of cheating by a jealous rival. Disgraced, stripped of honor, and left without a livelihood, he threw himself into a river. His name was Sai. Kiki felt a pang of sympathy. Then the manga revealed Sai's purpose. He possessed Hikaru because he still wanted to play Go. He wanted to chase the divine move, the hand of God. Seriously. Still obsessed after 1,000 years. Kiki muttered. I'd understand if he was looking for his long-lost lover's reincarnation, but Go. She paused. Well, he is incredibly handsome. The next scene made Kiki sit up straighter. After their initial struggle, Hikaru, still a kid, adapted surprisingly well to being possessed. The following day was a history exam. Hikaru, academically hopeless, suddenly aced questions because Sai recognized the historical figures and whispered the answers to him. Kiki almost snorted out loud. In return, Hikaru grudgingly agreed to help Sai find a Go club after school. And then came the highlight. After classes ended, Hikaru visited a neighborhood Go club. The cashier warned him gently. No one will want to play with an elementary kid. If adults win, it's boring. If they lose, it's humiliating. Kiki nodded unconsciously. That's true, who would want to play Go with a child? But Hikaru pointed toward a boy his age sitting quietly in a corner. Can I play with him? The cashier hesitated. Before she could answer, several old men nearby called out, teasing. Play against him? Ha! He's the strongest one here. Even we can't beat that kid. Kiki blinked. The best Go player in the club is 12. She didn't know it yet, but in Go, one's peak strength often came before 20. Adults in their 40s and 50s rarely beat rising prodigies. The boy finally approached. Are you looking for an opponent? I'll play you. Come in. Kiki froze. So handsome. This was Tuya Akira, the prodigy, serious expression, elegant demeanor, a presence far beyond his age. Teacher Shiragane's art made him almost too beautiful. Hikaru and Akira sat facing each other. What rank are you? Akira asked. Well, I don't know. But I think I'm pretty strong, Hikaru said casually. You don't know, but you think you're strong. Akira smiled softly and opened the lid of the stone box. Then, I'll give you a handicap. 4 or 5 stones. Kiki was already starting to want to laugh. A 1,000-year-old Go player bullying an elementary school student and being given a handicap? Of course, Hikaru immediately refused the opponent's suggestion to go easy. However, Hikaru did receive the courtesy of Akira giving him the first move, playing with black stones. It is worth noting that in the manga version of Hikaru no Go, black stones actually have an advantage. Although there is a komi rule for the first move, in early Japanese rules, when calculating the final score for black, 5.5 points were subtracted to compare with white, compensating for the first move advantage. However, statistics showed that black's winning rate still consistently remained around 52%, so it was later changed to 6.5 komi. And the rules during the serialization of the previous life's Hikaru no Go manga were precisely the 5.5 komi rules. However, in the Japan of this world and in Rei's previous lives, white stones had a greater advantage, because black stones had to give white 7.5 points under rules. At this point in the manga, the plot briefly introduced the way to play Go through Sai's words. Kiki, who understood nothing about Go, turned to the next page of the manga with an expectant expression. Sai crying before playing Go. Tears shed because he could play Go again. Hikaru, who didn't understand Go, holding the stones with his thumb and forefinger in a beginner's grip. And then, Sai's eyes sharpened, and he began to direct Hikaru Shindo's moves. 17-4, the small point in the upper right corner. Hikaru clumsily placed the stone, and Akira responded to his move very relaxedly. The two sides' game in the manga progressed move by move. The process interspersed some simple Go terms like capturing stones and KO fights. Although Kiki didn't understand, she watched with extreme seriousness. What the hell? What am I even watching? What am I studying? Kiki herself felt like something was wrong with her. She clearly didn't understand Go, yet she always stopped to observe the board position. And what was this thirst for knowledge in her heart? Did I really want to learn the rules of Go? Kiki wondered as she continued turning the pages. And the plot continuously described Akira's mental state. He saw Hikaru's Josuke were very old, and he also saw the opponent child's superb Go skills. And then, in the middle game, the turning point arrived. His attitude changed from casual to fully engaged. As Hikaru's next stone was placed, Akira's composure shattered. A chill ran down his spine, and his inner monologue emerged. This isn't the best move, nor is it the strongest move. This is to test my style, to test my strength, like looking down at me from above. Kiki didn't understand, but she was greatly shocked. even a little thrilled. You finally realized the kid opposite you isn't a Go beginner, right? And this game was not described with excessive detail. Hikaru finished the game and left. The result was self-evident. Walking on the street, maple leaves drifting down, Hikaru and Sai began to talk. You should be satisfied now, right? Hikaru smiled. Yes. Then when we get back, you have to help me with my homework. No problem, Sai replied with a gentle smile. Kiki turned the page again. A line appeared. Hikaru no Go, Chapter 1, Eternal Rivals. End. At that moment, a strong sense of loss hit Kiki. It was the sadness of finding a great work and instantly catching up to the latest chapter. Go. Kiki's expression froze a little. Even though she didn't understand Go, she desperately wanted to keep reading. And the chapter title, Eternal Rivals, only made her anticipation stronger. What the hell? Is something wrong with me? This isn't a romance manga. Nor a battle manga. It's purely a Go competition manga. So how the heck did I get this engrossed? 67. Hot discussion. Dream Comics sells over 10 million copies weekly, with distribution channels spanning dozens of prefectures across Japan. There were plenty of people like Kiki, who had nothing to do in the morning and bought magazines simply to pass time. Most of these readers had their own favorite works among the 20 titles serialized in Dream Comic, but all of them would at least take a glance at the brand new series, Hikaru no Go, debuting this week. What if this new manga actually turned out to be interesting? Because of that mindset, the moment the official Dream Comic forum opened that morning, threads discussing Hikaru no Go were already piled up in the trending section. A huge part of the audience knew absolutely nothing about Go, but they were still getting sucked in by the story. And when people don't understand something, they naturally turn to the forum to ask. Strawberry Milk 77, so this manga is literally just about playing Go. No romance in Shirogane-sensei's new work. Cat ears on Tuesday. If Toya Akira were a girl, that would be perfect. Then the male and female leads would basically be confirmed in Chapter 1. Blushing shoujo fan, I'm just saying, if Toya Akira were a girl, the OTP would already be locked in Chapter 1. Oh my god you guys, Shirogane, who's Shirogane? Aren't we supposed to be talking about the manga? Tapwater expert, Shirogane is the author. He's a second year at the 20th high school in Tokyo. And he's actually a guy. And good looking too. Hey that's my high school. Wait, that high school. It's literally under my apartment. You're telling me a kid from there serialized in Dream Comic? This better not be a joke. Lore Lover 999, search it yourself. Shirogane's info is everywhere. His parents went bankrupt. He started submitting manga in the first year of high school. It's an inspirational story. Go is hard, please help, but he's 16. Can he really draw a Go manga? Does he even know Go? Shiro and Anfen 42, the official Hashimori website literally announced this. Hikaru no Go is co-created by Shirogane and professional Go player Rika. Shirogane writes the story, Rika handles the Go moves. Shocked Potato 88, Rika? I've watched her matches. She's one of Japan's top female pros. How did I not know this was a collaboration? Forum Mom Official, focus on the story, children. Why are you all gossiping about the author? Simp for Sai, excuse you, Sai is too handsome not to discuss. And Toya Akira is also too handsome not to discuss. Yes please, sorry but Shirogane-sensei is handsome in real life too. If he joined a teen idol drama, I swear he could play the third male lead without breaking immersion. Why should I simp for Sai when I can simp for the creator? Realistic reader, anyway, Chapter 1 is all set up. Let's wait for more plot. Newbie wants help. Okay, I'm a total Go beginner. Can someone explain the game between Sai and Akira? I came here for enlightenment. Amateur 7 Danslays, what's there to explain? The skill gap is absurd. But wait, I'll open a separate thread. I'm Amateur 7 Dan and even I barely understood that match. Update faster please, Shirogane-sensei, please update. I need Sai vs Akira round 2. Old Man Go Soul, I'm a Go fan of 30 years, and I finally get to see a Japanese Go manga again. I don't care what anyone says, I'm a fan of this kid Shirogane. In all these threads, whether discussing Go, analyzing the characters, or gossiping about the author, everyone collectively built up massive momentum for Hikaru no Go. And after discussing, a huge number of readers voted for the manga and even left ratings on the magazine's official vote page. Dream Comic didn't just judge series by votes. They also evaluated reader ratings. Because votes only showed popularity, not quality. A violent, chaotic, brainless but fun manga might get tons of casual votes from people who enjoyed the stupidity, but its value as an IP would be nearly zero. People would watch such an anime on TV to kill time. But no one would buy merchandise. A true long-term commercial IP, one that can sell figures, art books, games, and adaptations, always has high reader ratings, not just high votes. This was why Dream Comics' editorial department judged series based on both numbers. Votes popularity. Ratings quality. Only works that performed well on both axes were given extra support. A work with low votes but high ratings might just be a slow-burn story, but a work that has both low votes and low ratings, there's nothing left to say. The magazine will immediately start preparing for cancellation. So from early morning onward, Misaki had been sitting at her workstation, furiously refreshing the Dream Comic forum, keeping an eye on reader reviews for Hikaru no Go. After searching almost the entire day, she still couldn't find many negative reviews, barely a handful of lukewarm comments at most. A small part of her tightly clenched heart finally relaxed. Judging from this situation, when the popularity rankings come out tomorrow, at least it won't be dead last. Misaki exhaled deeply. In her view, Shirogane didn't understand the internal realities of the manga industry at all. He always had this inexplicable, almost outrageous confidence in his own work, like no matter who the competitors were in the magazine, his manga would always stand a chance. But reality was much harsher. Every manga serialized in Dream Comic had terrifying fanbases. Which series didn't have millions of supporters? Which manga didn't start with at least 2 million copies per volume? And all of them had built up loyal readerships over many years. Even with all the promotional boosts Dream Comic gave to new series, realistically, for Hikaru no Go, the best-case scenario for its debut chapter was simply not placing at the bottom of the 20 serialized works. Still, because she had read ahead in the manuscript and knew how good the later chapters were, she believed the popularity could slowly climb. Her greatest hope was modest but realistic. If Hikaru no Go could eventually stabilize within the top 10, that alone would be enough for anime and live-action adaptations. Because among the manga currently serialized in Dream Comic that consistently ranked top 10, 7 already had full anime adaptations. 5 had theatrical movies. 4 had dedicated console/mobile games, selling millions to tens of millions. Several mobile games brought in hundreds of millions in monthly revenue. And that didn't even include novels, art books, merchandise, figures, etc. Those authors, every single one, were basically billionaires. However, a Go series. Misaki sighed under her breath. If Hikaru no Go could someday squeeze into the top 10, that would already be an unbelievably good outcome. But realistically, could a Go-themed manga ever fight head-to-head with the hot-blooded battle manga dominating the upper rankings? She honestly had no confidence at all. Read 45+ chapters ahead at Trian Ashnoir. Bonus at 1600 PS. 68 results. Thursday morning. The moment Ray stepped onto the second floor of the school building, he froze. It was even more ridiculous than before. A crowd of manga-obsessed students had already clogged the doorway of his classroom. Most of them were students from the same high school who enjoyed reading manga. Yesterday, many had bought the latest issue of Dream Comic, and after reading Hikaru no Go's debut chapter, the excitement bubbling in their hearts could no longer be contained. So today, they gathered in front of Ray's classroom to catch a glimpse of him. Ray inhaled deeply, braced himself, and began squeezing through the herd of students. After a painful struggle, he finally pushed his way inside and shut the door behind him. The noise outside immediately died down. Under the curious gazes of his classmates, he walked to his desk and sat down. To them, he was someone they saw every day. No matter how famous a person became, if you saw them daily, the shock value naturally faded. Their attitude toward him was now a mix of familiarity and a quiet pride. Our classmate is a famous manga artist. You see how impressive you are now, right? Miyu snorted, unable to hide how funny she found the situation. After all, her own identity as the manga artist Saki remained perfectly hidden. Even though there were rumors online guessing that Shirogane's mysterious friend Saki might also attend this high school, nobody would realistically suspect her, an honor student consistently ranking top 5 in the grade. Except, of course, for Hana and Yui. From the number of times she'd slipped up in front of them, showing herself to be a die-hard fan of sake, any normal person would start doubting things. But since neither girl had ever questioned her directly, everything simply remained unspoken. Hey, Rei, who's the real protagonist in Hikaru no Go? Shindo Hikaru or Sai? Rei, sign this for me. My sister is begging for your autograph. Rei, how much do you earn per page? Be honest. Rei, can you teach me to draw manga? Do you think I have talent? Can I serialize in Dream Comics someday like you? His classmates surrounded him enthusiastically the moment he sat down, throwing questions at him from every direction. Rei fulfilled the reasonable requests calmly. Keep it up, Rei. Miyu said with a bright smile from a nearby row. The first chapter of Hikaru no Go was really good. I'll definitely follow it. Yeah, do your best, Yui immediately added. I looked it up, out of the 20 manga running in Dream Comic, 12 already have anime adaptations or are preparing for one. As long as you're not dead last, we might actually get to watch the Hikaru no Go anime by the time we graduate. This is our last week of the first semester of sophomore year. If you work hard, I'll have something awesome to brag about when I start university. At that comment, the classroom suddenly went silent. Serializing a manga and serializing a manga that might get an anime were two completely different leagues. I'll do my best, Rei smiled. At lunchtime, Rei and Miyu went to the rooftop as usual. Rei was waiting for Dream Comic to release the first week ranking of Hikaru no Go. Of course, Miyu was waiting too. Her own manga, Sakura Rain, was currently ranking top 3 in Amatsukage Weekly, but she actually cared less about her own ranking than she did about Rei's. In fact, she was the one acting nervous, constantly twirling a strand of hair beside her ear. Why are you nervous? Rei asked. At this rate, you'll go bald before we hit third year. You'll go bald. She snapped, glaring at him. And besides, isn't it normal for me to be nervous? Your results are way better than mine now. From the way your series performs in Dream Comic, I can judge how far I am from ever entering that magazine. If your manga doesn't do well, that means I'm still nowhere near Dream Comic standards. You really overthink things, Rei sighed. But why aren't you nervous? She asked. This is your manga. Aren't you even a little worried that the ranking might come out dead last? So what? Rei replied calmly. If Hikaru no Go ranks at the very bottom for its debut, that just means the only direction left is upward. Sometimes I genuinely don't understand your confidence, she muttered. You're not seriously trying to break into Dream Comic and still think you'll reach the top of the rankings with your first work there. Just then, Rei's phone rang. It was editor Misaki. Miyu immediately closed her mouth and leaned closer, trying to listen without being obvious. How's the result, editor Misaki? Rei answered straight away. The ranking for Hikaru no Go's first chapter is 15th, she said. 15th. Rei paused, then smiled. Thank you for your hard work, editor Misaki. Although the debut ranking isn't high, it's above the cancellation line. And more importantly, she continued, the reader rating for this chapter is very high. After the first chapter was serialized, hundreds of thousands of readers rated it. It scored 9.0, the highest opening score for a new series in Dream Comic in recent years. After hanging up, Rei looked at Miyu, who had been shamelessly eavesdropping beside him. Alright, you heard it. That's the situation for Hikaru no Go's debut. 15th place. Rei's expression became more serious. This will be the lowest ranking Hikaru no Go ever gets. Even with how brilliant the manga was, a niche genre like Go needed time to ferment before exploding in popularity. Friday was the school's final activity day. After that, a 20-day winter break officially began. Rei finally didn't have to go to school during the day and draw manga deep into the night. And best of all, he didn't have to deal with the increasingly obsessed manga fans stalking him in the hallways. On Monday, Misaki came to collect the manuscript for Chapter 6 of Hikaru no Go. Tuesday, Rei spent the entire day with Rika, discussing the advanced Go positions needed for future chapters. Then came Wednesday, the publication day for Hikaru no Go's second chapter. Without the new series spotlight from the previous week, this week's Dream Comic cover returned to its standard layout. Fujiwara no Sai, now a fan favorite, appeared only in a tiny corner of the cover, the kind of placement you'd miss unless you examined it closely. This alone reflected the hard truth of magazine hierarchy. Even so, countless fans woke early to head to bookstores for the new issue. Fans who had been suffering for a week finally opened Chapter 2. Chapter 2 was a transition arc. After receiving a flyer for a children's Go tournament in Chapter 1, Hikaru was forced by Sai to visit the event and watch the matches. While Sai explained the moves of two children competing, Hikaru accidentally repeated Sai's analysis aloud, an analysis so sharp that it instantly caught the attention of Ogata, a professional 9-dan player present at the venue. Ogata, deeply surprised that a child could blurt out a move even pros would hesitate over, immediately took interest in Hikaru. Not only him, Ogata's teacher, the world-class champion Toya Koyo, also noticed Hikaru. He even said that besides his own son Toya Akira, he never imagined another child of the same age could display such skill. Hikaru apologized again and again to the event staff, and his rude, big-mouth commentary was finally forgiven. As he walked out of the venue, Akira, who had been agonizing ever since losing that first match, rushed desperately to the location by subway, by taxi, and finally by bicycle. Akira arrived at the exact moment Hikaru stepped outside. The final page of Chapter 2 showed Akira, chest heaving from exhaustion, but eyes burning with intensity as he stared straight at Hikaru. He had finally found him. But Akira had no idea that the person he sought, the presence he longed to challenge, was not Hikaru, but Sai, standing unseen behind him. "I found you. I finally found you, Hikaru." A sense of destiny coursed through every panel. Even though this chapter served as a transition, it successfully introduced major characters like Toya Koyo and Ogata, and the long-awaited reunion between Akira and Hikaru pulled the story into the eye of an approaching storm. After the chapter went live, countless readers flocked online, their appetites completely whetted. They didn't understand Go, but they understood the feeling. They understood the drama. And they definitely understood the hype. Chapter 2 ends here. Shirogane-sensei, how are you sleeping tonight? You already drew so many pages this week. Couldn't you give us one more? How can you leave us on a cliffhanger for another full week? 69. Development. As a newly serialized work in Dream Comic, Hikaru no Go naturally drew massive attention across Japan's manga industry. Not only did the Dream Group's internal staff have their own review metrics, but the 6 major manga publishers in the surrounding prefectures were all keeping a close eye on this new title. These companies competed fiercely, so they watched everything that appeared in Dream Comics' flagship magazine. At first, everyone treated a Go-themed manga like a joke. It wasn't that Go manga had never appeared before, several second- and third-tier magazines had tried, but history showed the same conclusion every time. Go manga never worked. How could readers who didn't even know the rules of Go possibly follow Go matches in a manga? But after 2 chapters of Hikaru no Go, the situation the 5 rival publishers had hoped for simply didn't happen. Instead, online discussion about the series kept growing hotter and hotter. Logically, the reaction should have been, "I don't understand Go, so why is Shirogane-sensei making a manga about something I can't understand? He clearly doesn't understand the market." But in reality, readers became strangely patient. They ignored the absurd learning barrier and simply enjoyed the story. Even if they didn't understand the matches, Go experts on Dream Comics' official forum began taking screenshots of the boards in the manga and breaking down every move, opening Josuke, key turning points, shape efficiency, even variations several moves ahead. Especially the match in Chapter 2 where Hikaru accidentally revealed Sai's reading during someone else's game. Several high-level amateur Go players made analysis threads, and some gained over 10,000 comments. A whole crowd of readers who knew nothing about Go ended up staring at diagrams, reading breakdowns, thanking Go masters for teaching them, and learning Go completely unintentionally. Readers who opened a manga to relax ended up working overtime to learn Go. The rival publishers were stunned. Could a Go manga actually succeed now? Journalists also jumped on the trend, releasing article after article starting Thursday morning. After all, even if Go is niche, it is elegant, refined, and part of traditional culture. Among the ancient arts, Go had always been a symbol of culture and intellect. So even if a Go manga didn't attract a massive fanbase, its cultural value gave it prestige. And with Hikaru no Go's rising reputation, the media quickly picked up the scent. This became even more obvious when Ray, stepping out for breakfast that morning, found several reporters waiting with cameras at the entrance to his apartment building. They weren't manga reporters. They were Go industry reporters, the kind whose segments appear on cultural TV programs on secondary national channels. They didn't interview him long, just guided him gently toward the statement they wanted. And Ray understood exactly what they needed, so he delivered. The reason I chose Go as the theme of my new manga is simple. I hope more young people in Japan can discover this elegant, deeply competitive sport. Just like that, the purpose of Hikaru no Go suddenly sounded noble, refined, even educational. The reporters left satisfied. Something's not right. Ray finally sensed the shift. Ever since his identity as Shirogane was revealed, he had become a daily spectacle. But now even reporters were coming to find him. He remembered the reports from his previous life, in Japan. Before the original Hikaru no Go manga, the Go-playing population was around 3 million. After serialization ended, within just a few years, the Go population exceeded 4 million. A single manga had increased the Go population by 1/3. In Taiwan and other East Asian regions, Go academies and children's Go classes exploded in popularity, operating at full capacity. Youth tournament registrations doubled. Right now, Hikaru no Go in this world was still only 2 chapters in. The true wave of popularity hadn't even begun. Once the plot fully unfolded, Ray realized something troubling. If Hikaru no Go became as explosively popular in Japan as it had in his previous life, then wouldn't he soon be surrounded every day by fans, crowds, and reporters pressing their cameras inches from his face? He thought about it for a moment and quickly gave up. There was no solution. He had already chosen the path of a manga artist. He couldn't expect to enjoy the fame, money, and influence without also enduring the chaos that came with it. There's no such thing as a one-sided blessing in this world. When the time came, the school's security team would be the ones losing sleep. At most, Ray figured he'd pay for a few compensation snacks out of his own pocket. During winter break, Miyu often invited Ray to her home. Of course, she only had one motive: get Dream Comic Insider information from him. When both of them were serialized in the same magazine, Misaki never hid anything from her, and Miyu could freely hear all sorts of internal details face to face. But now that Ray serialized in Dream Comic and Miyu serialized in a Matsukage Weekly, Misaki refused to leak anything. That was her professional ethics. Whether Ray chose to tell Miyu privately was something Misaki didn't care about. Dream Group's executives hadn't forbidden editors from sharing minor rankings with close acquaintances. This week's second chapter of Hikaru no Go didn't get any of the special promotion it had in the debut week. Miyu muttered anxiously. I'm worried the ranking might fall. I told you, you don't need to be nervous at all, Ray replied calmly, drinking tea in Misaki's living room. It's not for nothing. Miyu protested. If your ranking tanks, I'll feel awful. You're the one I recommended to my sister. You're the goal I'm chasing. You're Misaki's biggest achievement. And right now, out of all the manga artists our age in Japan, you're the only one I feel is still ahead of me. If your new work suddenly does poorly, it'll hit me hard. Then Miyu narrowed her eyes. And the way Akira chases after Hikaru in your manga, doesn't it look exactly like me chasing after you? Ray, did you base Akira's character on me? Ray stiffened. Because, yes, she wasn't wrong. Sai was crushing Akira with thousand-year divine skill. And Ray was crushing Miyu with the experience and memories of an entire previous life's manga industry. It was a dimensionality reduction attack. He cleared his throat. Fine, let me quote a line from a future chapter of Hikaru no Go. Ray looked at her and said softly, "Stop chasing my shadow. You won't catch it." You. Miyu's eyes widened. You're seriously too arrogant. To Ray, he was simply stating the truth. To Miyu, he sounded like he was teasing her. Humph. Don't get full of yourself. Sakura Rain is less than 6,000 votes away from second place in this week. Just wait. When my manga reaches the top, and once it finishes, my next work will definitely run in Dream Comic, and I'll crush your ranking and laugh at you. Yes, I know, Ray replied with a lazy smile. He could tell she wasn't truly angry, just frustrated and competitive. Just then, Ray's phone rang. He answered. On the other end, Misaki spoke quickly, excitement obvious in her voice. It moved up one spot from last week, 14th place. Read 45 plus chapters ahead at Trian Ash Noir. Bonus at 2000 PS. 70, Episode 3. As a new manga, Hikaru no Go had benefited from the magazine's standard promotional push. Misaki still felt that ranking 15th was unstable. No one knew whether the series would crash in its second week. But instead, it rose. Not by luck, not by promotion, but on its own merit. 14th place. Ray paused. It only moved up one spot. Ray, Misaki said with her editor tone returning. This is Dream Comic Weekly, not Sakura Weekly or Amatsukage Weekly. Every manga here already has millions of fans. Even moving up a single spot is difficult. Your thinking is exactly like when Hikaru provoked Akira in Chapter 3. Yes, you're a genius, but don't underestimate the veterans of this industry. Yes, I was wrong. I'll watch my words. I'm not scolding your ambition, Misaki continued. What I want is patience. Impatience ruins manga. A youthful mindset, on the other hand, is priceless. Once lost, people stop daring to dream. Their manga becomes skill without soul. But a shonen manga drawn by someone who still dreams, that has the potential to become one of Japan's top works. If Hikaru no Go can steadily reach and hold the top 10 before it ends, she added, that alone would be a tremendous victory for you. Ray hung up the phone. 14th place. Naturally, he wasn't satisfied. In his previous life, Hikaru no Go never ranked 1 in Weekly Shonen Jump. But look at the competition back then. Naruto, One Piece, Hunter x Hunter. With titans like those dominating the rankings, Hikaru no Go could only climb so high. But in Japan, in this world, what would its peak be? After Chapter 2, Hikaru no Go ranked 14th, but its reader rating was 9.1, placing 7th out of 20. From every angle, an extremely strong opening. Online discussion didn't fade at all, instead, it intensified day after day. Wednesday, Hikaru no Go Chapter 3 release day. Japan's 6 major magazines each had massive fanbases. Even early in the morning, plenty of people lined up to buy the newest Dream Comic issue. However, Sayori wasn't normally a Dream Comic loyalist. For the past year, the magazine she purchased every issue was Monogatari Comic, and her favorite manga was Zero Contract by the genius manga artist Eira, who consistently ranked top 5. She originally learned of Shirogane through Eira's public support. And from there, everything spiraled. She became a loyal fan of both Eira and Shirogane, which meant buying both Monogatari Comic and Dream Comic every week. Today I get to read Dream Comic, tomorrow I get to read Monogatari Comic, life is perfect. Sayori walked out of the bookstore happily, glancing at the new magazine cover. This week, Hikaru's position on the cover was far more visible than last week. Did that mean the rankings improved? Sayori bought snacks and breakfast, then hurried home through the February chill. The moment she arrived, she tore open the magazine and flipped immediately to the Hikaru no Go pages. The art was, as always, stunning, painstakingly detailed backgrounds, beautiful composition. And the character designs? Shoujo mangatir beauty. Especially Sai and Akira. They were absurdly handsome. In the upcoming Comic-Con, I have to cosplay Sai. Chapter 3 continued directly from last week. After Akira heard that Hikaru might appear at the Children's Go tournament, he rushed over in a frenzy, subway, taxi, bicycle, doing everything possible just to find him. But when he finally stood in front of Hikaru, he didn't know what to say. The two boys simply exchanged a few peaceful words about Go. Hikaru spoke about the excitement he felt at the Go tournament earlier, that raw, electric atmosphere unique to competition. Akira, however, voiced something entirely different. Touched. Have you never been serious? Akira asked sharply. Serious? Let me see your hands. My hands. The manga switched into Akira's inner monologue. Hikaru's nails weren't trimmed short. There were no hardened calluses from hours upon hours of holding stones. Not the hands of someone who played Go every day. Then Akira asked, do you want to become a professional Go player? And there it was, the manga's main storyline revealed. A professional Go player. A Go pro. Me. Becoming a pro player. Ha ha ha, I've never even thought about it. Hikaru burst out laughing. Sayori frowned hard. This kid, could he be any worse at reading the room? But then, she sighed at herself. Why on earth was she expecting emotional intelligence from a 12-year-old boy? He was literally still a child. Akira, on the other hand, answered with perfect clarity. I want to. His expression was calm, but in the manga panel, his eyes were unwavering. So unwavering that Sayori instantly forgot her irritation with Hikaru. Lightning split the sky as clouds darkened overhead. The plot pushed forward, Hikaru asking if professional Go players earned money. Akira explained that Japan's Meijin, Kisei, Tengen, and Gozei title matches all had prize pools worth millions. Of course, Rei had adapted the titles to match Japan's Go world in this universe. And in this world, Go, thanks to heavy national support, wasn't like the low-prize tournaments of Rei's previous life's Japan. Major titles here offered several million yen at minimum, sometimes far more. Then came the line that made Sayori clutch her head. Adding it up, that's over 10 million. Oh, haha. Then it's not so bad to occasionally become a pro and win a few championship prizes. He wasn't just careless now, he was delusional. And of course, Hikaru wasn't even talking to Akira. He was chatting with Sai, the person only he could see. Akira's expression instantly turned terrifying. Sayori almost wanted to leap into the pages and scold Hikaru herself. Seriously, what are you bragging about, you clueless brat? How could he say something like that? To Akira, who had trained non-stop since childhood, whose entire life was filled with Go, who had been defeated by Hikaru, a kid who didn't even play Go. Akira exploded. What you just said insults every professional Go player. You're not qualified to play Go at all. Anyone who truly plays Go would never speak with such arrogance. His presence in the manga almost seemed to burst from the page. Even in the rain, his gentle but unbending aura radiated like a storm. Thunder cracked the sky open. Rain soaked through Akira's hair as water dripped from his chin, his pupils reflecting Hikaru's silhouette. Why did I lose, to someone like him? The bitterness on Akira's face made Sayori's heart twist painfully. If she were him, she would have cried already. Play me. Right now. Akira said, fist clenched. I will become a professional Go player. If you really have the strength to win championships so easily, then you wouldn't have lost to me. Let's settle this, now. Oh no. The protagonist had done it now. Not only had Hikaru angered Akira, he had insulted every hard-working Go player through his thoughtless words. Akira wasn't just trying to win back the game he'd lost. He was standing up for every kid who'd bled, cried, and trained for years. And yet, Sayori felt a sudden dread. Would Sai destroy Akira again? Would Akira suffer more because of Hikaru's stupidity? Why was she so anxious when she didn't even understand Go? Shirogane-sensei, please, stop torturing Akira. He's a good kid. 71. Popularity. On the subway, Sai stood quietly beside Hikaru, while Akira Toya stood with his back to them, staring out the window. Hikaru could clearly sense how serious Akira was, and only then did he realize that he may have said something wrong. But 12-year-old pride makes apologies difficult. Even when Sai openly pointed out his mistake, Hikaru puffed up his cheeks and refused to admit it. Don't forget, last time you only beat him by 2 points. And with your strength, only winning by 2 points against ordinary grade schoolers. I don't believe you can easily win championships. So Hikaru started shifting blame, saying Sai wasn't strong enough or that he was just joking. Sayori sighed. This, truly was how children behaved. Infuriating, but painfully realistic. Sai, ever patient, explained. That was just a teaching game. The purpose was to guide your opponent toward proper moves. I wasn't trying to crush him. And Hikaru, Akira is not an ordinary elementary schooler. Though immature, his Go already shines with brilliance, he radiates an extraordinary aura. Inside the subway, Sai and Hikaru argued internally, while Akira stared at his reflection in the window, his expression sharp, focused, determined. That oppressive, storm-like presence burst off the page. This was Go. Even though it was just 2 kids playing, Sayori felt her chest tighten. When they reached the Go club, the same middle-aged uncles were there. And the moment Akira walked in with Hikaru, the whole club erupted. It's him, that kid who beat Akira. People put down their stones immediately, crowding around the 2 boys sitting at the board. Akira spoke first, please sit. Then, as if asking, but actually declaring, shall we play even? I'll take the stones. Sayori finally understood the procedure. Akira picked stones. Hikaru guessed odd or even. If correct, Hikaru played black. If wrong, white. Even number. I got it right. I'm black. Akira immediately shot back, you'll give me 7.5 points. This was nothing like last time, when he offered Hikaru a handicap of 3 stones. Today, Akira's eyes were razor-sharp, and Hikaru was intimidated into silence. "Please teach me. Please, teach me." Hikaru echoed awkwardly. Then the match began. 17-4. On the very first move, Akira fell into deep thought. Sai considered going easy, but Sayori shouted internally. "Yes. Be gentle. He's a kid. Save your brutality for Hikaru, the one who keeps running his mouth." But Akira's opening moves were like blades, so sharp Sai couldn't take it lightly. Stone after stone fell. Sayori had no idea what the moves meant, but the atmosphere made it perfectly clear who controlled the game. Akira's aura grew sharper. Sai's expression grew heavier. Eventually, "Good, come at me." Sai smiled faintly. Akira's counterattack exploded across the board. Black and white clashed, cutting, connecting, fighting for life. Sayori couldn't explain what she was seeing, but she couldn't look away either. Then she flipped the page, and the entire mood crashed down. Rain streaked the windows. The cheering uncles' faces darkened. Akira's shoulders trembled as tears dripped onto the board. Still, he upheld the final dignity of a Go player. I resign." Sayori blinked, stunned. Did Shirogane-sensei really have to do this? Would it have killed him to let Akira win just once? Hikaru, guilty and uncomfortable, tried to comfort him. Which, to a defeated player, felt less like kindness, and more like mockery. If Hikaru had just left quietly, Akira would suffer less. Akira fell into deep self-doubt. Raised by a Meijin father, trained every day of his life, yet powerless in front of this peer possessed by Sai. Meijin prestigious professional Go title. The manga's lighting dimmed. Unable to bear the tension, Hikaru ran out into the rain. He confronted Sai. "Why did you have to win like that? Why not win by a little, like last time?" Sai's response was simple, sad, and honest. "He did not give me the chance, nor the space to hold back." Sayori's emotions merged with the manga completely. She didn't understand Go. She didn't understand the depth of passion behind it. But Akira's portrayal, it made her wonder. Do real Go players also rise through such pain, practice, and persistence? Is becoming a professional really this intense? Among the over 1 billion people in Japan, how many love and are passionate about Go like Akira? At the end of the 3rd chapter, Hikaru, despite winning against Akira, was plagued by self-reproach for several days. But because of that game, Hikaru gradually developed an interest in Go. Until one day, driven by his newfound interest in Go, he returned to the entrance of that Go club. There, he bumped into Agat Seiji, a 9-dan professional player he had met at the Go tournament, and was pulled into the club by him, where he also met Akira's father, Koyo Toya. Through a series of coincidences, Koyo also realized that the child who had blurted out a crucial move that only professional players could see at the Go tournament, and the player who had been rumored to have beaten his son in recent days, were one and the same person. And the other party, in turn, directly challenged him to a game. Hikaru instinctively refused, but Sai pleaded with him to let him play against Koyo, a top contemporary player. Sayori's heart tightened again. Then, the most touching scene in the 3rd chapter of the manga appeared. Koyo's moves were clean and decisive, carrying a sharp intensity. In contrast, Hikaru's method of holding the stone between his thumb and index finger seemed clumsy and awkward. Sai whispered the next move's location in his ear. But deep inside Hikaru, there was an urge. Actually, I want to play too. He instinctively reached for the stone box. Then he instinctively began to learn the posture of a professional player's move. I want to, like him, play Go. Sayori held her breath, her eyes scanning the last page of the 3rd chapter of the manga. It showed Hikaru not following Sai's suggested move, but instead holding a Go stone between his index and middle fingers, and spontaneously placing it wherever he wanted. Hikaru's face showed a startled expression as he looked at his fingers after making the move. Behind him, Sai's expression was equally surprised. In front of Hikaru, Koyo intently watched Hikaru's move. Just a simple manga panel, yet it completely ignited Sayori's suppressed emotions. Although she didn't understand it, she was incredibly excited. This is Hikaru, the protagonist of this manga, making his first move in the game. The plot was a bit sudden, and Hikaru was a bit willful, but it sparked a longing in her. Is Go such a cool sport? Turning the page again, Sayori found it was a scene from another manga in the journal. Chapter 3, finished already. A sense of loss welled up in her heart. Teacher Shirogane, what do you mean by ending it here? This is a game between Sai and Koyo, who can almost be called the #1 Go player in contemporary manga. You let Hikaru make a random move, and then you cut the story here. Who taught you to end chapters like this? What will happen to this game? Can Sai turn this game around? I really want to know what happens next. So annoying. Unable to bear it any longer, Sayori opened her computer and searched for the Dream Comic official website. As soon as she opened the forum, she found that there were quite a few fans like her. Can anyone tell me what's so special about the game between Sai and Koyo? I don't understand it at all. What can you tell from only a dozen moves? It's all in the opening layout. It's just that Hikaru's last move was too terrible, utterly unplayable. I don't even want to talk about it. This protagonist makes me furious. Can't you change the protagonist to Sai? Haven't you understood yet? In this manga, Sai can only be the male secondary character. He should be possessing Hikaru, guiding him to grow and enter the world of Go, which is the main storyline. Exactly, if Sai were the protagonist and Hikaru was just a robotic assistant for playing Go, this manga wouldn't last more than half a year. Most likely, it would be a story of Sai rampaging through the Go world and eventually becoming a world champion, which would feel quite boring. It got me excited. What a cool manga, Hikaru's last move, really, I felt such a strong sense of immersion. Me too, my scalp tingled when I saw that scene. Although I felt Hikaru was willful, I was also moved by his actions. It seems he really fell in love with Go under Sai's influence. I never thought I would one day get so excited about a manga I don't understand at all. The story is too excellent. It doesn't matter if you don't understand Go, as long as you understand the plot. But I want to understand both the plot and Go. Then go find a beginner's Go tutorial book and read it. But let me tell you, it's completely different from reading manga. Beginner Go tutorials are extremely dry, the rules are complicated enough, and there are a bunch of josuke to memorize. It doesn't matter, I'll buy it this afternoon. It's rare to be interested in something, so I'll learn it first. I'm not planning to be a professional player or anything, I just want to understand the games in this manga. I still find it hard to believe that this is a story drawn by a romance manga artist. Teacher Shirogane is truly amazing, it's just this plot cliffhanger, sigh, it's too frustrating. The discussion threads about Hikaru no Go on the forum had clearly increased significantly compared to last week. And most importantly, the number of negative reviews for the Hikaru no Go manga remained extremely low, as always. Unlike other manga in the Dream Comic Journal, the vast majority of serialized manga receive mixed reviews. It can be said that there are a great number of people who like a particular manga and an equally great number who dislike it. Often, the manga ranked first in the journal also has the most anti-fans among all serialized manga in the journal. But Hikaru no Go was peculiar. People who understood Go enjoyed it thoroughly, while those who didn't understand Go were swept up by the emotional tension between the characters, and, unexpectedly, began developing a strong interest in Go because of the theme. As for anti-fans, they were almost impossible to find. Even those who admitted, after reading 3 chapters, that this wasn't their usual type of manga rarely criticized it. At most, they complained about how annoying Hikaru could be. The next day, the newest performance statistics for Dream Comic Weekly were released. Chapter 3 of Hikaru no Go ranked 13th in popularity and maintained a 9.1 rating, which, due to tiny shifts in the decimal points, pushed its rating ranking up to 6th place among the 20 serialized titles. Initially, most of the industry expected Hikaru no Go to hover around 14th to 15th place for a while. Only after accumulating some momentum would it even attempt to break into the top 10. But by now, Dream Comic insiders had started noticing something unusual. 3 consecutive weeks of upward movement was rare enough that many editors began paying very close attention. Especially within the editorial department, people were now openly envious of Misaki. Misaki is unbelievably lucky. She just happened to discover Shirogane, and in less than a year she went from assistant editor at Sakura Iroh Weekly to assistant editor for Dream Comics serialized works. Luck, sigh. This new manga Hikaru no Go is shaping up to be something special. This is probably the strongest performing new series in its first 3 weeks over the past 3 years. 15th in week 1, 14th in week 2, 13th in week 3, steadily rising every single week. Some manga sit in the same position for half a year and never budge, but this one really looks like a dark horse. And its reader rating keeps inching upward too. Its reputation is actually stronger than its raw popularity. That's the strange part. Are Japanese readers suddenly okay with a Go manga? Didn't a small secondary magazine serialize a Go manga a few years ago? It got axed in under 14 months. Should I tell my own artists to experiment with this theme too? Feels like Go might be a new micro-trend. Even I'm getting curious. Though most editors tried not to let Misaki hear these conversations, her hearing was excellent. When she calmed down and focused, all the murmured discussions slowly drifted into her ears. A Go-themed trend in the manga industry. Misaki almost burst out laughing internally. It was clearly Rei's storytelling that was the real force behind this. His Hikaru no Go, even if you replaced Go with chess or shogi or any other mind sport, would still grip the audience. After calming herself, Misaki stared for a long time at the latest ranking. At this rate, how long until it breaks into the top 10? If the climb continued and the reputation remained this strong, a new thought quietly formed in her mind. Based on Hashimori Group's history, if a title keeps rising every week, and its rating stays high, upper management will absolutely begin preparing multimedia expansion early. Japan's market was enormous. Animation investors weren't cautious the way foreign markets were. Very few adaptations ever truly lost money, the audience pool was simply too large. Even weak adaptations usually found tens of thousands of niche fans. Let alone titles from the 6 major magazines, where even mediocre works could earn solid returns. Misaki originally only hoped that Hikaru no Go would help Rei establish himself at Dream Comic Weekly. She hadn't even dared think about adaptations. But now, her perspective was shifting. Ambitions grow with the environment. Manga artists dream of seeing their work animated. Editors dream of seeing the titles they've nurtured air during primetime hours on national TV stations. 72 New Semester and Episode 6. The next day, the results for the 3rd chapter of Hikaru no Go were released. Its popularity ranking in Dream Comic Weekly rose again, this time landing at 13th place. The reader rating also increased slightly, though its rating rank remained steady at 6th place. By this point, both the Hashimori Group and the broader manga industry in Japan had reached a clear conclusion: this manga wasn't just a temporary novelty. 1 or 2 weeks of good performance could be attributed to curiosity about a new theme. But 3 consecutive weeks of rising popularity, rising vote totals, rising rating, almost no negative reviews proved that this series had real momentum. Even more interestingly, manga analysts looking into Shiragane's career noticed a pattern across all 3 of his works since debut. Every one of his mangas starts slow, builds fanbase for a few weeks, then suddenly explodes when the plot hits a turning point. Exactly the same pattern as his previous titles. This raised a burning question inside the industry. Is Shiragane really a new manga artist? This was Dream Comic Weekly, the 3rd largest weekly manga magazine. Every artist serialized here was a monster-level talent, selected from tens of thousands of hopefuls. Yet this high schooler was quietly climbing week by week, completely unfazed by the competition. Soon, the manga industry media began flooding with articles. Genius Shiragane's new work achieves stunning results in its first 3 weeks. Is Go manga becoming a new trend? Hikaru no Go ranks 13th in week 3, the best opening performance for any new Dream Comic Weekly series in the past 3 years. Shiragane, winner of last year's National New Manga Artist Award, will he become the rare exception who actually proves the award's value? Simple Go, deep emotion. Shiragane's new hit brings traditional culture into mainstream entertainment. Vice President of the Go Association praises Hikaru no Go for increasing youth enrollment in Go classes. News spreads fast in the 6 magazine ecosystem. Many readers overlap, and word that Dream Comic had an unusually gripping Go manga spread rapidly. Of course, this alone wouldn't immediately make fans of other magazines switch their loyalty. But when the collected volumes eventually released, curiosity sales would be enormous. Mid-February. Rei continued working through the Lunar New Year holiday, drawing non-stop. He knew exactly how many masterpieces existed in his past life, and he had no idea how long his memory would last. So his plan was simple: finish all of Hikaru no Go within a little over a year. Some arcs from the original manga he found unnecessary: the long Go Club group promotion subplot, the arc where Izumi is defeated by elementary school kids, and especially the long slump after Sai disappears. He wanted a tighter, more emotional progression without damaging the core themes. Since each of his chapters already had far more pages and higher art quality, his version could end earlier while still feeling complete. Life is short. Even if I live to 80 like Hayao Miyazaki, how many past life masterpieces can I bring into this world? That urgency pushed his hand every day. New Year's Eve. Misaki sent him holiday greetings in the morning. Mayu personally arrived with New Year's gifts. When she saw Rei still drawing manga on New Year's Eve, she nearly exploded. Fine. Keep grinding yourself to death. She fled home to revise her own manuscripts out of sheer competitive panic. Later, professional Go player Rika called to request joint creation materials for an interview about Hikaru no Go. The Hashimori editorial department called to offer official greetings and informed Rei a New Year gift package would arrive soon. Despite being a second-year high schooler, Rei felt like a fully booked salaryman, drowning in responsibilities outside just drawing manga. And he knew this was only the beginning. Chapters 4 to 5. During the 2 weeks, chapters 4 and 5 were serialized. These chapters remained close to the original. Under Sai's influence, Hikaru slowly developed real interest in Go. He began attending free Go lessons near his home. He joined Akari at a junior high anniversary festival. There he met Kaga Tetsuo and Tsutsui Kimahiro. The 2 chapters introduced Kaga Tetsuo, Tsutsui Kimahiro, their internal conflicts, and their reluctant formation of a temporary 3-member Go team with Hikaru. They entered a regional junior high Go team competition. Because this part of the story was transitional, the rankings stayed stable. Popularity, 13th place. Rating, 6th place. However, the vote count rose significantly again, narrowing the gap with the 12th place series. Moreover, manga readers were well aware that the upcoming highlight of the junior high Go team arc would be this mismatched team, the shogi club president pretending to be the captain, the weakest Go club president taking the second seat, and Hikaru, still not even a junior high student yet, as the third player. Would Sai, the thousand-year Go spirit, crash the junior high Go world again by force? It sounded a bit like bullying, but people nowadays simply lacked martial virtue. Everyone loved this kind of development. February passed in the blink of an eye, and March arrived, the beginning of Rei's second semester of high school. On the first day of school, the gate was even more chaotic than Rei had imagined. A crowd of Hikaru no Go fans from all over Tokyo had been waiting since early morning just to see him. It took Rei a long time to settle them down and get them to disperse. As soon as he entered the classroom, he was called to the office by his homeroom teacher. There, the school's dean spoke to him earnestly, hinting that if he ever accepted media interviews again, he should try to speak well of the school. From the dean's tone, Rei understood immediately. The school staff had clearly seen the national media coverage of Hikaru no Go and Shirogane during the holiday, especially the coverage where Japan's Go Association praised the manga for boosting interest in the game. Naturally, the school intended to ride the wave of Rei's growing fame. Drawing picture books would normally be considered a distraction, but drawing for Dream Comic Weekly, a magazine selling tens of millions of copies per week, and having his manga reported by multiple TV stations? That was another story entirely. Strictly speaking, wasn't Rei's manga being publicly praised for promoting a traditional cultural art? With a student from their school contributing to national culture, of course the school wanted to borrow that prestige to decorate their own resume. In early March, as the weather warmed, the latest issue of Dream Comic Weekly hit the shelves on Wednesday as usual. Early that morning, many readers were already lining up in bookstores, each picking up the latest issue. This time, Sai occupied a large, prominent section of the magazine cover. Though he still wasn't the central promotional character, his depiction was no longer just a partial face or a pair of eyes squeezed into a tiny corner like in earlier issues. Sho picked up the magazine and examined Sai's full-face illustration carefully. As a longtime manga reader, he knew exactly what this meant. Hashimori was officially starting to push Hikaru no Go forward. Shirogane-sensei, keep going. Sho thought silently. No matter how people online criticized Shirogane, Sho never felt anything negative toward him. He didn't care about students balancing schoolwork. Just the fact that Hikaru no Go released 30 to 40 plus manuscript pages every week, equivalent to 1.5 or even 2 chapters compared to most series, made him refuse to tolerate anyone bad-mouthing Shirogane. Talent and relentless effort deserved recognition. It was only natural that Hashimori started valuing him. Sho went home and unwrapped the magazine. The 6th chapter of Hikaru no Go picked up right where the previous one left off. The makeshift Go team formed by Hikaru, Kimahiro Tsutsui, and Kaga Tetsuo had miraculously made it through the local junior high Go team tournament, squeezing out win after win by sheer luck, desperation, and teamwork. Of course, Sai did not directly intervene this time. Having him bulldoze middle schoolers every round would make the plot pointless. Readers would quickly lose interest if every match lacked suspense. So although Hikaru was technically the team's secret weapon, he didn't let Sai take over during the official matches. Instead, Hikaru played on his own. With only a few months of study, it was inevitable that he was crushed by many opponents. Yet, through each defeat and each narrow escape, Hikaru felt something awakening inside him, a growing desire to learn, to understand, to improve. By the time he and his teammates somehow scraped their way into the semi-finals, Kaga, their ace, could only defeat one opponent. He couldn't carry the entire team on his own. And the second board player, Tsutsui, resigned mid-game and walked away from the match with a pained, downcast expression. Sho let out a long sigh. Was the junior high Go team arc, which the manga had been building up for nearly 3 chapters, really going to end like this? Hikaru, what are you doing? From the very first round, you've been fooling around and losing every game. You're playing happy-go-lucky Go, but what about everyone else? Before this, Kaga Tetsuo and Tsutsui were strong enough to carry the team into the semi-finals. But now that it's the crucial match, others have fought so hard to get here, and you still refuse to let Sai play. It really is selfish. Then the plot hit a dramatic turning point. Kaga, who had already been frustrated for a long time, finally exploded. The elementary school kid who had once beaten him at Go had been behaving like a clown since the moment they entered the tournament, tossing out ridiculous moves. Now he had won his game, Tsutsui had lost, and if Hikaru lost again, their entire team would be eliminated. Kaga clenched his fist and shouted, "I didn't tell you earlier because I didn't want to pressure you. Tsutsui's Go club isn't an official school club yet. If he doesn't get good tournament results, the school won't approve it. If you lose here, his Go club won't even exist. Do you understand that? Play seriously. Show them your real strength." Kaga's furious roar made Sho feel unexpectedly satisfied. Hikaru wasn't a bad kid, but sometimes the protagonist really made people grind their teeth. And in the 6th chapter, the manga immediately showed Hikaru realizing the weight of the match for Tsutsui. He froze for a moment. Then he spoke to Sai in a choked, trembling voice. But as he continued, his expression shifted from hopeless guilt to urgent desperation. "Sai, please play. I still can't do it. I just can't win." Tears gathered in Hikaru's eyes. He was already at a massive disadvantage on the board. Even Sai was startled for a moment. He hurried to comfort Hikaru, promising he would win this game for him and help Tsutsui get his club officially recognized. A pang of pain hit Sho's heart. But he also understood exactly what Shirogane-sensei was doing. This was the moment where Hikaru's love for Go first bloomed, not because he was strong, but because he was weak, ashamed, and desperate to improve. As expected, later in the chapter, Sai brilliantly reversed the completely losing position. The makeshift trio somehow reached the finals. In the finals, Kaga, their main player, lost his board. Tsutsui, pressured and cornered, seized a tiny mistake from his opponent and pulled off a comeback victory. And Hikaru, guided by Sai, played a dazzling match that stunned the entire venue. The second half of the chapter captured the raw passion among all the junior high players, their joy when they won, their heartbreak when they lost, and their pure, simple devotion to improving their Go. Sho felt a faint melancholy well up inside him. These kids in the manga loved Go so much. What about himself? Could Go really be that captivating? Maybe he should sign up for a Go class too. Thoughts spiraled through his mind. But his hands didn't stop turning the page. On the final page, Tsutsui finished his miracle comeback. Filled with joy, he turned toward Hikaru. Only to find Hikaru completely surrounded by students from various schools, all talking excitedly around him. And standing right beside Hikaru's board is Akira, eyes blazing with excitement, staring at Hikaru's moves and at Hikaru himself. The opponent Hikaru had just beaten bowed deeply with tears in his eyes. "I resign." Sho suddenly felt his own eyes sting. He was genuinely moved. No villains. No cheap drama. Just a world full of kids who genuinely loved Go. A world that made him want to love Go too. And then, Shirogane-sensei did it again. Another cliffhanger. What would happen between Akira and Hikaru now? Would they have their third match? How did Shirogane manage to make every chapter ending so addictive? Read 45 plus chapters ahead at Trian Ashnoir. Bonus at 2.4k. 73. The plan. After chapter 6 of Hikaru no Go dropped, the forum and fan groups on the official Hashimori site exploded with discussions from early morning. The last 2 chapters felt like a breather, but finally it's getting exciting again. By the way, does Tokyo Junior High really have school club Go tournaments? In my school you can't even find one person who knows how to play, much less a whole team competition. Haha, of course there are. It's Tokyo, after all. Schools here have shogi, chess, kendo, fencing, equestrian clubs, golf teams. The school models in the manga are fictional anyway. Shirogane-sensei probably doesn't want lawsuits from real schools. Honestly, my main motivation now is seeing Akira Toya vs Sai again. I love both of them. Please, let the finale be Akira and Sai playing the Hand of God. And Hikaru. I don't like him. He's not bad, but God he's foolish. Exactly. He's weak but won't let Sai play Go. You can practice with Sai every day, any time. But no, he decides to be stubborn during the team tournament and nearly ruins Tsutsui's goal of getting the Go Club approved. He's 12 years old. Akira Toya is also 12, but he's so mature. This week's cliffhanger is torture. Their third meeting, what's going to happen? I'm learning Go now. I bought a children's beginner book, read 2 weeks, and I still barely understand anything in the manga. Of course. Go beginner books are like teaching addition and subtraction. Pro-level matches are calculus. You think you'll magically understand? Take a Go class for 6 months. Then you'll realize, you still can't understand pro-level games. Bro, I was reading your message seriously until that plot twist. Jokes aside, it's been 2 whole years since a new manga made me feel like this. 6 chapters, no villains, everything is purely about Go, a game I don't understand, and yet I read every panel like I'm studying for an exam. And every week I feel more moved. That's manga charm. Even if we don't understand Go, the emotions Shirogane-sensei wants to express are all there on the page. After only 6 weeks, Hikaru no Go's fanbase was already huge. And unlike many other ongoing series, there were almost no fan wars. Sai was universally loved. Akira Toya was universally loved. Scenes with those 2 interacting always caused noticeable spikes in every popularity poll. Both Rei and Misaki knew this. Misaki especially. The rankings had stayed at 13 for 2 weeks straight, and it made her uneasy. Yes, Hikaru no Go had exceeded everyone's expectations already. But once someone enters a bigger stage, their ambition changes too. And now, with the ranking plateauing, she couldn't help growing anxious. The next morning, Misaki, wearing a dark red knee-length dress and heels, walked into the Hashimori editorial department. Ever since Rei's Hikaru no Go was serialized in Hashimori Weekly Comic, Misaki's status and workload had changed dramatically. On paper, the company claimed all editors were entry-level, but in reality, editors for the big flagship magazines had higher salaries, faster promotions, far more internal power. If Misaki hadn't insisted on continuing Sakura Rain, the company would have outright reassigned all her old projects so she could focus 100% on Hikaru no Go. Her salary had tripled. Her office had been moved to the private room reserved for Dream Weekly comic editors. When she arrived today, she immediately noticed her colleagues looking gloomy. So, how are your artist's manuscripts? He still has 7 pages unfinished. I'm camping at his house after work. The final deadline is in 2 days. What about you? Mine's done, but he's having a breakdown. Keeps redrawing tiny details. Says if it doesn't feel perfect, he'll tear the whole thing up. Misaki sighed internally. Compared to the chaos other editors suffered, Rei was truly an angel. By the way, Misaki, how's Shirogane doing? He's getting a lot of internal attention. Heard the higher-ups are preparing a full promotional push. Rumors are rumors, Misaki said calmly. Don't spread unverified information. Then she lifted the document envelope in her hand. As for Shirogane, he has never missed a deadline, not once. This week is no exception. I collected chapter 10 yesterday, 39 pages. Instantly, the entire editorial room turned toward her. 39 pages. Is he even human? He's a high school student. How is that possible? My artist draws 21 pages a week and still sleeps at 2 a.m. How is Shirogane drawing 30 plus every single week? Every manga in the flagship journal had its own editor. But that didn't mean each job was easy. Manga artists in Japan were famously unpredictable. Some procrastinated, some disappeared under pressure, some drew unacceptable violent or sensitive material, some revised endlessly, some refused to submit without months of rewriting. Editors usually juggled chaos. Only Misaki felt like she was doing nothing. Her weekly job was literally go to Rei's house, pick up neatly completed manuscripts. Sometimes Rei even delivered them to her personally. And she couldn't give him any advice on go-related storytelling. The same held true for the artwork and plot, and yet, Hikaru no Go had grown step by step into what it was now. Misaki chatted lightly with her colleagues while glancing at the clock. 2 minutes left until the weekly popularity ranking announcement at 9. The entire editorial office slowly fell silent. For all their cheerful talk, every editor here was competing directly with all the others. If a series in Dream Weekly comic got cancelled, the editor responsible would be kicked out of this private editorial room and sent back to the general open office area, losing most of their privileges. But if someone nurtured a series that became one of the pillars of the magazine, they could qualify to join serialization meetings and even gain the right to run for the position of editor-in-chief. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a new file popped up in the editorial group chat. Misaki's heart rate jumped as she opened the file instantly. Her gaze ran from top to bottom, and then stopped sharply on a line of data. Hikaru no Go, Chapter 6. Popularity rank, 11th. Rating, 9.2. Rating rank, 5th. Compared to last week's 13th place, it had jumped 2 full spots. Instantly, whispers rose throughout the office. 11th. Seriously. Hikaru no Go reached 11. It climbed 2 ranks. That's insane. 6 weeks after serialization began and it's already trying to break into the top 10 of Dream Weekly. Misaki kept her expression calm, as if she'd expected this outcome. But inside, turbulence rippled through her. Hikaru no Go is already 11th. She remembered something clearly. When her mother serialized manga in Dream Weekly comic over 10 years ago, her best result was 4th place, and even then, she never reached the top 3. And her mother was considered a genius of her era. Furthermore, her mother's series took 53 weeks before it first broke into the top 10. This was, frankly, absurd. While Misaki was still absorbing this, her phone vibrated. A message from the editor-in-chief, Han. She was summoned. When she arrived in his office, Han got straight to the point. Prepare to coordinate with the other departments. We're beginning preparations to publish the first collected volume of Hikaru no Go. Misaki's eyes widened. It's only been serialized for 6 weeks, and we're already releasing a volume. Han tapped a finger on the desk. The material is there. A standard volume binds 6 or 7 chapters. But Hikaru no Go has massive page counts. 3 or 4 chapters are enough for a full volume. Then he added, his tone becoming meaningful. And, we intend to strike while the iron is hot. Rei has already proven his skill. The group intends to support him with unconventional preferential treatment. A quiet sentence left Han's mouth, one that made Misaki's heart shake. Not only will the volumes come early, but other derivative developments will also move ahead quickly. We want to finish as much as possible before he graduates high school. Misaki's breath quickened. Other derivative development? You mean, animation? Han smiled thinly. I didn't say that. But I also won't stop you from thinking it. Then his tone sharpened. What I do want is for Hikaru no Go to break into the top 10 as soon as possible. We don't want another series that floats between 13th and 11th place for 1 or 2 years but never enters the top 10. Even if we favor a young artist, he must show concrete strength. Misaki fell silent. She fully understood what her mother's old friend was telling her. They needed to prepare now. Even a slight push from the Hashimori group could transform a newcomer into a top-tier manga master in months. The truth of the manga world was simple. Genius manga artists were not rare. In a country with hundreds of millions of people, even 1 in 10,000 geniuses numbered in the hundreds of thousands. What was truly scarce in the manga world of Japan were the opportunities controlled by the major companies dominating the industry. No matter how brilliant a manga was, it only reached the public through media exposure, print circulation, offline promotions, animation tie-ins, and other distribution channels. But if a creator lost the favor of those major corporations, and relied solely on the quality of their work to survive, unless they were a genius among geniuses, someone capable of defying capital altogether, their manga would most likely achieve critical acclaim but fail commercially. It might earn an impeccable reputation, but the sales of collected volumes would cap at around 1 million per volume at best. At noon, on the school rooftop, Rei listened to Misaki explain everything she had learned from the Hashimori group. Popularity rank, 11th. Rating rank, 5th. Rei exhaled. Misaki continued. Also, the collected volumes may be released very soon. And I'll need to sign several supplemental agreements with the Hashimori group. During Hikaru no Go's serialization, you'll need to fully cooperate with all group promotional activities, events, interviews, autograph sessions, commercial appearances they arrange. Rei sighed again. He already felt resistance bubbling just hearing the list. But there was no helping it in life, gaining something meant sacrificing something. As long as the Hashimori group didn't interfere in how he drew the manga, didn't force content changes or meddle with plot direction, everything else was simply troublesome noise. He didn't mind giving up a portion of profits. A few days passed peacefully. The second semester of 11th grade had begun. Lessons were effectively finished, and everyone else was already preparing intensely for the university entrance exams. But for Rei and Miyu, none of this mattered. Both aimed to become full-time manga artists. University was secondary, they would simply attempt to get into a school matching their academic level. With Miyu's grades, she could enter any of Japan's top 10 universities. Rei, with his accumulated past-life university knowledge, could easily enter a top-tier school with minimal effort. Neither felt stressed about exams. They drew manga at their own pace. Wednesday arrived. Early in the morning, fans who had waited a week began flooding the forum. Koji, an office worker recently laid off and now spending his days consuming manga non-stop, entered a bookstore while reading the forum on his phone. Chapter 7. I'm here. The first month of unemployment was still the easiest, the anxiety hadn't sunk in yet. Koji hummed, picked up a copy of Dream Weekly comic, and headed to checkout. He often wondered how the 6 major manga magazines in Japan even made money. A 500-page issue of Hashimori Weekly cost only 300 yen, pocket money for any student. Sure, the paper quality was cheap compared to collected volumes, but at this price? You couldn't complain. He shoved aside his random thoughts, paid, sat down on a stool in the store, and flipped directly to Hikaru no Go. Chapter 7. The story continued exactly where Chapter 6 left off. Hikaru and Akira's encounter at the team tournament didn't lead to any dramatic clash. Instead, it was discovered that Hikaru, still an elementary school student, had impersonated a middle schooler to compete. The championship the trio won was revoked. Time in the manga moved forward. Hikaru entered middle school. Since their previous victory had been voided, Satsui's Go Club still wasn't formally recognized by the school. To gain recognition, they needed new achievements in the new academic year. Naturally, once Hikaru entered middle school, he joined the Go Club with Akari, practicing every day and gradually improving. After several months, Akira came to find him. He asked around, located the Go Club's activity room, a dusty old storage classroom on the first floor, where Hikaru, Akari, and Satsui were happily playing Go. Satsui didn't understand why Hikaru's strength fluctuated between brilliance and absurd clumsiness, but as someone who loved Go deeply, he didn't pry into it. But Akira, watching through the window, his entire expression changed. Because he could not believe that the genius who had defeated him, the person he regarded with fear and admiration, was not advancing professionally, but instead wasting his talent in a middle school Go Club. Koji, reading this, completely understood Akira's mood. If he were Akira, he would break too. Akira stared through the window at Hikaru joyfully playing Go. With a serious face but a sincere voice, he suddenly addressed Hikaru, who had noticed his presence. Hikaru Shindo, why would someone as strong as you join a school Go Club? Aren't you coming to the Go Salon anymore? I'm there almost every day, wondering how you'd respond to my next move. I've been training non-stop, to become a worthy opponent for you. I'll always wait for you. I only came to tell you that. Koji stared at the panel, deeply moved. Akira's sincerity, his seriousness. If only he knew. The one playing those brilliant games wasn't Hikaru, but Sai standing behind him. 74. Promotion and book signing event. However, what Koji could understand, Hikaru in the manga also naturally understood. Hikaru was very clear that Akira wanted to play against Sai, not him. And Hikaru no longer wanted others to mistake Sai's strength as his own, so he only looked at Akira with a serious expression. Petals from the first-floor utility room drifted through the window. Akira, I don't want to play Go with you anymore. Koji turned the page and saw this line spoken by Hikaru. In the manga, Akira's expression instantly became flustered and helpless. You don't want to play Go with me. Hikaru, what does that mean? I want to stay here and work hard with Tsutsui to win this year's Go team competition, so the club can finally be recognized by the school. After saying that, Hikaru closed the window and pulled the curtain shut. The dim light in the room illuminated Hikaru's pained and unwilling expression, and the confused faces of Tsutsui and Akari beside him. Outside, Akira called out loudly, Hikaru! Hikaru Shindo! But only silence answered him. Koji's heart hurt. He felt sad for Akira, whose pure desire to battle Sai was rejected, and equally sad for Hikaru, who didn't want to deceive Akira anymore. Fairness was the foundation of all competitive games. If the manga let Hikaru keep relying on Sai forever, deceiving everyone, then Hikaru would simply be a fraud. His decision to stop was painful, but right. You have to wait for me. Wait for the day I catch up to you. Hikaru stood with his back to the window. Sai looked at him with a soft sigh. Outside, Akira stared at the shut curtain, utterly lost. Koji paused on the panel for a long time. Then came Akira's internal monologue as he walked away from the school. Why won't you play Go with me? You're not afraid of me, it's me who should be afraid of you. He repeated Hikaru's words about wanting to win the team competition with Tsutsui. He looked back once more, his expression firming. The next panels showed Akira transferring to a nearby elite school, which is last year's Go team champions. And his purpose? To join the Go club there and qualify for this year's team competition. Koji was stunned. This was too intense. A Go prodigy appearing in the news, about to take the professional exam, actually transferring schools just to chase one rival into a middle school tournament. The school's Go coach probably couldn't even beat Akira. And all of this for just one thing. A legitimate match against Hikaru. If Hikaru refused to play him privately, then he would force a match on the tournament stage. Koji turned the page, and saw the start of the next manga. It's over. His chest felt empty. Damn it, Shirogane, stop reading textbooks. Use that time to draw 2 chapters a week. Hire assistants. Don't sleep. Give me more pages. After ranting to himself, Koji still dutifully logged into Hashimori's official site, voted for Hikaru no Go, and opened the forum. As expected, fans were devastated. It's so hard to watch. Hikaru is so selfish. Akira clearly just wants to play Go with Sai, but he won't let him, and he's talking about playing when he grows up later. There's no choice. He can't tell anyone about Sai possessing him, and he can't accept continuing to hide the truth and play Go with Akira, so he can only do this. So the next plot is Akira and Hikaru's third match in the school-organized Go team competition in the second year. It should be. It's just unclear what the outcome of this match will be. Akira, he's too persistent. I hope Akira can resolve his inner conflict in the upcoming third match. And I hope Hikaru, the male lead, stops with the tricky moves. I've noticed that from beginning to end, a series of things were caused by Hikaru. Sai just wants to play Go properly, but he always likes to stir up trouble. But has everyone noticed that Akira in Chapter 7 has grown so much taller and become so much more handsome? After all, almost a year has passed since his appearance in Chapter 1, and Akira is 13 and growing, so it's not strange for him to grow taller. Isn't Hikaru the same? Every week after Dream Comics serialization update, internal staff would notice a significant increase in Hikaru no Go's discussion popularity compared to the previous week. And this week, the rise was even more obvious. In the manga Hikaru no Go, the rivalry between Hikaru and Akira runs through the entire story. When Rei watched the original Hikaru no Go in his previous life, he noticed that whenever the plot started to feel a little dull, the creator would always let Akira appear and interact with Hikaru, and instantly the story would heat up again. It could be said that early on, the main hook for readers was anticipation of a showdown between Akira and Sai. Later on, it shifted to anticipation of the male lead's showdown with Akira. Everything else, the Dan exams, the club matches, were paving the road to that clash. The transitional plot of the last few weeks was a little boring to fans. Sai playing Go is exciting. Hikaru playing Go, not so much. But after this chapter's release, the forum suddenly exploded with Go discussions. The next day, Misaki sat at her desk, waiting for the editorial department's 9 a.m. update. Right at 9, a message popped up. Misaki quickly opened the file and skimmed it from top to bottom. She didn't care about rank 1 through 9, but when she reached 10th place, her expression froze. She stared for half a minute. Hikaru no Go, Chapter 7. Popularity rank, 10. Rating, 9.2. Rating rank, 5-inch. 10th place. Dream. This. Misaki needed a moment to process it. Historically, only manga artists with established careers and massive fanbases achieve that level this quickly. As for brand new manga artists, debuting less than a year ago, this achievement appeared only a handful of times in the entire history of Japan's manga industry. The difference between ranking 10th and 11th in Dream Comic was a massive gulf. The group's resources were limited. They would only give promotional funds, ads, and exposure to works with real potential, including the support Han hinted at last week. Even if the company wanted to favor Ray, the manga had to prove itself with numbers. If it couldn't even break into the top 10, the senior management wouldn't waste resources. Originally, Misaki had worried Hikaru no Go might hover outside the top 10 for months or years, causing executives to lose patience. But now, 17 years old. 7 weeks of serialization. Already top 10 in Dream Comic. And it's a Go manga. Her thoughts felt unreal, like a dream. But it was the truth. Before serialization, everyone doubted this manga. But it turned out to be so compelling that even readers who didn't understand Go kept coming back every week. Misaki lifted her head and found every other editor in the Dream Comic office staring at her. Their gazes were complicated: jealousy, envy, bitterness, even frustration because Hikaru no Go's rise pushed their own works down the rankings. But they all understood one thing. Given Shiragani's age and the strength of Hikaru no Go, for the foreseeable future, Hashimori Group's resources would tilt heavily toward Shiragani and this manga. At noon, Ray received Misaki's message. He leaned against the rooftop wall, staring at the sky. Beside him, Miyu sat quietly, deep in thought. They had planned to celebrate when Hikaru no Go entered the top 10. But now that it happened, the shock left them both speechless. Hey, Ray, do you think Hikaru no Go might actually climb to the top of Dream Comic? Miyu finally said after a long silence. Her expression was complicated. In less than a year, Ray had gone from an unknown rookie, to someone competing among the top 10 of Dream Comic. Not even Miyu dared to draw a plot this exaggerated, yet reality was even more dramatic than manga. Who knows? Ray paused, then continued. I was very confident that Hikaru no Go would break into the top 10 or even top 5 before serialization started. But the top 3, or even number 1, that's something only the market can decide. No manga artist dares to predict that. Ray looked at Miyu beside him. Alright, don't overthink it. Winning or losing for now doesn't mean much. Even if I'm 1 step ahead of you today, who knows, maybe in 10 years, you'll be 10 steps ahead of me. Those words instantly swept away Miyu's anxiety, the feeling that Ray was running too far ahead of her. Her energy came back, and she clenched her fists. Ray, don't get cocky. I'll finish Sakura Rain in 6 months, and when I break into Dream Comic, my 6th series will stomp you flat. Ray couldn't help smiling at Miyu's fiery expression. Transmigrating into another world and drawing manga could feel lonely sometimes, but having a friend in the same field at school made that loneliness vanish fast. Still, Miyu's words made Ray think. How far could Hikaru no Go go in this world? Works that were popular in his previous life would generally be popular here too. But how popular depended on market taste, and capital support. Shonen Jump's massive influence was what helped Hikaru no Go dominate Japan and Asia in his past life. But what about Hashimori Group? As March ended and the weather grew warmer, people swapped winter coats for early spring clothes. And Hikaru no Go began appearing everywhere: news sites, critic columns, manga industry discussions across the country. Genius high school manga artist Shiragani's new series Hikaru no Go breaks into the top 10 of Dream Comic within 7 weeks, the fastest rise in 6 years for a new creator. A sports manga masterpiece you can enjoy even without understanding Go. The single-volume release of Hikaru no Go will include an exclusive short story from Shirogane-sensei from Akira's perspective after his first and second matches with Hikaru. Hashimori Group's director praises Hikaru no Go for significantly boosting the national Go community. Go training centers in Japan report a 20% surge in enrollment since the manga's debut. Shadow Realm Animation reportedly in talks with Hashimori Group to purchase animation rights for Hikaru no Go. Hashimori Group announces a signing event for Shirogane-sensei at a major sports venue upon Volume 1 release. During the serialization of Chapters 8 and 9, Hikaru no Go news dominated every manga forum. Insiders knew this wasn't natural buzz, Hashimori Group was pushing hard. Otherwise, those reports wouldn't keep emphasizing the manga, Shirogane, and high school genius manga artist. And with single volume and animation news spreading everywhere, the promotional machinery was clearly heating up. Of course, the manga itself kept performing strongly. It didn't rise beyond 10th place, but it held 10th for 2 weeks straight, and weekly votes continued increasing. Even though readers still hadn't gotten a new match between Hikaru and Akira, chapters 8 and 9 gave something else. Akira, desperate to play Go with Hikaru again, transferred into another middle school's Go club, only to be rejected by the original members. After all, he was a sudden new arrival who immediately took someone's spot on the competition team. Even when he was mocked behind his back, ridiculed openly, and even bullied into playing blindfold Go against multiple opponents at once, Akira did not give up. For the sake of playing Hikaru again, he was willing to sacrifice an entire year of his youth, hiding himself inside Kyo Middle School's Go club, enduring students whose Go strength was far inferior to his, swallowing the jealousy, exclusion, and bullying, accepting humiliation from people who had no idea how strong he actually was. All because he believed Hikaru was the only opponent who could answer the question in his heart. After these 2 weeks of serialization, Akira's character popularity ranking online completely overtook Hikaru, and was now second only to Sai. Of course, because Hikaru no Go stayed in 10th place for 3 consecutive weeks, a bunch of loudmouths who disliked the series, or resented a genius high school author like Shirogane, began mocking it. But that criticism was meaningless. A 17-year-old manga artist, only 1 year after debuting, achieving this level of success. No amount of online negativity could shake Hikaru no Go or its author. In truth, the series had already far exceeded every expectation the market had. No one had any right to demand that a teenager meet the standards of a top-tier veteran. April arrives. At this time, Ray also had to fully cooperate with Hashimori Group due to his original contract obligations. The first major event, April 4th, the official release of Volume 1. Most of the rumors floating around online were deliberately leaked early by Hashimori Group to build excitement. And yes, Ray really did need to take a leave of absence that day and appear at a large sports venue to host the first official signing event for Hikaru no Go. Once this information was officially confirmed, it spread like wildfire across Shiragane's growing fanbase. Shirogane is finally appearing in person. And it's a signing event. 75, book signing and promotion. Yes, Shirogane is finally showing up. His last public appearance was that award ceremony 3 months ago. I'm definitely rushing to the venue. Anyone want to join my fan group? I'll take photos of teacher Shirogane and send them. Hey, taking a group photo at the event is fine, but don't just dump private photos of him online. Aren't the photos of him zoning out during class already all over the internet? Those students at his school are rude enough. Don't be like them. Anyway, I'm going. If you don't see him now, before Hikaru no Go explodes even more, you'll regret it when future autograph events have limited slots. April 4th, damn, I have work on Thursday. I have to study. All excuses. You can take leave. Doesn't Shirogane also have to study? Yet he's holding this event. LOL, I'm cosplaying Sai at the signing. Hope teacher Shirogane compliments me. He's only 17, and already this famous. It's insane. Do you remember what he said months ago? Next January, Hikaru no Go will win Manga of the Year. This is just the start. After Hikaru no Go broke into the top 10, Hashimori Group went all in. They immediately sent lawyers over to finalize a huge supplementary contract with Ray regarding the future development of the manga IP. And then they poured a massive budget into advertising. Everywhere Ray went, he could see huge promotional posters of Hikaru no Go. Although Go-themed manga is notoriously hard to monetize with character goods, somehow, the pre-orders for Sai's ancient-style cosplay outfit and folding fan exceeded 10,000 on day one. Meanwhile, Hashimori had already begun talks with top Go equipment manufacturers about co-branded boards and stones. 2 weeks ago, when Ray signed the supplementary agreement, he had felt uncomfortable. Some clauses were brutal, very low adaptation royalties, very little creative control over future adaptations, nearly all authority concentrated in the company's hands. But with his current fame, he had no leverage. He would only be able to renegotiate once he became far more influential. Still, despite acting like cutthroat capitalists, Hashimori Group had undeniable power. Once copyright things were settled, the amount of promotional firepower they pushed into Hikaru no Go was overwhelming. And the results were immediate. April 3 RD, new issue released. Chapter 11. The story continued with Hikaru and his friends preparing for this year's school Go team competition. But the Go club only had 2 strong players, Hikaru and Tsutsui. At this time, a fellow student, Yuki Mitani, who had excellent Go skills but poor sportsmanship, often cheating by making subtle moves during the endgame, encountered an even more insidious gambling trap at a Go club outside of school. One day, Yuki stepped into the wrong Go shop. There, an adult gambler with even more disgusting cheating tactics swindled him, humiliating him and taking all his money. Hikaru followed him, intending to tell Yuki to stop cheating. But instead, he witnessed Yuki losing everything and fleeing with red eyes while the man taunted him mercilessly. Hikaru and Sai stood there, furious. Sai sat down opposite the gambler. Hikaru whispered nervously, worried the same cheating would happen during endgame counting. Sai gently replied, "I won't even give him a chance to cheat. I will defeat him in the middle game." And in less than 20 minutes, the gambler sat frozen, staring at the board, completely destroyed. Barely 100 moves had passed before Sai forced him to resign. For 2 weeks, fans had watched Akira suffer bullying in his new Go club, quietly swallowing insults, and training alone, all for the chance to play Hikaru again. Akira could endure it. Fans could not. And Chapter 11 finally gave them catharsis. Shirogane, please draw more Sai. Sai matches are the best. OMG, that cheating uncle's expression when Sai crushed him, I screamed. Hikaru playing? Nah. Sai playing is peak. So satisfying. I'm waking up early tomorrow to get to the venue for Shirogane's signing session. So next, we'll finally see Hikaru, Tsutsui, and Yuki team up for the school Go tournament. And then, the long-awaited third match between Hikaru and Akira. It's crazy. More than a year passed in the manga, but in real life, it took us almost 3 months just to see them play 3 times. Late at night, Ray quietly scrolled through Hikaru no Go forum posts on his laptop. After lurking for a long while, he logged into his creator account and personally replied to several threads, then made one last announcement across platforms, confirming the time and location of tomorrow's autograph session. He went to bed early. And the next morning, before dawn, knock, knock, knock. At 5 a.m., someone was pounding on his door. Ray opened it, half awake. Misaki strode inside, immaculate as always. "We're leaving," she said calmly. "The schedule's tight." Before Ray even fully processed her words, she had already ushered him downstairs and into her car. Soon after, they arrived at the Hashimori Group headquarters. On the 17th floor, a specialized department was already waiting. For nearly an hour, a professional stylist worked on Ray, adjusting his hair, complexion, outfit, and finally helping him into the clothes Hashimori Group had prepared for the event. Ray looked into the mirror. He couldn't help but exhale. Makeup artists are terrifyingly good. When he stepped out, Misaki's usual cool expression shifted ever so slightly. She looked him over and nodded. "Not bad." Ray rubbed his neck. "It's just a manga signing, you know. Isn't this a bit too formal?" "Normally, yes," Misaki said, folding her arms. "But once the manga's quality is confirmed, promoting the manga artist is an extremely efficient marketing move." She added, Do you know why Aira became so explosively famous among young creators? Ray blinked. Because her drawing skills are incredible. No, because she's stunningly beautiful. 90% of manga artists look completely ordinary, and only a tiny portion both draw well and look good. You have the looks and the skills. The group would be foolish not to leverage that. Ray stared. Misaki continued, matter of fact. And the same treatment will be applied to Miyu once she's eligible to serialize in the Hashimori flagship magazine. Ray was silent for a few seconds before nodding. He followed Misaki to the car arranged by the company. Inside, Misaki was already juggling calls, discussing logistics, security, media timing, and collector edition handling. She barely stopped for a breath. Meanwhile, Ray stared out the window, thinking about the only thing on his mind. How many copies would Volume 1 sell tomorrow? Works ranked in the top 10 achieved around 2 million per volume. And only the true giants, the legendary frontrunners, hit the 10 million per volume benchmark. To Ray, if the first volume of Hikaru no Go sold 2 million overall, that would already be a runaway success. But first week? To achieve that trajectory, he needed at least 600,000 copies sold in week 1, across 23 provinces and thousands of cities. Ray trusted his manga, but in decisive moments, old habits crept in. His mind immediately began listing low-probability worst-case scenarios. Misaki noticed. She ended a call and said gently, "Relax. The sales of your manga won't disappoint us, or you. They'll surpass expectations." Ray looked at her. "Editor Misaki, how can you be so sure?" She smirked. "You're wondering what data or report I'm citing, aren't you?" Ray nodded. "None," she said simply. "No data. No survey. It's my instinct. Before I'm an editor, I'm a reader. And as a reader, I know this volume will be loved." The car pulled into the underground parking area of the stadium. Ray was escorted through a security passage, then entered the main hall reserved for the signing event. And the moment he emerged, thunderous screams hit him like a wave. A dense sea of fans crowded behind the barricades. From a glance, 60 to 70% were women, unsurprising, considering both Hikaru no Go and Tonight had strong emotional elements that resonated with female readers. As soon as they saw him, the crowd exploded. "Shirogane! Shirogane, look here! Shirogane!" Chapter 11 was amazing. Please let Sai play again in Chapter 12. Shirogane is so cute. And handsome. "Teacher Shirogane, when it's finally my turn, could you sign an extra business card for me too?" The deafening noise made Ray freeze for half a second, but he quickly refocused. Hashimori Group had arranged for him to sign 1,000 copies, but the crowd in front of him easily exceeded that number. And plenty of fans had bought multiple copies, one to read, one to preserve, one to gift. Ray exhaled. He'd taken the whole day off anyway. No matter how long it took, he just had to grind through it. Once the event officially began, the host came on stage, gave a full introduction of Ray's identity, achievements, and career, and then invited him up for interaction, all while countless cameras from Hashimori Group filmed, broadcasting everything across multiple livestream platforms. Back at school, it was class time. But in the back rows of several classrooms, students had already hidden their phones inside desk compartments, silently watching the livestream. Among them sat Hana and Yui, Ray's closest friends. The moment first period ended, the second the teacher left, both of them whipped out their phones. Within seconds, half the class huddled around, staring with envy and admiration at the endlessly winding line of fans waiting for Ray's autograph, hundreds, probably thousands, stretching across the venue. Watching fan after fan bow gratefully with a newly signed volume in hand, someone muttered, "At least we don't need to line up for hours to get Ray's autograph." The class burst into laughter. Up front, Miyu watched the screen, lips curling upward, her eyes fierce with renewed resolve. She wanted that someday. A signing event of her own, packed with people, just like this one. "I'll work even harder," she whispered, clenching her fist. The full-day signing session almost killed Ray's hands, numb, burning, trembling from overuse. But right after that exhausted triumph came a tidal wave of full network promotion from Hashimori Group. News outlets across the manga industry edited together photos, clips, interview snippets, and crowd videos from the signing event. Shirogane's first volume release event, packed stadium. 17-year-old prodigy manga artist shocks the industry again. Even manga readers who didn't usually buy the comic journal now knew Hikaru no Go Volume 1 was newly released. Its creator, Shirogane, was only 17. And this high schooler had already published 3 works in a single year. The idea of a genius Go manga was attractive. But the idea of a genius high school manga artist, that was irresistible. In major cities, bookstores cleared entire shelves for Hikaru no Go Volume 1. Meanwhile, the Go Association pushed out official promotions supporting the release, posted articles, and even coordinated with TV sports channels. During off-peak broadcast hours, when professional Go matches played, the hosts would casually bring up. And recently, thanks to the rising popularity of the Go manga Hikaru no Go, created jointly by Hashimori Group and the Go Association. And naturally, they'd mention a certain 17-year-old manga artist from Tokyo. With professional institutions, the manga group, bookstores, and the fanbase all aligning, Volume 1 sales exceeded expectations, even though first-week numbers would only be officially revealed on Thursday. Ray kept living his usual double life that week, studying during the day, drawing late into the night. And then, Wednesday again. The 12th chapter of Hikaru no Go dropped on the Dream Comic Journal. And this time, the long-awaited school Go team tournament finally began. Hikaru took the position of third board player. Akira, after learning the news, had originally been assigned as first board for Kaio Middle School in the team competition. But the moment he heard Hikaru would be playing as third board, he immediately rushed to the Go club office, and begged the club advisor to switch him from main general to third general, just so he could face Hikaru in the tournament. Even when his father questioned him, why run off to a middle school tournament just to bully children? Akira could only look down, eyes filled with pain, and answer softly. If I don't play him, if I can't defeat Hikaru, I don't know if I can continue walking this path of Go. Akira was terrified of Hikaru. Terrified of the Hikaru who crushed him. Terrified of Sai, the real one he wanted to face. Terrified of that shadow he couldn't escape. But even if he was afraid, even if his father scolded him harshly, and even if the Go club teacher refused, because for the sake of team results, he couldn't allow Akira to face the same Hikaru who had displayed godlike strength in last year's tournament. Akira still bowed his head and begged. He begged until tears hit the floor. He begged them not to block him, he begged them to let him switch. He begged for that third board seat, the only seat that would allow him to fight Hikaru again. All he wanted was their third game, just that. The final page of chapter 12 showed the team competition scene, Hikaru walking toward his table as third board, Akira approaching from the opposite school, both stepping into their seats. A still frame of the two of them locking eyes across the Go boards. And that was it. Chapter over. Readers closed the magazine feeling a heaviness that sat in their chest. A deep sigh, a stab of emotion. And for Akira's pure admiration. Now, everyone had the same question, what will Shirogane-sensei do? If Hikaru truly sits opposite Akira, will Sai take over, answering Akira's desperate wish to face the real opponent he sensed? Or will Hikaru insist on playing himself, shattering Akira's mental image of an invincible god, forcing him to face the truth that the Hikaru he feared might only exist in memory? Read 45 chapters ahead at Ashnoir P at Rayon. 76, Single Volume Results and Animation News. After the 12th chapter's plot update, a group of Hikaru no Go fans in Japan were not so much looking forward to next week's plot as they were subtly afraid. In fact, as the manga has been updated to this point, Akira's and Sai's fans are definitely the most numerous, while the protagonist Hikaru has been criticized by many fans for his character flaws. If Hikaru didn't let Sai play in this match, he would definitely lose if he faced Akira himself. But if the plot really went that way, what would happen to Akira? Teacher Shirogane, don't do this. Akira has put so much into this game. He transferred schools, joined the Go club and was ridiculed. He humbly asked the Go teacher to let him participate as the third general, and he was supposed to take the professional Go player exam, but because of the rule that professional players cannot participate in amateur competitions, he wasted a year in the middle school Go club. Shirogane, you can't possibly let his year's hard work and effort go to waste at Hikaru's hands, can you? He just wants to play a game with Sai, it's not some heinous crime. You wouldn't even deny him this small request, would you? We also know that the main storyline of this manga is Hikaru's growth, but Hikaru's growth can be put off until later. Right now, we want to see Akira and Sai play Go. Please don't let Hikaru play those blundering games again. Please, Shirogane. Ray scrolled through the comments from fans online. He couldn't sleep today because tomorrow was the day the first volume of Hikaru no Go's single-volume sales results would be announced. Late at night, he browsed the messages fans left for him online, sighing inwardly. To be honest, when he watched Hikaru no Go in his previous life, he also felt that this part of the plot was a bit too much, and the plot direction was a bit too cruel to Akira. But there was no way around it. This manga actually had two main intertwined storylines, one overt and one subtle. The confrontation between Hikaru and Akira, and Sai's pursuit of the hand of God. If Sai and Akira had faced off from the beginning, and Akira's knot had been untied, then readers' enthusiasm for this manga would have quickly dissipated. This is also the most crucial reason why villains in many manga always fight back and forth and never die. Hikaru no Go has no villains, it only has one rival for the protagonist, Akira. The outcome of the match between Akira and Hikaru is the central theme that runs through the entire work. Closing his computer, Ray let out a long breath. A night passed. In the morning, Ray packed his things and got off the bus early on his way to school, then cleverly walked towards the back gate of the school, where the school security guard was already waiting to help Ray open the back gate that was usually locked. After all, it goes without saying that the front gate would surely have a large number of Hikaru no Go fans waiting for Ray. This situation would likely not subside until he graduated from this middle school. "Thank you, Uncle," Ray said to the security guard with an apologetic expression. After arriving in the classroom, the atmosphere in the class completely changed as soon as Ray walked in. After all, the manga Hikaru no Go was indeed no longer an unknown work in the Japan manga industry. The first volume of the single volume was released nationwide, and a week ago, Ray also held a fan signing event at a stadium. Moreover, during this week, there was an endless stream of reports about Hikaru no Go online. Although specific data had not been released, everyone probably had a general idea in their hearts. The sales of Hikaru no Go's single volume must be very good, otherwise, why would there often be news of shortages reported in various provinces? In class, gradually, everyone started to feel a bit hesitant to talk to him, because Ray was no longer just a high school student manga enthusiast. He had truly made a name for himself in the manga industry, more like a campus celebrity. Sitting in his seat, Ray greeted Hana and Yui, who were not far away, and politely declined to answer their questions about spoilers for Hikaru no Go's future plot. Then Ray nodded to Miyu. Although class was about to start, both of them were actually not focused on the classroom at all. Especially Miyu, even though the first week's sales of Hikaru no Go's single volume had nothing to do with her, she inexplicably became nervous. "Please, don't let anything go wrong." Miyu looked at Ray's calm profile again, thinking to herself. Unlike Ray, Miyu was very clear about the significance of the first week's sales of a manga's first single volume. There were actually many works in Japan's 6 major journals that had poor reputations and low popularity poll rankings, but they could continue to be serialized for a long time. The reason was that the sales data of these works' single volumes were good. After all, the 6 major journals were priced around 200 to 300 yen, but they contained hundreds of pages of manga manuscript content, so the profit was basically very thin. If it weren't for such large sales to spread out the printing and transportation channel costs, such a pricing would be impossible. The real profit point for manga groups was in manga copyrights and the development of peripheral derivatives. And manga single-volume sales were the most important of the derivatives. Manga is a commercial reading material. No matter how high the popularity poll, if readers are unwilling to pay for the work, it's all in vain, and the manga group will immediately put the work on the chopping block. And the chopping line on the 6 major manga journals is no secret in the industry. The average sales per volume of long-running works start to fall below 1 million, or after the latest volume of a manga is released, its first week sales are below 200,000 copies. Miyu certainly didn't think that the first week sales of Hikaru no Go's manga single volume would be below 200,000. After all, it was still a top 10 manga on Dream Comic. With such a large fan base and such a good reputation, it was impossible for the proportion of people buying the single volume to be so low. But how high could it be? Was it the passing line of 600,000 first-week sales for a top 10 journal ranking? Or the good line of 700,000 first-week sales? Or the excellent line of 900,000 first-week sales? Currently, Hikaru no Go manga was clearly at a critical period for a work. News about Hikaru no Go manga being animated and adapted into live-action films was rampant online, but Hashimori Group had not issued any announcements. Mayu, whose mother was a manga artist like Rei, knew all too well that Hashimori Group was also observing. They were deciding how to ultimately operate and promote the Hikaru no Go IP based on the first week sales of its single volume. Including decisions like animation and live-action adaptations, rough plans were probably already in place. But those were not absolute. If the sales of the first volume of Hikaru no Go were not good enough, it could be cancelled with just a meeting. Amidst Miyu's agitation, noon finally arrived. She was too lazy to go to the cafeteria to eat. As soon as class was over, she headed to the school rooftop, and walking beside her was Rei. After climbing 4 flights of stairs to the top floor, Rei and Miyu both turned on their phones, which they had kept off at school. At 12:30 p.m., Rei's phone rang. Miyu looked at Rei with a serious expression. After a few seconds of hesitation, Rei answered the phone. "Hello, Editor Misaki, how are things? Hikaru no Go's 12th chapter's popularity ranking has advanced further this week. It's 9th in the journal." Misaki's usually calm voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. But clearly, her excitement wasn't solely due to Hikaru no Go's popularity ranking advancing. It was. The first week's single volume sales results for Hikaru no Go Volume 1 have been tallied. "How much?" Rei asked. At this moment, Miyu also walked over, leaning her cheek close to Rei's, her ear listening to her sister's voice from Rei's phone. 970,000 copies. Misaki's voice was trembling at this point. After all, her mother had serialized manga on Dream Comic for many years. Her mother's famous work, the best-performing 17th volume of the single volume, achieved 1.89 million copies in its first week. The average single-volume sales per volume after that work concluded were 6.52 million copies. Based solely on current data, Hikaru no Go was far from her mother's famous work back then. But in reality, that work achieved such sales results because it had been serialized for nearly 4 years, accumulating over a long period of time. Hikaru no Go had achieved these results with just its first manga volume. What about the second volume, and the third volume? First week sales exceeding 970,000 copies meant that the first volume of the manga single volume breaking 3 million copies was basically a foregone conclusion. 970,000. Rei's tone carried a hint of regret. "You're not happy?" Misaki asked from the other end of the phone. "I'm happy. It's just a pity that it was only 30,000 copies short of breaking 1 million in first week sales." "Misaki, are you serious? You're still feeling regretful?" "You know, the industry initially predicted that if Hikaru no Go's first week sales could break 700,000, it would be considered exceeding expectations, and 800,000 copies would be a huge hit. How could a work that has only been serialized for 2 or 3 months possibly have the support of a large number of fans like those works that have been serialized for several years, achieving first-week single-volume sales of over 1 million? After hanging up the phone, Misaki looked at her colleagues in the editorial department. These colleagues were naturally well aware of the news Misaki had received. At this moment, everyone looked at her with complex emotions. Everyone in the entire department knew. The sales performance of Hikaru no Go's first volume was not to reassure the author Shirogane, but to reassure the higher-ups of Hashimori Group. On that day, Hashimori Group officially announced the sales data related to Hikaru no Go's single volume, and practitioners and media in the manga industry went wild with promotion. The 970,000 first-week sales of Hikaru no Go's first single volume quickly spread among the Hikaru no Go fan base. Thursday and Friday passed quickly. On Saturday, Misaki, who was originally resting at home, was suddenly called to the Hashimori Group headquarters. The next day, she brought Rei to the company office building again, where Han, the editor-in-chief of Hashimori Group's editorial department, and several well-dressed middle-aged men in suits and ties were chatting and laughing. Rei didn't recognize these people, but Misaki immediately realized something when she saw them, and her breathing quickly became rapid. Subsequently, a conversation in the meeting room lasted for a full 2 hours. It was Monday. The Hashimori Group official website quietly announced a major event in the early hours of the morning. The popular manga, Hikaru no Go, serialized on Dream Comic is about to be animated, and the work will be fully handled by Shadow Realm Animation, which has previously produced many popular animations. As soon as this news was announced, it directly caused a huge stir. Not to mention that a group of manga industry professionals didn't believe it, even Rei's fans didn't believe it. Late at night, the entire Hashimori Group official website forum was occupied by a large number of Hikaru no Go fans. Hikaru no Go's manga has only been serialized for 3 months, right? How come it's already announced for animation? Is there any manga adaptation that gets confirmed so quickly? No choice. The 6 major journals all have initiatives to cultivate young talented manga artists now. For ordinary manga works, the group definitely needs to observe for a longer period. But Shirogane, Hashimori Group is making an exception here. You can't say that either. Each chapter of Shirogane's manga has at least 1.5 to 2 times the manuscript volume of other works in the same journal. Whether it's animation or single volume release, it's simply because the work has enough content. What's so strange about it? Shadow Realm Animation, impressive. How come so many works from Hashimori Group are handled by Shadow Realm Animation Studio? Because Hashimori Group itself is a major shareholder of Shadow Realm Animation Studio. Honestly, it's likely that these matters were already decided by the Hashimori Group's higher-ups during meetings, and they were just waiting for Hikaru no Go's single-volume results to be announced before making the final decision on the animation. But this is still too fast. Why wouldn't it be? If you look at Hashimori Group's estimated first broadcast time for the Hikaru no Go anime adaptation, set for January next year, you'll understand. Time waits for no one, and Hashimori Group still wants to use teacher Shirogane's work, this young genius, to promote the company. Yay, if everything goes smoothly, wouldn't we be able to watch the Hikaru no Go anime in next year's winter anime season? In the early morning, Rei was woken up by the sunlight streaming through the window as usual. He subconsciously picked up his phone to check the online public opinion. The news about Hikaru no Go being prepared for animation had completely spread. Honestly, yesterday, when Rei was taken to the Hashimori Group headquarters by Misaki, he was also stunned when he learned that the Hikaru no Go manga had been chosen by Shadow Realm Animation Studio for an anime adaptation. It was too fast. Beyond his imagination. After much thought, Rei roughly understood that it was probably because the sales of Hikaru no Go's single volume exceeded the group's expectations, which led to such rapid development plans for the work. The sales data of Hikaru no Go's single volume could break all doubts from company executives regarding the work and its theme. Why consider so much for a manga that sold 970,000 copies in its first week of release? This manga only needs its future plot not to collapse, and by the time it concludes, average single-volume sales of 3 or 4 million copies per volume will be a piece of cake, won't they? It was only natural for such a work to be animated. Over the next 2 days, discussion threads about Hikaru no Go's animation appeared endlessly on the Dream Comic Journal's official website. Hikaru no Go fans were only shocked for about half an hour by this news. After accepting the news of Hikaru no Go's animation, their attention completely shifted to issues such as character voice actor selection after the animation. And in this situation, the 13th chapter of Hikaru no Go manga, amidst the work's significant market attention, was serialized and released with the latest issue of Dream Comic. 77. Anger. It was early morning. Samiko was woken up by her alarm clock. As a devoted fan of the manga artist Shirogane, she first checked her phone. She sighed when she saw that Shirogane had not posted any new comments on any of her accounts on various websites. Only then did she wash up, get dressed, and check the time, 9:30 a.m. After a quick touch of makeup, she grabbed her bag and headed straight out, rushing to a nearby bookstore. These bookstores often open at 8 a.m., and by this time, there were already quite a few people inside. Upon entering the manga section of the bookstore, she immediately saw a promotional poster for Hikaru no Go. Unlike the childish images of Akira and Hikaru when the work first began serialization, time had passed quickly in the manga. Now, on the poster, both Hikaru and Akira had grown much taller, their expressions were much more serious, and the poster clearly stated in large letters that Hikaru no Go was about to be adapted into an anime. Although these announcements had been circulating for 2 days, Samiko still felt it was a bit surreal. I just wonder where the manga's plot will be in its serialization by the time the Hikaru no Go anime airs in half a year. Samiko thought, picking up the latest issue of Dream Comic Journal. She quickly paid and left, then sat down on the second floor of a nearby breakfast shop. Samiko opened to the serialization page of Hikaru no Go. The story continued from last week's plot, with Hikaru, Yuki, and Tsutsui once again forming a team to participate in this year's School Go Team competition. Compared to the original work, which depicted this plot in great detail, Ray had simplified it somewhat. After all, everyone was clearly there to see the match between Sai and Akira, not to watch Hikaru engage in difficult, evenly matched battles as the third player against other schools, facing crises multiple times, and only advancing by riding on the coattails of the first player, Yuki, and the second player, Tsutsui. But overall, Samiko still understood the process of Hikaru and the others participating in the team competition. Anyway, the organizers and many School Go teachers, after seeing Hikaru's comeback from a huge disadvantage and victory in the final match of last year's team competition, powered by Sai, were extremely wary of this unfathomably strong Genius Go youth, Hikaru, this year. Of course, this also included the Go teacher from Akira's school. Because Akira also had to play against students from other schools, he had no chance to watch Hikaru's matches. After his own teacher watched Hikaru's matches multiple times from the sidelines, the expression of this gentle and elegant young Go teacher changed. Samiko could understand what the teacher in the manga was feeling. How could he be so bad? Deeply immersed in the manga, she was now so embarrassed that she couldn't sit still in the breakfast shop. Last year's Genius Go youth, with his ability to turn the tide from a desperate situation, made many people think that last year's Hikaru was just playing around, that the only game he played truly seriously was the last one of last year. But this year, after seeing Hikaru's clumsy matches against others, the dark shadows under the eyes of this Go teacher in the manga intensified. At this point, Akira's match ended, and he eagerly questioned his school's Go teacher. "Teacher, did you see Hikaru's match? How was it?" Akira asked with a very serious and solemn expression. "You'll know when you play against him." The Go teacher sighed. Samiko also sighed. She felt that it was highly likely that Shirogane was really preparing to have Hikaru and Akira play. Sai was still not involved in this game, but she also admired Shirogane's plot development. Whether it's manga or other genres of works, the fundamental core is actually interesting, and one of the keys to an interesting work is not to let the protagonist suffer a setback. Clearly, this part of Hikaru no Go's plot not only caused the protagonist a great loss and humiliation, but it also made him, under the watchful eyes of everyone who believed him to be the strongest person in this Go team competition, play several clumsy, chicken-pecking games in a row, directly shattering the filter through which those around him viewed him. The manga artist's purpose in doing this was also very clear. Compared to the vulgar thrill of a protagonist pretending to be weak to defeat the strong, showing off and slapping faces, and having everything go smoothly from beginning to end. A plot where the protagonist encounters setbacks and grows through them is what truly adds the finishing touch to character development. The manga quickly skipped over the battle scenes between Hikaru's middle school and other middle schools. Under Yuki's superb performance, Hikaru's middle school, just like last year, reached the finals, playing against Kaio Middle School, the champion school of the campus team competition for many consecutive years. And this match would be between the third player, Akira, and the third player, Hikaru. The plot was as Samiko had guessed. Hikaru was indeed preparing to play this game himself. Even if he knew he would most likely lose, he, who aimed for Akira, was not afraid of losing. If he lost this time, and lost next time, there would eventually be a time he would win. This was the optimistic Hikaru's thinking. During the halftime break, while getting ready for the final match, Hikaru accidentally overheard a conversation among several students from Kaio Middle School's Go Club at a quiet stairwell corner. They were talking about Akira Toya. To face Hikaru again, Akira had transferred schools, joined Kaio's Go Club, and, despite already having the skill to attempt the professional exam, chose to play in a middle school tournament instead. Because of this, he had taken a roster spot from a regular member, and the club resented him. They mocked him, excluded him. "Those guys in the club don't get it," one student said bitterly. "No matter how they target Akira or try to humiliate him, Akira will never quit the Go Club." Another added, "I heard he even argued with the teacher just to play third board today. After this tournament, he plans to quit the club anyway. He really brought this suffering on himself." Hikaru's face stiffened. Behind him, Sai watched quietly, worried. Even Samiko, reading the chapter in the cafe, felt her chest tighten. The difference was too stark. Akira's attitude toward this match, wholehearted, desperate, almost painful. Hikaru's attitude, naive, hesitant, unsure. Hikaru lowered his head. Akira is thinking only of me right now, Sai, you should play instead. Samiko nearly dropped her chopsticks. Yes. Finally. Let Sai play. After everything Akira had endured this year, transferring schools, joining a club that hated him, being bullied, wasting a year because pros can't enter amateur tournaments, begging to be moved to third board just to face Hikaru again. Even if Akira lost to Sai again, at least it would be the worthy opponent he was aiming for. But facing Hikaru, the inconsistent, clumsy third board player, that would crush him. Sai hesitated. Is that truly alright? You insisted on playing yourself. You should play instead, Hikaru repeated, voice trembling. Samiko hurriedly turned the page. The manga panel showed Hikaru's lonely back walking toward the match room, Sai following behind him, expression solemn. Inside the room, Akira was already seated at the board. From the moment Hikaru stepped inside, Akira never took his eyes off him. A strange mix of destiny, rivalry, and emotion filled that single panel. Hikaru's frustration, Akira's fear and determination, Sai's tension, all unspoken, yet unmistakable. Samiko's heart tightened. The two sat down. Akira's face was serious, composed. They drew stones to choose color. Finally, I can play you again, Akira said softly. Then, clatter. The lid of his go bowl slipped from his hand and hit the floor. Hikaru froze. Akira's hand was trembling. For all his calmness, he couldn't hide the fear welling up inside him. Fear of the boy sitting across from him, fear of being crushed again like last year, fear he had been running from for an entire year. Yet he came anyway, and endured everything. This is real character development. Samiko's jaw dropped. A warrior isn't unafraid, a warrior charges forward despite fear. Akira inhaled deeply, clutching his chest, forcing himself to breathe steadily. Then Sai began. Hikaru, upper right corner. Komoku. Akira instantly answered with a star point in the upper left. So fast, he already knew what opening he wanted, Hikaru thought. Samiko realized it too. Akira must have replayed this match in his mind 1,000 times. At least the opening pattern was carved into him by now. Stones filled the board. The pacing slowed. Sai was deep in thought, but Hikaru was thinking too. Sai, what are you thinking? Why so long? Samiko felt a sinking dread. Hikaru's inner monologue appeared in the panel. If it were me, I'd play at 11-8. No, Samiko nearly screamed. Please don't mess this up. Hikaru stared at the spot. Can't I just play at 11-8? And then, because of Hikaru's long hesitation, Akira finally spoke. Have I improved a little since last time, Hikaru? What about me? How much have I really caught up to you? Hikaru thought, palms sweating. Hikaru, 13-4, Sai said gently behind him. But Hikaru suddenly froze. Sorry, Sai, if I don't play this move myself, I'll never see it clearly. I want to know the real gap between me and Akira. Samiko held her breath. And then, Hikaru placed the stone on 11-8. Samiko nearly slammed the table. She didn't understand Go, but even she could read the faces in the panel. Akira stared, stunned. Sai closed his eyes in disappointment. Hikaru's deeply thought-out move was completely ordinary. Akira even leaned forward to double-check the placement, as if wondering, is this really the move he struggled over? Samiko's blood pressure spiked. Hikaru again. First he tells Sai to play. Then he snatches the match back. Then he makes a random move. Respect Sai, you gremlin. Even if she sucked at games, if someone grabbed her mouse mid-match and started playing their own strategy, she would disown them on the spot. The game collapsed fast. Hikaru's face darkened panel by panel. Akira's expression shifted from focus, to disbelief, to anger. A near-professional level player facing a boy with barely 1 year of training, it wasn't a match. It was a slaughter. Meanwhile, Sai still tried to encourage Hikaru. Your ideas are interesting, but your strength is too low to support them. Samiko scoffed. Translation: Hikaru wants to fly to space but doesn't know how to build the spaceship. If she were Sai, she would have smacked Hikaru with the Go board already. Hikaru made another move. And Akira snapped. What kind of joke is this? Akira shot to his feet, trembling with fury. The elderly Go instructor hurried over, gripping Akira's shoulder. Akira, no matter what, finish the game. And then, turning to Hikaru, he sighed. I told you, you'd understand once you faced him. Samako deflated. The match Akira feared for a year, trained for a year, endured humiliation and bullying for, sacrificed his professional exam eligibility for, had become a nightmare. Not an epic rematch. Not the showdown he envisioned. Just a crushing disappointment. And honestly, Samako found it darkly satisfying. You didn't respect Sai, Hikaru? Fine. Get pulverized. In the manga, several dense pages showed the progression of the game. Finally, the results of the school Go team competition became clear. Yuki Mitani, the first board, lost to Kaio Middle School's first board. Tsutsui, the second board, was completely overpowered. And the third board, Hikaru, resigned mid-game. Akira, who had won, stood up, turned his back to Hikaru, and, with tears in his eyes, said, I really thought you could show me something close to divine skill. He didn't look back. Hikaru, who lost, was simply paying the price for his own stubbornness. But Akira, who won, looked far sadder than Hikaru, who lost. The team competition arc, built up for 6 whole chapters, ended in a devastating 3-0 defeat for Hikaru's school. Samako flipped the page, only to find that chapter 13 had ended. Her steamed buns had gone cold, but she had no appetite anyway. She felt upset. Yes, she was glad Hikaru finally got punished for his recklessness, but seeing Akira's devastated expression on the last page that hit her hard. Samako was a diligent person, and seeing someone like Akira, who had worked even harder, have his dream match shattered, hurt her deeply. She ate breakfast from this shop every day and never got tired of it, but now she couldn't even look at her food. Shirogane-sensei, why would you write it this way? Why couldn't Akira and Sai just play a proper match? Why did Hikaru have to sabotage it? Hikaru, I cannot stand you anymore. Even if you're a kid, barging into someone else's long-awaited match like that, if you pull this again, Shirogane-sensei should just replace you as the protagonist. But even while boiling with anger, Samako still stuffed the cold bun into her mouth and opened her phone to vote for Hikaru no Go. No matter what, Sai and Akira were angels. Her vote was for them. As for you, Hikaru, go cool off somewhere else. The manga Hikaru no Go had always been like this. In the early arcs, Hikaru's character wasn't likable at all, his true highlight moments only came later, during the professional exam storyline. From Rei's perspective, the most charismatic character in the entire series was Sai, followed by Akira, then everyone else. Even Rei once complained, after finishing the original manga, if Hikaru hadn't discovered the hand of God that day, Sai would never have disappeared. And now, as the 13th chapter aired, the fans were experiencing the exact same frustration he once felt. The internet exploded with complaints. This protagonist is driving me insane. So annoying. What is wrong with Hikaru? If you want to play Akira, does it have to be this match? Do you know how long Akira waited and prepared? If you'd let Sai finish and then asked Akira for a rematch, would he refuse? Why sabotage this game? Last year, Akira begged you to play and you refused. Now, when Sai was supposed to play, you pull this stunt. This is the most infuriating protagonist in the last 2 years. Poor Akira, poor Sai, Sai. This is exactly how a spoiled brat behaves when he grows up. It feels so selfish. I know this is Shirogane-sensei's way of portraying the protagonist's growth arc, but come on, this is too much. I still haven't recovered. Shirogane-sensei, please have mercy. If it weren't for Sai and Akira keeping me invested, with all these divine, brain-dead choices from Hikaru, I would have dropped this manga already. I can't even imagine how sad Akira must be. On that manga page, the moment Akira stood up, turned his back to Hikaru after winning, looking like he was about to cry, I wanted to cry too. Akira, don't cry. I'm going to set up an Akira protection fan group. If Shirogane-sensei ever abuses Akira again, we will go together and block Shirogane-sensei at his school. After this week's Hikaru no Go serialization, the series faced the largest wave of negative reviews since its debut. On the Dream Comic Journal's official forum, countless readers were furiously posting complaints about the protagonist Hikaru. The scale of the backlash made Misaki, who was monitoring the manga's performance, feel extremely uneasy. She began to overthink. Will Hikaru no Go's rankings collapse tomorrow? But reality slapped all her worries away. At exactly 9 o'clock the next morning, the voting rankings for Chapter 13 were released. Not only did the ranking not drop, the total votes skyrocketed, and the manga climbed even higher. This week, Hikaru no Go ranked 8th place in Dream Comic Journal. The moment this result appeared, every manga industry professional who had been observing Hikaru no Go was stunned. 8th? Already? Weren't people flaming the protagonist everywhere online yesterday? So the truth was, those same people who were angrily typing, "Hikaru pisses me off," were the very people voting for the manga with their hands. A whole internet full of, "I hate this," combined with, "let me vote for it again." Bonus at 400 PS. Read 45 chapters ahead at rayon.com/ashnoir. 78 Goals and Progress. Normally, for someone serializing a manga for the first time in one of the 6 major journals, their debut work is expected to be lukewarm, often hovering outside the top 10 for a very long time. After all, how many so-called genius manga artists can a country realistically have? Anyone who starts from nothing and steadily rises until they reach serialization in a major journal is already a genius. But Hikaru no Go reached 8th place in Dream Comics rankings in just 13 weeks, and its first volume sold nearly 1 million copies in the first week. Among all new serialized works in 6 major journals this year, this achievement is number 1. No debate. Even though the 13th chapter's plot was widely criticized, the same fans who were complaining were also the ones voting, then running to every forum, social group, and comment section to promote Hikaru no Go. Plus, people working in the manga industry aren't blind. They all see the explosive potential behind Hikaru no Go. The fan loyalty is simply too high. Could this manga really make Go popular again? On the weekend, Rei and his editor Misaki went to Hashimori Group. Because of Hikaru no Go's growing influence, several Go-related companies were already requesting meetings to discuss IP collaborations. The Go industry isn't huge, but when it comes to manga, there is only one mainstream Go-themed work, Hikaru no Go. Naturally, collaboration requests could only go to Rei. They signed the contracts that needed signing, posed for photos, and discussed promotional arrangements. After a whole day of exhausting work, Misaki took Rei out to a restaurant for dinner. Whenever she was with Rei, they were either working or talking about work. Hikaru no Go's ranking is entering a tricky phase, Misaki said. Every manga ranked above it has already been animated and broadcast on multiple TV channels, so they enjoy the extra boost of anime popularity. After this point, the ranking won't rise as quickly as before. You should be mentally prepared. Hikaru no Go may stay around 7th or 8th place for quite a while. But that's already enough. Rei cut in calmly. Because anyone who can consistently place in the top 3 or top 4, with average volume sales of 5 to 10 million copies, becomes a first-tier manga artist in country. And anyone who consistently ranks around 7th or 8th, with average volume sales of 4 to 5 million, becomes a second-tier manga artist. Second-tier manga artist may sound unimpressive, but their annual income is usually around 200 million yen. Just from volume royalties alone, if a manga releases 6 or 7 volumes a year at 5 million copies average, the income is hundreds of millions. And that doesn't include adaptation royalties, merchandise, game licensing, or other derivative profits. For Rei, a manga artist who debuted less than a year ago, possibly earning hundreds of millions next year. How could that not be enough? I understand, Rei said, though he clearly wasn't bothered at all. To him, money wasn't the issue. What bothered him was Misaki's view that the ranking would stagnate around 7th or 8th. Because the truly explosive parts of Hikaru no Go hadn't even begun yet. The early arcs were just warm-ups. Sai stole all the early spotlight. Hikaru's true rise only happens later. Rei believed that even without the anime boost, Hikaru no Go's pure quality could push it into the top 5. But, when he looked at the 3 juggernaut titles that permanently dominated Dream Comics' top 3, Rei's confidence wavered a little. And until Hikaru no Go got an anime, Rei knew he shouldn't be overly optimistic. In his previous life, Hikaru no Go peaked before Sai's disappearance arc and declined afterwards. It never held first place for long among monsters like One Piece, Naruto, and Yu-Gi-Oh! But here, in Dream Comic, Ray wanted at least 1 week at one before the series ended. Just once. In his previous life, Hikaru no Go lost to absolute giants, Naruto, One Piece, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Kenshin. It was inevitable. But Dream Comics' top titles here weren't as monstrous as those legends. Surely Hikaru no Go could reach one just once. Misaki watched Ray's expression as he ate. After a while, she breathed out softly. She knew he had heard her, but he didn't agree. Indeed, for a 17-year-old manga genius, if you tell him that he climbed to 8th place in the journal rankings in 3 months and will hover around that rank for a long time, how could he possibly accept that? It's just, the waters of this Japan's manga industry run deep. Sometimes, it isn't just effort or determination that decides the market. The inherent weakness of the Go theme will always follow Hikaru no Go. For a Go manga to come this far is already remarkable. Going further, even Misaki wouldn't dare expect too much. After Hikaru no Go finishes, for the next series, choose a mainstream, popular theme. Misaki looked at Ray quietly and thought, go ahead and charge toward the peak. Throughout the meal, both had their own thoughts. After the Campus Go team tournament ended, Hikaru no Go fans were fiercely debating where the story would go. Would Hikaru continue preparing for a third team tournament? No, too repetitive. Or would Akira quickly take the professional Go exam and become pro, forcing Hikaru to compete with him in the pro world? Fans argued endlessly. But instead, several consecutive chapters opened a completely new storyline. Because Hikaru couldn't stand playing Go on Sai's behalf anymore, letting others mistake him for some genius, he came up with a plan. On the world's largest online Go website, under the username Sai, he let Sai play freely against Go players worldwide. With Sai's strength, it took only 2 chapters for Sai to become a mysterious top-tier world-class player online. Everyone was desperate to uncover this unknown master's true identity. One thing Ray was busy with during this period, he signed a contract with largest online Go platform, allowing the platform's name to appear directly inside the manga. He even registered the Sai account himself and synchronized the manga matches with the real platform's backend, so fans could watch the real-world Sai play online. The Go Association also approved Ray to draw real-life pro players into the manga as anonymous opponents defeated by Sai online. So after this arc dropped, fans went wild. These moves match real professional games. This detail exactly matches the real platform. Even if it's fiction, it feels real. Sai suddenly felt like a real person. These chapters are amazing. Sai is playing again, finally. Hikaru makes everything awkward. He's always getting crushed. I only want to watch Sai. That kid who figured out Sai was a child just from one online match, genius. Akira listening beside him looked like he got struck by lightning. When Akira heard the analysis, his PTSD activated. Only one mysterious child Go monster exists in his memory, Hikaru. Oh my god, will Sai use his online account to play Akira for their 4th match later? Wait, that would be incredible. This manga has 2 tracks, Sai vs Akira, and Hikaru's growth. The second one is too slow. I'm here for Sai and Akira. Update faster, Shirogane-sensei. You monsters, this kid draws 40 pages a week. He's still in high school. 2 chapters a week. Don't kill him. A good manga is never enough, no matter how much content. A boring manga still feels boring even if it updates daily. It's May already. In half a year, the anime will air. I heard the live-action rights were already sold too. For anime, because the production cycle is at least half a year, broadcasting in January next year would already be very fast. As for TV dramas, that's quicker. Filming Hikaru no Go isn't difficult. A few people in a room with a Go board can shoot an episode's plot, and TV dramas are filmed and broadcast simultaneously. At the fastest speed, they could produce the first episode 2 months from filming to post-production. See, as long as Hikaru no Go's popularity on Dream Comic increases a bit more, and more content is updated, these anime and film and television production companies will definitely not let money slip by. It's even possible that the TV drama might air before the anime. But why do I feel that the development of Hikaru no Go's copyrights is so fast? I remember that for other manga, animation and live-action adaptations usually aren't considered until a year after the manga's release, right? One reason is Hashimori Group's support for Shirogane-sensei, and another is Shirogane-sensei's own effort. Most manga only get copyright development after a year because they only become popular after a long serialization, when the world building expands. And copyright companies also need enough content, otherwise the anime catches up. But Hikaru no Go doesn't have that issue. Its popularity and weekly page count are both extremely high, so investors don't hesitate to move fast. In May, a month after the announcement of Hikaru no Go's anime adaptation, and with its growing popularity and astonishing fan loyalty, even though Hikaru no Go's current popularity ranking on Dream Comic was only 7th, its discussion heat was already second only to the top 4 works. The second volume of the standalone manga was also about to be released. Across the manga industry, Hikaru no Go's buzz wasn't the biggest. But among young manga artists, something else was happening. The names Shirogane and Rei were known to almost everyone. Debuting at 16, serializing 3 manga at 17. Hikaru no Go's anime already had an official broadcast slot. Its TV drama rights had already been sold. Looking across the entire history of the country's manga industry, it was almost impossible to find anyone whose career had been smoother and more explosive than Rei's. Industry professionals talking about geniuses no longer only mentioned Eira from recent years. Nor did they only mention Shinji, the legendary creator who debuted at 17, died at 20, and left behind 2 classic masterpieces. Now, the names Shirogane and Rei were constantly brought up. But once people become famous, jealousy follows. The first volume of Hikaru no Go sold 970,000 copies in its first week, and surpassed 2 million within 1 month. Now with the second volume close to release, first week sales exceeding 1 million seemed almost guaranteed. The manga was showing the potential of 4 million average sales per volume. Meaning, unless something unexpected happened, Rei would most likely appear on the next year's national manga income rankings, earning millions or more. And many people simply couldn't stand it. Why am I working so hard and earning nothing, while you, a high school kid who doesn't even study properly, draw manga and make tens of millions? Jealousy of talent is a sickness. As long as you succeed, someone will slander you. Whenever Rei opened his creator accounts on various platforms, he saw tens of thousands of supportive messages, and thousands of angry insults calling his story trash, pretentious, or claiming it relied on its art style to sell BL undertones or gay vibes. Just malice for the sake of ruining his mood. Some introverted manga artists would mentally collapse after reading such things. Many creators truly had their careers destroyed by online abuse. A manga artist's pressure, ranking pressure, cancellation pressure, pressure from fans, and the flood of insults from anti-fans. But Rei, he was just porting a masterpiece, none of it affected him at all. Sometimes he even replied to trolls for fun after submitting his weekly chapter. Under this environment, Hikaru no Go's plot reached a major turning point. On Wednesday, May 27th, the 17th chapter of Hikaru no Go released in the latest issue of Dream Comic. This week's magazine cover heavily supported the series. Front and center, Hikaru and Akira locked in a dramatic stare-down. Characters from other series surrounded them. Anyone who normally bought the journal would know instantly, this week's chapter holds something big. 79, Chase and Illusion. It had been almost 4 months since Hikaru no Go began serialization. However, due to Rei's now industry-famous drawing speed, producing an enormous weekly page count, the manga's story progress was already equivalent to what many artists managed in half a year. And this huge serialization volume created extremely strong fan loyalty. Early in the morning, in various bookstores across the country, many Hikaru no Go fans got up early to buy the new issue of Dream Comic. One of them was Zen. Originally, he was just a personal fan of Rika, a professional Go player. Although he understood Go, his own skill wasn't high. He watched professional Go leagues but only cared about Rika's matches. If not for Rika, he never would have paid attention to the manga Hikaru no Go. But, he came to support Rika at first, and somehow ended up addicted to the manga itself. He found the new issue of Dream Comic easily and also picked up Monogatari Comic, released 2 days earlier. As for other journals on display he wasn't interested at all. Everyone has limited time. No manga reader can keep up with the hundreds of serialized works across the 6 major journals. Most people only follow 5 or 6 series in 1 or 2 journals. Whatever else looks good later, they'll buy the tankobon volumes to catch up. After paying, Zen went home and first checked the latest news about Ruka. Her professional results were more or less the same, not top tier, but respectable. His attention toward her was like a sports fan following their favorite athlete. But since her collaboration with Shirogane to create Hikaru no Go, Rika appeared in the news far more frequently. A huge number of new Hikaru no Go fans had begun following her because of the manga. With arrangements through the Go Association, she even held regular Go lecture streams through official and personal accounts, and viewership numbers were extremely high. In interview after interview, she heavily praised Hikaru no Go and its author Rei. Not only Zen, many manga readers felt that because of Hikaru no Go, the entire Go scene of the country was becoming revitalized. I wonder what will happen if this manga continues being serialized. Zen smiled. Then he opened this week's issue of Dream Comic. The 17th chapter continued directly from last week. Because the mysterious online player Sai remained undefeated, professional players from around the world challenged him. But whether they were amateur masters or world-famous pros, they suffered crushing defeats. Sai's extraordinary strength even made many suspect that he might be able to contend with, or surpass, the current one in the World Go rankings. Under these circumstances, Akira, his senior Seiji Ogata, and a group of other pros finally managed to secure a chance to play Sai through a special arranged account. And the other player in this online match was Akira. Akira deliberately replayed the same opening moves as the first game he had once played against Sai, to test whether Sai was really Hikaru. Sai, with perfect memory, recognized the pattern immediately. Hikaru, panicking that Akira might figure out Sai's identity and cause trouble, begged him, "Don't continue with the same game." And so, after about a dozen identical moves, Sai stopped the replication. Akira became half convinced, half skeptical. The match couldn't continue for various reasons, so Akira typed in the chat, asking Sai for another game next Sunday at 10 a.m. Hikaru, perhaps out of guilt for having once ruined Akira's chance to play Sai, also agreed. That unfinished confrontation kept Zen on edge for an entire week. It kept all fans on edge. This week's chapter opened with Akira sitting alone at home, staring at his computer, waiting for 10 a.m. It was raining heavily across the city. Hikaru walked through the rain with an umbrella toward the internet cafe. Akira sat with the same serious posture he had held during their second game, and their third game in the school team competition. Fated rivals always meet again. Even if Akira didn't fully believe Sai was really Hikaru, the instinctive fear, the trauma etched into his very soul, still rose within him. When the time came, both logged into the Go server. Akira had black. Hikaru, acting as Sai, had white. Zen inhaled deeply as he read, suddenly nervous himself. On the manga page, their avatars sat across from each other as if at the same table. 2 years had passed. Akira's skill had grown enormously. But against Sai, he was still pushed to the brink. So strong. He feels even stronger than when I played Hikaru. He's not Hikaru. Zen chuckled. Too bad. You guessed wrong. You're not the only one who can get stronger, Akira. Although Sai was an ancient Go saint, after staying in the modern world for so long, how could he not have improved? And yes, Sai was stronger than before. But a player's style? That was nearly impossible to change. Even though Akira had only played Sai twice, he had developed a deep, instinctive sensitivity toward Sai's style. In the middle game, as Sai placed a stone, Akira's eyes widened. This move, this feeling, could it be him? He didn't want to believe it, but something in his bones, in that old trauma etched into his very soul, whispered, "It's Hikaru, from back then." At this time, professional Go masters worldwide were spectating the match from the online room. I can keep playing, but there's no way for me to win. Akira's expression grew tense again. Zen, reading the manga, felt strangely satisfied. He had honestly thought Akira might catch up to Sai after only 2 years, but no, not yet. Not even close. In real Go history, the youngest age at which anyone ever won a world championship was 18. If Sai's strength in the manga was comparable to, or even slightly above, a world champion, then how could a 14-year-old Akira possibly stand on equal footing? Go back. Train for another 5 years. Then challenge Sai again. From this perspective, Zen felt Shirogane-sensei was doing the right thing. At least he wasn't pulling the usual shonen manga nonsense, child genius beats pros instantly, decades of mastery defeated by a kid after 3 weeks of training, villains with centuries of experience lose to hard work speeches. Readers aren't blind. This was a manga grounded in reality. The match ended with Akira resigning mid-game, but Sai's expression turned incredibly serious. "It is Akira," he said with certainty. Hikaru grinned. "Has Akira gotten stronger?" But Sai's eyes sharpened. "The one who has truly gotten stronger is me." No narration, just a single panel. And Zen understood. Sai no longer saw Akira as just a child, like during their first meeting. Akira's moves had forced Sai to acknowledge him. Akira lost this match, but his heart was trembling. He kept wondering, is Sai really Hikaru? Zen laughed. "I wonder when the manga will finally reveal Sai's identity." He thought the match was the highlight. But then came the twist. The next day, Akira returned to the Go Club where he had once been crushed by Hikaru. There, he heard an older club member casually say, "I saw that kid who beat you years ago at the internet cafe nearby. Wonder what he's doing there every day." Akira's expression changed instantly. Zen froze. No way, is the manga revealing it now? Hikaru wasn't relying on Sai to pretend to be a master anymore. If Akira discovered Sai's identity right now, it would be too early. Akira, already suspicious, bolted out of the club and sprinted toward the internet cafe. "Hikaru, is it you?" "Hikaru. Sai, are you the same?" Akira rushed inside, searching every row. And then, he found Hikaru, sitting in front of a monitor, focused intensely. Zen's heartbeat sped up. If Hikaru was online playing as Sai, that would be it. Identity exposed. Akira ran up, grabbed Hikaru's shoulder, and shoved him slightly aside, and what he saw on the screen was a minigame website. Hikaru wasn't playing Go. He was playing a silly online minigame, eyes glued to the screen, clicking furiously. Zen burst out laughing. "Shirogane-sensei, you absolute troll. You hyped up the tension for pages." Akira sprinting in the rain like a lunatic, only for him to find Hikaru playing some dumb minigame. Hikaru's game interrupted, he looked thoroughly annoyed, slammed the mouse down, logged off the computer, and walked straight out of the internet cafe. Akira chased after him. And as Zen turned the page, he could feel it, the manga's atmosphere had suddenly sharpened. The summer heat, the shadows of the setting sun stretching long, everything more detailed than before. Hikaru spun around, frustrated. "Why do you always show up out of nowhere? What do you want from me?" Akira didn't waste time. "Hikaru, have you ever played Go online?" Hikaru, of course, wouldn't admit it. He rambled, dodged, bluffed, even joked that Akira only suspected him because Hikaru had beaten him once. The more Akira listened, the angrier he got. "Stop joking. If you really had Sai's strength, you'd already be a pro and have several world titles by now. Thanks for saying what I wanted to say." Hikaru's faint smile stabbed deeper. Zen suddenly understood. This was that infuriating line Hikaru had said years ago, the one that had exploded inside Akira's heart, the insult he thought mocked every professional player. But maybe, Akira had accepted the truth of that line long ago. Akira lowered his head. "It's not you, Sai, it absolutely can't be you." Then he turned away. "I'm sorry. I won't appear in front of you again." His silhouette stretched long under the orange light. Lonely, defeated, hurting in a way that made Zen's throat tighten. Did Akira want Hikaru to be Sai? Or did he desperately hope he wasn't? How must it feel, for the towering goal you'd chased for years, to crumble instantly? Hikaru clenched his fists. "Wait, Akira." And then, the line, that hit Zen like lightning. "If you keep chasing my illusion, then one day, the real me will catch up to your steps." Akira turned. Hikaru stood, fists trembling. The sunset wrapped them in gold. A scene that carved itself directly into the reader's heart. A good manga doesn't need every chapter to be perfect. It just needs one moment that becomes eternal. For Zen, this was that moment. A manga with no villains, no schemes, no cheap tricks. Just passion, defeat, pursuit, growth. A rivalry that was a kind of destiny. Akira exhaled. "No need to wait. Let's play right now." But Hikaru hesitated. Akira said nothing more and walked away. Hikaru didn't call him back. He knew he wasn't yet qualified, he still had far to go before standing as Akira's equal. But the seed of unwillingness, of burning frustration, was planted deep within him. And also within Zen, who suddenly wanted to throw away the magazine and study Go again. He turned the page. and saw only Hikaru no Go, Chapter 18 END. A heavy emptiness hit him. Every week he felt this, but today it was stronger. Hikaru no Go had shown him a world he could never reach, the world of true prodigies. Manga fans were overflowing with emotion. Shirogane-sensei is too good at character arcs. Until now Akira was chasing Sai, now Hikaru wants to chase Akira. Destiny flipped. Everything Akira felt before, Hikaru will taste one by one now. This chapter made me tear up. It's so beautiful. In real life it's rare to find someone who can grow with you for a lifetime, but Hikaru and Akira found each other. That's romance. No villains. Just rivalry. Just pure Go. This hits deeper than any battle manga. Bro, I'm taking Go lessons. My teacher is killing me. How do these middle schoolers understand this? I think this is the best chapter so far. No, chapter 2 was best. Watching Akira get crushed by Sai destroyed me. Stop arguing, everyone vote. Hikaru no Go has been stuck at rank 7 for 2 weeks. Push it up. There were no complaints. No nitpicking. Just pure emotion. Fans who never voted suddenly voted. Fans who never commented wrote long posts. People genuinely loved the chapter. And the back-end numbers at Hashimori Group reflected it. Hikaru no Go's votes this week were far higher than last week. Bonus at 800 PS. Read 50 chapters ahead at rayon.com/ashnoir. 80. Achievements and Adaptation Consultant Request. Thursday was arguably Ray's most mentally draining day of the entire week. Not because of schoolwork or daily stress, but because Dream Comic released new chapters on Wednesday, and then rankings came out on Thursday. Ray's identity had been exposed for long enough that his classmates were already used to having a nationally famous manga artist in their room. No one screamed over him anymore when Hikaru no Go updated. No more chaos. Just quiet familiarity. But outside of school, completely different story. That morning, Ray could already tell that fans of Sai and Akira, along with people who were simply fans of Ray himself, were camped outside the school gates again. During break, Miyu noticed Ray staring blankly at the window and walked over with that teasing half-smile. Quite popular these days, aren't we, great manga artist? Are you so bored that you came all the way here just to tease me? Ray whispered back after checking that no one nearby was listening. Your Sakura Rain has entered its mid-late serialization with a steady magazine ranking at 2. That's still a long way from your claim that you'd quickly reach 1, isn't it? Of course I know that. You don't need to rub it in. Her face darkened immediately. For 3 straight weeks Sakura Rain had barely missed the top spot. A few votes short each time. It made her miserable. And anyway, she fired back, your Hikaru no Go hasn't climbed much either. You told me with full confidence that it would break into the top 3, right now it looks like that dream is a long way off. In Dream Comic, the top 3 works were in a different universe entirely, sales, influence, weekly vote count, everything. The third-place manga alone received 50% more votes than the fourth place. Hashimori Group treated the top 3 like royalty. Primetime anime slots. Massive merchandise budgets. Front-page promotion. Everyone below them fought over scraps. But Ray didn't react to her jab, which only made me more curious. So then, about the ending of Hikaru no Go. When will Hikaru finally become a professional? Will Akira and Sai have a 5th match? And what if Hikaru dies someday? When will Sai find a 3rd host? All of those are spoilers, and you know I don't spoil things. Ray smiled. But I can tell you this, every one of your questions will be answered within 1 year, before our college entrance exams. Miyu froze. You're only planning to serialize it for that short a time. What else? How long do you expect a Go manga to run? No, wait. Shouldn't it last 4 or 5 years? She panicked. I even researched all the world tournaments because of your manga. There are 7 global Go championships, plus Meijin, Tengen, Kisei titles. And the rivalry with the peninsula region is fiercer than ever. She leaned forward, counting on her fingers. If Hikaru goes through the pro exam, becomes a 9 dan, wins titles, represents Japan internationally, fights world champions. That's hundreds of chapters. Don't you want that? Ray burst out laughing. What's the point of that? This story is about a boy going from knowing nothing to loving Go. It's not about him becoming world number 1. That'd be redundant, drawn out, boring. Readers will drop it. He shrugged. just like Slam Dunk. If it continued into the NBA with Sakuragi and Rukawa winning championships, it would have crashed in reputation like Prince of Tennis. Ending well matters more than dragging out success. But Hikaru no Go is insanely popular now. And you're ending it in just a year? What about Hashimori Group? That's not my problem. A manga should end when readers love it most. Don't milk fans dry. And because Ray knew the original story's trajectory, he knew popularity would peak around the arc of Sai's disappearance. Dragging it out beyond that point would only hurt the work. The conversation ended there as the bell rang. Morning classes flew by. By noon, Ray carried his lunch and his phone up to the rooftop, waiting for Misaki's Thursday call with the new ranking. Right on time, Misaki's call came through. Ray, congratulations. Hikaru no Go's popularity ranking rose again this week, more than 400,000 votes, placing it at 6th. Through the phone, Ray could clearly hear both joy and disbelief tangled in her voice. Breaking into the top 6 of Dream Comic meant the series had officially entered the league of country's truly popular works. A few weeks ago, Misaki herself had warned Ray that Hikaru no Go might stall for a long period, that a Go-themed manga simply didn't have the legs to climb much further. And yet here it was. 6th place. She honestly found it surreal. She had known prodigies before. But Ray was something more. From day one, Hikaru no Go had kept smashing every prediction she made. She first thought the theme was too niche, that even if it passed the serialization board, it'd struggle around rank 10 to 15. Then when it broke into the top 10, she assumed that was the ceiling. Go was disadvantaged. Even with Ray's god-tier pacing and paneling, top 8 was supposed to be the optimal limit. But in just a handful of chapters following the team arc, it had climbed again. To 6th. What was the real ceiling of this manga? Could Hikaru no Go actually challenge the big 3 at the top of Dream Comic, Source War Chronicle, The Wanderer, and Fist Armor? Logic told Misaki this was impossible. But emotion whispered, why not Dream? It was just 3 ranks away. Yes, battle manga and sci-fi giants had a much broader commercial ecosystem than a Go story. But in the magazine rankings alone, top 3 wasn't impossible. 6th. Ray finally exhaled in relief. He believed in the series, but even he had grown restless after weeks of stagnation. There's also something important I need to discuss with you. Misaki said. Go ahead. The broadcast date for the Hikaru no Go anime has been set for January next year. And the manga has dramatically boosted the Go industry. Registrations for youth Go classes across the country increased 40% year-over-year. Ray blinked. He didn't expect that number. And because Go isn't usually mainstream, Misaki continued, the Go Association, being a semi-official organization, has been aggressively promoting it. With their push, plus investors swarming in, all adaptation rights sold quickly. Animation rights of course, but the live-action drama rights have also been sold. Ray's eyes widened. So that was why everything felt so smooth. The Go Association was quietly backing the series. They had every reason to. Unlike commercial studios, the association didn't care about profit, they cared about national Go participation. And nothing, no world title, no championship run could grow the national Go population faster than a smash hit manga spreading through every school in the country. Hikaru no Go had already done more for Go's popularity than a decade of official events. So what's the part you need to discuss with me? Ray asked. Misaki inhaled. The animation team and the TV drama production team both want to invite you, the original creator, to serve as a creative consultant. But since you're a student and entering your final high school year, they were hesitant to ask directly. So the editorial department asked me to check with you first. Consultant. Upon hearing this, Ray immediately recalled the 2 versions of Hikaru no Go from his previous life, the anime's legendary soundtrack, the iconic voice actors, and even the live-action casting choices. Misaki, however, completely misread his pause. To her, Ray sounded timid. Of course, you don't need to learn the entire production workflow, Misaki quickly added. You'd only be exercising your aesthetic judgment as the original creator, giving input on character design, actor casting, voice actor selection, and how certain scenes should be adapted for animation and the drama. She didn't mention the real reason. The investors needed Ray's name as a shield. If extreme fans complained after the adaptation aired, they could simply say, this was personally approved by the original creator, Shirogane-sensei. Instant damage control. Even the angriest fans would limit how harshly they criticized once they knew the original mangaka oversaw it. No problem. I can accept it, Rei nodded. Misaki froze. Then, your studies. Hikaru no Go is more important to me than test scores right now, Rei said, smiling lightly. My goal is to be a first-class manga artist, not a first-class university student. With the knowledge he carried from his previous life, getting into a mid-tier key university wouldn't be difficult anyway. Misaki's heart skipped. At 17, Rei's clarity and decisiveness were unnervingly sharp. But, Rei continued, leaning forward slightly, since they're inviting me as a consultant, I don't want to just be a mascot. I want the production teams to take my opinion seriously. On character designs, music direction, casting, I want real decision power. Please help me negotiate this. He wasn't joking. In his previous world, the anime's soundtrack was iconic, practically a spiritual core of the series. If they were inviting him properly, then he'd demand the right to preserve, or surpass, those classics in this world. Misaki thought for a moment. No problem. But if you want influence, you'll have to be genuinely involved. Rights only come with responsibilities. And, animation takes time. 4 to 6 months, minimum. But the live-action drama? That's different. She sighed. Japan's TV dramas are filmed and broadcast in tight cycles. Some start shooting and air within 2 to 3 months. If Hikaru no Go's drama begins production soon, it might air before the anime, maybe even ahead of the manga's progress. If you accept the consultant role, you'll have extra workload for months. And during that time, you cannot stop updating Hikaru no Go. Can you handle it? No problem. 3 simple words. Rei didn't overthink it. Hashimori Group had adapted countless works. He wasn't intimidated. After Rei formally accepted, the company's promotional machinery began moving at high speed. Hashimori Group dropped a bombshell on their official site. Shirogana's manga Hikaru no Go will begin production on a live-action TV drama. Shirogana-sensei will join the crew as a creative consultant. Public casting auditions will begin soon. The entire fandom froze. Last month, it was the anime announcement. This month, the TV drama. The speed of the IP expansion was insane. The other 5 major manga groups immediately felt threatened. Is Hashimori out of its mind? A series only serialized for a few months, and they've already greenlit both the anime and live action? What if the plot collapses later? Are they ready for the embarrassment? But ordinary manga fans didn't think that far. Within half a day, the news tore through the Hikaru no Go fandom. Shirogana's comments section exploded with activity. It was the busiest it had ever been. 81 Professional arena and actions. TV drama adaptation? That fast? My brain can't keep up anymore. It's not just Hashimori Group. The Go Association is backing him too. Honestly, Go hasn't been doing well here for years. Young people just watch anime, scroll short videos, play mobile games. Who still signs up to study Go? But since Hikaru no Go came out, the amount of attention to Go exploded. Even a manga did more for Go than the Go Association's entire year of paid promotions. Same. I wasn't interested in Go at all. After reading Hikaru no Go, I immediately signed up for a Thursday night online Go class. The teacher literally uses boards from the manga to explain moves. Imagining Sai, Hikaru, and Akira playing those exact patterns, suddenly a silent board becomes cool. I joined an offline dojo. Guess what? Half the students are middle schoolers who sit together discussing Hikaru no Go plot twists. A manga attracting kids to study Go, I never imagined it was possible. Shirogana-sensei is a genius. I can't even imagine what'll happen when the TV drama and anime air together. Families might go register for Go lessons together. Don't jinx it. A hit manga doesn't mean a hit adaptation. Plenty of live-action and anime adaptations flop. I just hope Hashimori picks a decent production company and doesn't make garbage. The animation studio is Shadow Realm Animation, a big name with solid reputation. As for the drama, yeah, casting and fidelity matter. By the next morning, the news had spread through Rei's entire school. It was a replay of the chaos from when his identity as a mangaka was first exposed. The school gate was once again blocked by fans, far more than usual. But this time, the school leadership was surprisingly enthusiastic. These 50, and 60-year-old educators usually look down on manga and anime. But a student from their school having a manga adapted into both an anime and a TV drama, and even promoting Go, an intellectual sport, it instantly became a matter of school pride. So when Ray told the school leaders he might need to take leave because of the adaptation work, every single leader waved their hand. Go, do whatever you need. The school would brag about him for decades. In the following weeks, Hikaru no Go dropped several transitional chapters. In the original version, Hikaru prepared to leave his school Go club, becoming an insei to pursue professional certification and catch up to Akira. But, this Japan doesn't have the insei system. So Ray had to restructure the arc. Instead of an insei program, this world has Go dojos, professional trainee systems, training camps run by professional players. They serve the same purpose, a gathering place for talented young Go players training full-time to qualify as professionals. Ray studied this real Go industry carefully, 30 to 36 new professional players per year, 5 to 10 new female professionals, 20 plus new male professionals. About 10 major Go dojos nationwide, 1,000 total trainees across them, 700 to 800 certified professional players, 500 active pros at any given time. Small numbers, but frighteningly elite. Even the trainees, kids who haven't turned pro yet, are strong enough to dominate county and city-level amateur tournaments. Becoming a trainee is already entering the world of geniuses. Becoming a professional Go player? That's becoming a genius among geniuses. Naturally, in Ray's version, Hikaru lives in Modu. So Hikaru joins a Modu-based dojo. Ray even fictionalized the dojo's name slightly, to avoid copyright problems, but anyone in the Go world who saw the manga would instantly recognize which real dojo the story was modeled after. It was worth mentioning that Ray's partner, Rika, had successfully earned her professional rank after training in this very dojo. She naturally couldn't interfere with Ray's manga creation, but as Hikaru no Go grew more and more popular, she quietly fed Ray information, insights, and useful references about the dojo system. Ray immediately saw through her intent. She was advertising her master's dojo. After all, if the Hikaru no Go anime and drama became hits, the name of her dojo, even if Ray only used a homophonic fictional version, would gain tremendous exposure. Ray didn't mind helping her. As long as he avoided direct copyright issues, giving her dojo an indirect boost was hardly a big deal. After several new chapters were released, fans who originally knew nothing about Go industry were in complete shock. Wait, to become a professional Go player, you need to be strong enough to enter a dojo first, compete with 1,000 geniuses, and then fight for 30 pro spots a year. I wanted my son to learn Go after reading Hikaru no Go. I was too naive. That Kaio middle school captain who looked like a monster earlier, the 3-time Moda campus champion, turns out he was a professional trainee too. And he quit because he couldn't keep up. Holy crap. This industry is brutal. Is Hikaru really going to survive this? Can he even become a professional Go player? Look at Akira, same age as Hikaru, and already a full professional. That's insane. But the reason Akira became a legend-like figure is exactly because he met Hikaru. He crushed him so hard that even he started doubting his talent. If I were Akira, Hikaru would also be my inner demon. Sai barely showed up these chapters. I miss him. No, but seriously, Hikaru slowly growing from a clueless kid into someone qualified to enter a dojo, it hits so hard. Feels like watching your own child grow up. What hurt me most was Hikaru's farewell to the school Go club, leaving them for the dojo created such a rift. Throughout June, Hikaru no Go released 5 chapters, cutting off the school Go club arc entirely. Ray shifted the viewpoint to the Moda dojo, Hikaru's rivalries with trainee prodigies, the harsh environment of young players aiming for professional rank. From chapter 18 to chapter 23, the rankings were 66566. The 1 week Hikaru hit rank 5. The spike happened in the chapter where Hikaru had a full emotional blowout. To prove his resolve, and that he deserved to enter the dojo, Hikaru accepted a simultaneous match against Tsutsui, Kaga, Yuki. He beat Tsutsui, Yuki, then barely lost to Kaga. Fans cried their eyes out over the friendship drama, and that surge of emotion pushed the work to rank 5. But then, Hikaru was crushed again. In the next 2 chapters, Hikaru officially entered the dojo. And instantly he was destroyed, humiliated, outplayed, unable to keep up with prodigies trained since childhood. Fans felt it. Bro, I can't handle watching the protagonist get flattened like this. It's realistic but painful. Because of that emotional discomfort, votes dropped slightly, and the ranking slid back to 6th. No matter how much fans like a work, it still depends on the serialized plot. If the plot doesn't move them enough, the proportion of votes will naturally decrease. But overall, the national discussion and popularity of Hikaru no Go continued climbing without slowing down. And so, June quietly came to an end. 2 weeks remained before Rei finished his second year of high school. Yet just when everyone thought the momentum would stabilize, Hikaru no Go dropped another explosive announcement at the end of the month. The production team officially declared that actor auditions for the Hikaru no Go live-action drama would begin in late June and run until early July. Filming was scheduled to begin in mid-July. And, if everything went smoothly, the first season of the live-action series was expected to air in October, right in the autumn broadcast slot. Even though Rei had personally discussed becoming a creative consultant with Hashimori Group, this level of speed still left him speechless. He knew Japan TV drama industry liked rushing, but this was absurd. Acting auditions announced. Filming starting in a few weeks. Broadcast this October. This wasn't normal production speed anymore. This was warp drive efficiency. Rei stared at the notice and almost doubted reality. Hashimori Group couldn't possibly push things this fast alone. Then, who else? He didn't need to think for more than a second. The Go Association. It had to be the Go Association deliberately pouring fuel on the fire. After witnessing how Hikaru no Go had boosted Go's visibility, after seeing Go classrooms across suddenly overflowing with kids, after seeing the youth enrollment rate jump nearly 40% in a single quarter, they must have realized, if we let the Hikaru no Go TV drama air at the same time the manga hits its peak, the influence will multiply. Read 50 chapters ahead at p@rayon.com/ashnoir. Bonus at 1200 PS. 82 just one step away. After the announcement that the Hikaru no Go TV series had officially entered production, complete with a broadcast date, the enthusiasm of fans practically exploded overnight. But as always, questions surfaced along with the excitement. Only a little over 20 chapters have been serialized so far. Can that really support an entire first season? What are you worried about? 20 chapters of this manga equals 50 chapters of many other works. And TV dramas are filmed in real time. While the show airs, the manga keeps updating. It'll be fine. I still can't believe how fast things are moving. Shirogane-sensei really hit the jackpot. Hashimori Group wants to mold a genius, the Go Association is pushing like crazy, and now even big Go League investors are involved. No wonder things are moving like this. The animation side hasn't said anything yet, though. If they want to air in January, they're already deep in production. We'll hear something soon enough. My only concern is that Hikaru no Go's magazine ranking hasn't climbed recently. It kind of breaks my heart. Bro, the top works have been animated for ages and even have games. Their fanbases are insane. Wait until the TV series airs, that's when things will change. While those discussions continued, something else was heating up even faster, the audition roster. Forget everything else, who is going to play everyone? Same, but above all, Sai. How on earth are they casting Sai? Sai's presence is too ethereal. A normal actor won't have that aura. I don't need 100% accuracy, but at least give me 70 to 80%. By evening, Rei's account comment section transformed into a battlefield of fans recommending actors. Some were sincere. Others were clearly actor stans invading the conversation. But everyone was reacting to one key line in the official announcement. Rei is an official creative consultant, and his name appears very high in the staff list. Which meant he had real influence, not decorative influence. So when Rei arrived at school the next morning, chaos. Rei, is it true Shiro might play Akira? My mom was obsessed with him 10 years ago. She made me ask you. Is Minato shortlisted for Akira? Don't you know who he is? He's everywhere right now. Who's playing Sai? I saw rumors about Itsuki. If it's true, please take me to the set. I need a photo with him. Rei, help me get an autograph. We were so close in first year. Remember during midterms when I let you copy that huge math problem so you wouldn't fail? That one. You owe me. Someone online claims Hikaru's actor is already confirmed. Is it true? From the first bell to lunch break, he was relentlessly surrounded, peppered with questions, and emotionally drained. By noon he escaped, half dead, and collapsed on the rooftop. A few seconds later, footsteps approached, light, smug, unmistakably amused. Mayu. She leaned against the railing, smiling like a cat who found cream. So, being a genius manga artist isn't easy, is it? The greatest mistake of my life, Ray muttered, face buried in his arms, was going on stage to accept that award. Dealing with them is more exhausting than drawing manga. She laughed softly. What did you expect? Hashimori Group wants to market you as a star creator. This was inevitable. Ray groaned. Mayu continued, her voice softer now. But still, it's surreal. I remember this time last year, 5 centimeters per second had just finished serialization. 1 year later, Hikaru no Go is about to have an anime and a live-action drama. She gazed at him, half admiring, half teasing. Ray, I wonder how many people in the entire manga industry are jealousy right now. I don't care about the opinions of people I don't even know. Ray stood by the wall, looking down at the scattered high school students on the playground. Right now, they still have the energy to envy me and throw insults online. But in a few more years, they won't have the time or confidence to think that way. Mayu was stunned for a moment, then slowly understood what Ray meant. Envy only exists when the gap looks small, when someone feels they still have a chance to catch up. But if the distance becomes overwhelmingly large, the idea of envy doesn't even appear. You're quite confident, Mayu said with a wry smile. Alright, let's talk about what I actually came here for. My sister told me that during summer vacation, you'll be pouring a ton of energy into the Hikaru no Go animation and TV series production. Since you took the position of consultant, it's part of your job anyway. But I also heard you're planning to submit some original songs you composed to both production companies, hoping they'll use them as the opening and background tracks for the TV drama and anime. Is that actually true? That's right. Ray nodded casually. Huh. Miyu's eyes widened. Wait, you're serious? You heard it from your sister and still didn't believe it. You, writing music. I admit your manga talent, but music talent. Don't go embarrassing yourself by handing over terrible songs that you think are masterpieces. Ray shrugged. There are very few manga artists who get famous at 17, but plenty of musicians debut young. It's not that unbelievable, is it? And why do you care whether I embarrass myself in front of collaborators? Because that's unacceptable. Mayu shot back. You're the manga artist Hashimori Group is promoting with everything they've got. My goal used to be to become someone like you. If you get ridiculed, I'd feel second-hand humiliation. You don't need to worry, Ray said, smiling. I'm only providing demo tracks, but I'm confident they'll be chosen. Mayu folded her arms. And what makes you so sure? You'll understand once the Hikaru no Go TV series airs, Ray said. He remembered vividly the classic music tracks from the anime of his previous life, I'll Be the One, Hitomi no Chikara, Kimi no Buken, Get Over. Even though Ray himself wasn't a trained musician, the body's original owner was. With 8 or 9 years of childhood music education, drafting sheet music wasn't a problem. Naturally, the animation and drama production teams reacted politely but dismissively to his initial proposal. Ray could tell they didn't take his involvement in the music department seriously. But that didn't matter. Music, cast selection, character designs, these would all be decided at big production meetings. As a consultant, Ray would sit in on every one. Once they heard the tracks he planned to submit, their opinions would definitely change. After all, the Hikaru no Go anime soundtrack in his memory was iconic. He doubted either team could produce anything superior. June ended, and July arrived. Final exams were over. Ray stepped into what would be the last summer vacation of his high school life. Besides drawing the manga daily, he now had an additional routine, attending the actor auditions for the Hikaru no Go live-action drama, as requested by the production team. The director of the drama was Seiya, age 44. Across more than a decade of directing, he had completed 7 or 8 TV series, well-known, reliable, and experienced. Although Ray was given a high degree of respect in the casting process, he understood very well that the final choices weren't determined by him alone. Budget, scheduling, and the director's preferences always played a role. But the production team for the Hikaru no Go TV drama clearly wasn't interested in parachuting in random big-name actors. The entire casting process was decided directly by the director's judgment, and the middle-aged director never once looked down on Ray because of his age. If anything, he respected Ray's opinion far more than Ray expected. A live-action adaptation can never perfectly reproduce the expressiveness of manga panels, since animation allows for imaginative liberties that live-action simply cannot achieve. Still, within the constraints of real actors, Ray made sure that every chosen cast member, whether in looks or performance, was someone he could approve of. To Ray's relief, every candidate he supported ended up being well above the level of the live-action actors from the adaptation in his previous life. Far above. Of course, Ray also participated directly in the script discussions. A manga cannot be copied panel for panel into a TV drama. Scenes must be restructured, pacing must change, and side stories have to be added to make the live-action cast feel alive. But Ray had one non-negotiable demand. The main plot lines cannot be altered. Ever. The disastrous version from his past life committed the unforgivable sin of altering central character arcs. Ray would never allow that. Adding side romances for institute students? Fine. Changing the emotional core of the story? Absolutely not. Fortunately, having seen a full live-action version in his previous life, Ray could instantly recognize bad ideas before they were even spoken. He blocked many creative liberties long before they could slip into the script. The animation team required much less intervention. The animation quality standards in this Japan was already high, far beyond the outdated style of the original Japanese anime Ray remembered. The only thing Ray firmly insisted on was, character designs must not drift away from the manga's appearance. No modern reinterpretations, no redesigns that ignored personality, and absolutely no stylish realism. While all of this was unfolding, Hikaru no Go reached its 26th chapter. And during Ray's summer vacation, the third volume of the Tankobon was released. Volume 1 first week sales, 970,000. Volume 2 first week sales, 1.23 million. Volume 3 first week sales, 1.77 million. The industry was shaken. Even the most conservative estimates meant Hikaru no Go now had the potential to break 5 million copies per volume, a level only reached by top-tier manga artists. More importantly, this was achieved by a 17-year-old student. At first, when Ray debuted, people in the industry called him a genius. But privately, many scoffed. A 17-year-old maintaining consistency, keeping pressure control? Impossible. He'll lose steam. He'll collapse. But when Volume 3 sales numbers dropped, professionals in the manga world all thought the same thing. Among geniuses, there are levels. Maybe Hikaru no Go would collapse one day. No one could predict the future. But right now, Ray had clearly demonstrated the qualities of a true top-tier manga artist. Some critics claimed Ray was just benefiting from Hashimori Group's desire to promote a genius, the Go Association's nationwide push, the Go boom created by the manga itself. But anyone who believed it was that simple was welcome to try drawing a manga about an unpopular sport, like ice hockey, and see whether it could break even a fraction of Hikaru no Go's success. Ray was now only one step away from breaking out of the manga world entirely, from becoming a nationally recognized name. And that final push would come with the Hikaru no Go TV drama in October, and the anime in January next year. Just one step. Read 50 chapters ahead at rayon.com/ashnoir. Bonus at 1200 PS. 83, August. After summer vacation began, the heat in the city felt unbearable. But just as stifling as the temperature was the explosion in manga and anime market. Once elementary, middle school, high school, and university students were finally free, anime expos and manga fairs popped up across major cities. Tankobon sales soared, anime merch sold out everywhere, and weekend crowds filled every event hall. Ray wasn't the type to lock himself indoors like a machine. Whenever he finished his manuscript work early, he slipped out to wander through the lively streets, browse merch booths, or quietly observe fans at exhibitions. That was where he saw them, dozens of Hikaru no Go fans dressed in size-flowing robes, fluttering folding fans as they walked past. Some even dyed their hair black and yellow attempting Hikaru's look, but most failed spectacularly, looking more like delinquent fireball punks than the bright, messy-haired boy from the manga. The series had just reached its 27th chapter, covering Hikaru's earliest days after joining the Go Dojo. There he reunited with two people, Waya, the sharp, perceptive young player who had once unknowingly played Sai online. Isumi, for years the strongest among the dojo's Insei equivalents, but unable to pass the pro exam. And of course Oka, a brilliant but harsh and brutally honest player, whose tongue was as sharp as his reading skills. The moment Hikaru stepped into the dojo, he became a target for challenge after challenge. He ranked dead last in Group 2, the lower-tier bracket of aspiring pros. Chapters 20 through 25 focused on Hikaru's painful, stumbling climb upward, learning to overcome the fear of stones caused by relying too heavily on Sai's guidance, correcting his weaknesses, and sharpening his intuition. Eventually, he broke into Group 1, and that immediately placed him into the Young Lions tournament, an official event mixing brand new professional one-dan players with the most promising dojo trainees. For Hikaru, there was only one goal: break into the top 8 of Group 1 and earn the right to face Akira again. In the tournament's first round, Hikaru was paired against a newly promoted professional. After 2 years of Sai's teaching, endless matches, and non-stop dojo training, Hikaru lost by only 2 points. He failed to reach Akira in the next round, but ironically, that made Akira even more fixated on him. How could the boy he crushed just over a year ago now stand on equal footing with a pro? How could someone with less than a year of formal dojo training produce a move so sharp, so devastating, that it shifted the entire course of the match? The more Akira thought about it, the more unbelievable Hikaru became. During all this time, Hikaru no Go's popularity remained steady, hovering at 6th place every week. The top 5 works had massive advantages: anime adaptations, games, merchandise, and massive fanbases. Even when Hikaru no Go came close, it always fell short by a margin, sometimes by over 30,000 votes. One week it briefly hit 5th place, but only because the 5th-ranked manga had a weak chapter. As soon as that series picked up again, Hikaru no Go slipped back a rank. Then Wednesday, August 6th arrived. The Dream Comic Journal hit the shelves. Chapter 28 of Hikaru no Go was released with it. That same morning, Marino woke up unable to sleep. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes were the character posters of Sai and Akira pinned proudly on her bedroom wall. Honestly, as someone who had seriously studied Go during her childhood, reading a manga like Hikaru no Go gave Marino a level of immersion she rarely experienced anymore. Especially the recent dojo and pro exam arcs. Back in junior high, Marino had been considered a local prodigy, the girl who crushed old uncles and self-proclaimed park masters with ease. Her parents, convinced she had real talent, once took her to a professional Go dojo in the provincial capital for an evaluation. She came back the very same afternoon. Because she had been forced to resign mid-game by someone 3 years younger than her, ranked at the very bottom of the dojo. That single crushing defeat ended her Go dream. From then on, she focused on academics, studied hard, got into a top university, and now lived a perfectly stable life. But, people don't forget the things they couldn't get. Regret sits quietly, showing up at unexpected moments. Otherwise, why would she, a woman who loved sleeping in, wake up every Wednesday at 7, just to read the new Hikaru no Go chapter the moment it dropped? Her emotional projection onto Hikaru was intense. More than once, she had fantasized, what if she had met someone like Sai back then? What if a ghost-level super genius stood behind her board, guiding each move? Maybe she too could have walked the path of a professional. In truth, people read manga to borrow another life. She got out of bed, washed up, applied her usual elegant makeup, and headed toward the bookstore near her apartment. She arrived exactly as the doors opened, but the new Dream Comic Journal, and immediately flipped to Hikaru no Go. The Young Lions tournament had ended last chapter. Naturally, the plot was now reaching the part every reader had been waiting for. The professional exam arc. By all standards, Hikaru had now become one of the top aspiring pros. He could even fight evenly with the weaker professional players, still losing, but forcing them to struggle, sweat, and feel genuine pressure. Right before the exams began, a new character appeared, Tatsuhiko Katawake. Years ago, he was one of the strongest amateur players in the entire country. Everyone believed he was talented enough to pass the pro exam. But due to family circumstances, he went abroad for several years. Now he had returned, stronger than ever, determined to finally take the exam. Before registering, Tatsuhiko walked near the dojo where Hikaru trained, wanting to warm up by challenging a few soft persimmons. But not a single trainee recognized him. His ego took a direct hit. Humph, fine, just watch. You'll all see soon enough, Tatsuhiko muttered, thoroughly offended. Marino almost burst out laughing. The last 10 chapters had been intense, non-stop high-level matches, character growth, and long discussions by Go professionals online. So to suddenly have a character stroll in with this "I will crush some newbies to feel better" energy. And that soft persimmon he was likely to pick. In a world where Hikaru stood, and behind Hikaru stood Sai. Marino couldn't help but grin. Oh no, I wonder who he'll challenge first. 84 Ranking Tournament. Marino continued reading, and sure enough, Tatsuhiko Kutawake waited by the entrance of the dojo for a while until someone who looked almost fragile wandered into view. Hey, kid, Tatsuhiko called out gently. You're an insei too, right? The pro exam's coming up. Are you taking it? Hikaru blinked, confused. Who are you, uncle? The word uncle pierced Tatsuhiko like a dagger. He was barely 20. Do you want to play a game? Tatsuhiko asked, trying to recover his dignity. Now. It's still early. Just help me warm up a bit. Hikaru thought for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, let's play. But the next second, he was already calling out in his heart. Sai, you take this one. He doesn't know me, so go wild. Marino couldn't help grinning. This was what she'd been waiting for. The dojo training arc had been so intense, watching Sai return to the board felt like a breath of fresh air. The manga panel shifted. Sai lowered his gaze toward the board, eyes calm, serene, and deadly serious. This was the first opponent he'd faced in person, other than Hikaru, since that legendary online match against Akira. Meanwhile, the chapter briefly cut to a side scene. Ogata was in the middle of the Meijin title match against the reigning champion, Kawabara. Their psychological battle, light teasing, subtle pressure, feints hidden beneath casual remarks, was portrayed beautifully. Then the manga cut back. Tatsuhiko was utterly shattered. He stared at the destroyed board, stunned, then forced out 2 broken syllables. I resign. His hands trembled. You're really an insei. Hikaru immediately sensed danger and tried to slip away. But Tatsuhiko snapped back to life. Wait, how long have you been playing Go? Marino's fingers froze mid-page. The panel zoomed in on Tatsuhiko's eyes, confusion, disbelief, and a quiet desperation. He wasn't just asking Hikaru. He wasn't just asking Sai. It felt as though he was asking the reader too. How can someone this young be this strong? Then came the panel Marino knew she would never forget. Hikaru turned back slightly, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips. He lifted a single finger. 1,000 years. A joke. A truth. An answer only Hikaru, and Sai, could give. Tatsuhiko was left frozen in place. Outside the pages, Marino felt her heart twist. It was cool, and funny. After Hikaru left, Tatsuhiko quietly tore up his pro exam application. He called a friend. I'm not ready. I need another year. I'll try again when I deserve it. On the other side of the story, the Meijin match ended. Ogata lost, and Kawabara retained the title. And so the chapter reached its quiet conclusion. At the dojo entrance, Oki, Isumi, and Hikaru stood beneath the slanting sunlight. Their training period was over. Their next reunion would be on the battlefield of the professional examination. See you next time, we're rivals. Good luck. The final page showed their silhouettes parting ways, framed by soft summer light, a page overflowing with youth, rivalry, and everything Marino wished she'd experienced herself. Marino finally understood why Shirogane-sensei chose to place the side stories of Tatsuhiko and the Meijin title match in the same chapter. Even someone like Tatsuhiko, once a top insei whose name had echoed through the Tokyo Go scene, lost all confidence after a single match with Sai, deciding he wasn't worthy yet and postponing his pro exam to next year. Even Ogata 9 Dan, brilliant but prideful, had his mental state shaken by a few offhand remarks from the cunning Meijin Kawabara, and ultimately failed to take the title. Even Hikaru, Oki, and Isumi, boys who laughed together, ate together, played Go together every day inside the dojo, would now turn and face one another as rivals in the brutal arena of the professional qualification tournament. Hundreds, no, thousands, of the strongest young Go players from every prefecture, city, and dojo across Japan. All fighting for the mere 30 slots to become official professionals. And unlike the college entrance exam, which a person could take 10 or 20 times in Go, if you fail to turn pro by 18, your window closes forever. This was the cruelty of the professional Go world. You didn't gain strength with age. Your peak often came early. Miss it, and the moment was gone. In Rei's previous world, legends like Jia achieved pro rank at 11, won a world title at 18, and became Meijin in their 20s. Yet ask any fan when he was strongest, and they'd say, when he was younger, before he tangled with AI and changed forever. Marino knew all this from her childhood Go days. And so, this chapter made her eyes sting. These 3 boys in the manga. How many of them would truly make it? Especially Isumi, given his age in the story, how many chances did he even have left? Would their years of work finally bloom? Or, would it all end in silence? It was only a manga, and yet it made Marino think of so much. In the story, a month passed in an instant. On the morning of the preliminaries, Hikaru arrived at the exam hall. Above the entrance hung a huge banner. National Professional Go Qualification Tournament, Preliminaries. Just a single line of text, yet it filled Marino's heart with a strange, overwhelming longing. She flipped the page. Chapter 28, End. After half a year of following this series, she finally saw Hikaru take his first step into the world of professional Go. Go Newbie 43, is this what the pro world looks like? The pressure is insane. Stone Collector, I never realized Go could be this hard. Lost Info, even if I studied Go for 10 years, I still wouldn't reach Insei level. Pros are absolute monsters. Hunter, Meijin, Juden, Tengen, the names alone sound legendary. Who actually holds those titles in Japan right now? Tiger Dad 88, I'm signing my son up for Go lessons immediately. 10 years from now, meet the next Meijin. Emotional Otaku, this chapter sticks to the main storyline, so why am I crying? Bored Sensei, I get it. It's like watching your own kid grow up. Hikaru has spent over 2 years chasing Akira, and now he's finally qualified to stand in the same ring as him. Eyes on, hey, doesn't Tatsuaiko being crushed by Sai feel like foreshadowing? Rin reads, what do you mean? Metareader 01, think about it. If Hikaru ends up becoming the last admitted pro this year, won't it only be because Tatsuaiko quit? If Tatsuaiko had taken the exam, the outcome might have changed. Shirogane-sensei doesn't waste characters. That match could have reshuffled the entire ranking board. Cloudy Komi, there's actually a theory like that. Fuseki Otaku, well, let's just see how Shirogane-sensei writes it. Vote Samurai, Report. Next week the pro qualification arc finally begins. Everyone remember to vote for Hikaru no Go, let's power up Hikaru Shindo. Sai is my god, of course. Voting the moment it opens. Weeping Kaya, please, Shirogane-sensei, don't break my heart, let Hikaru pass the pro test. I'm begging you. All day long, the Hikaru no Go fandom was in full celebration mode, hyped, anxious, emotional, as the story finally stepped into the world of professional Go. Across Japanese search engines, the phrase, Japanese professional Go qualification rules exploded in popularity. On the official website of Dream Comics, the comment flood from manga fans was relentless. Ghost in the Goban, when Hikaru becomes a pro, make 2 certificates, one for Hikaru, one for Sai. Don't you dare forget Sai. The next morning, the ranking results were released. For the first time, Hikaru no Go rose from 6 to 5. Without the anime and drama even airing yet, it had pushed its way to the 5th rank purely through the support of Hikaru no Go fans. Among all top 8 titles in the magazine, it was now the only one without an adaptation, a freakish achievement by industry standards. Even the harshest critics who previously nitpicked everything fell completely silent. And then, across the Dream Comic forum, one question began spreading. Stone Demon, if it can reach 5 before the anime and drama air, what happens after they air? Tengen Tiger, 4 is definitely possible. Divine Move Seeker, could it even break into the top 3? Those rankings haven't changed in 2 years. Read 50 chapters ahead at p@rayon.com/ashnoir. Bonus at 1600 PS. 85, Preliminaries and Release Date. As August arrived, the last stretch of Rei's second-year summer vacation quietly slipped away. Even though it was technically still vacation, a faint, indescribable pressure had already begun seeping into the classroom. Japan's high schools didn't allow cram schools like in Rei's previous life, but students feeling the weight of the coming year had already started self-study marathons. The countdown to the university entrance exams had silently begun. But for Rei and Miyu, that pressure felt distant. Both had excellent grades, and Miyu especially, barring any accidents, was basically guaranteed a spot in one of top 10 universities. But the truth was, neither of them cared particularly about college entrance rankings. Both had already chosen a completely different future. They were going to be professional manga artists. And for Miyu, this summer vacation finally brought her long-awaited breakthrough. Her Sakura Rain topped Amatsukage Journal's popularity rankings for the very first time. Amatsukage Journal's official website even put up a celebratory announcement that morning, bold fonts, special graphics, and a direct push notification to readers. Hashimori Group had tasted success with the genius Shirogane. Rei had become a well-known national high school student manga prodigy, and Hikaru no Go was climbing wildly in influence, not just in the industry, but even in academic and cultural circles thanks to official Go Association support. Naturally, after that result, Hashimori Group doubled down on raising another prodigy under their wing, Saki. A company with one genius wants two. Why stop at one when both show promise? They poured resources on her with a momentum even more intense than when Rei first topped Amatsukage. Meanwhile, Hikaru no Go had settled into a stable position. Its ranking had climbed, paused, then climbed again, and now it sat firmly at 5. And as of chapter 29, the story had finally entered the stage fans had been waiting for. The Pro Qualification Tournament, qualifiers. The system was brutal. Candidates drew random lots. 5 games in 5 days. Win 3 to advance, lose 3 and go home. And then came the chaos. In Hikaru's first match, he ran into a terrifying examinee, a tall, heavy-bearded guy who was only 17 but looked like someone who had walked out of a noir film. He arrived exactly on time every day, made strange throat noises, tried to psych Hikaru out during the sealed move ritual, and muttered bizarre superstitions about noodles and losing streaks. Hikaru, who had the social experience of a baby deer, was absolutely destroyed. He lost the first match. Shaken, he lost the second one too. In the third game, with his back against the wall, Hikaru faced a familiar opponent from the dojo, someone he usually defeated. That single victory was enough to steady his breathing and pull him back from the brink. He won the third. He won the fourth. And in the 5th round? A bye. With 3 wins, Hikaru officially entered the main tournament. And the fandom exploded. Koma is crying, bro, the qualifiers nearly killed me. My heart stopped 3 times. Goban Warrior, that bearded dude is horrifying. How is he only 17? He looks like a villain in a gambling manga. Sai-sama saved me, honestly thought Shirogane-sensei was gonna make Hikaru fail this year and retry next year. I was trembling. Serious Tsuji, Hikaru's skill is fine, but his mentality is trash. This boy collapses if someone sneezes behind him. Akira Defense Force. Meanwhile Akira got bullied by Kaio Middle School's Go Club, begged the teacher to let him play, and still crushed everyone. Mindset difference is unreal. Late arrival hell, Hikaru literally arrived just on time every day because he was scared of running into the beard man. Then the moment he saw the guy, he'd short-circuit and misread everything. I was laughing and crying. Punish that beard, he made it to the main bracket too. Shirogane-sensei, please set up a revenge match later. Hikaru needs to avenge our collective trauma. And then the conversation shifted abruptly. Tenjin rumors, anyway, it's already late August, isn't the Hikaru no Go drama supposed to air in October? Do we have a broadcast station or timeslot yet? Casting Insider, announcements should be coming in the next week or 2. But I did hear something crazy. Blackstone dealer, oh, spill. Casting Insider, word is, aside from being a consultant, Shirogane-sensei actually worked on the music for the TV drama. Forum Goban. What does that mean? Casting Insider, well, I have a friend whose relative is a gaffer on the Hikaru no Go production team. He told my friend that one day, the senior management of the production team decided to replace all the pre-scheduled opening and ending themes for Hikaru no Go with original songs by an unknown musician. And that unknown musician is named Rei. Maple Leaf, Rei. What's wrong with Rei? Blackstone 19, you idiot, Shirogane's real name is Rei. As a Hikaru no Go fan, you don't even know this. Idle Cloud, it should be a namesake, right? There are so many people in Japan. How many people named Ray are there? Pfft. Something's not right. How many people named Ray can you find in all of Japan? They all ended up in the Hikaru no Go production team. Old keyboard, haha, don't believe these inexplicable messages online. Teacher Shirogane is a student and has to draw so many manga manuscript pages, and also serve as a consultant for the Hikaru no Go production team. If he also understood music and could compose songs, I'd eat this keyboard I'm typing on right now. Casting Insider, what do you mean? Do you think I'm bragging? I'll save this post, and I'll come back to remind you to eat your keyboard then. Cloud T, Shirogane, you've worked hard. You're so busy, yet I've taken up half a day of your time. Inside a recording studio, Seiya, the director of the Hikaru no Go TV series, said with a grateful expression to Ray beside him. The Hikaru no Go TV series started actor auditions in July, began filming in mid-July, and now at the end of August. Honestly, the progress has exceeded expectations. After all, while Hikaru no Go's plot is exciting, the actual filming difficulty is not high. As long as the actors for the protagonist Hikaru, the second male lead Akira, and the only true god of the entire series, Sai, are chosen well, and they also have some acting skills, it's enough. More than 60% of the plot of this drama is either playing Go or on the way to play Go, so sometimes the location doesn't even need to be changed naturally. The progress is extremely fast. It's just that at this point, the music and other post-production materials for the Hikaru no Go TV series must be ready. The original songs planned by the director naturally paled in comparison after Ray brought out songs like Sai's Adventure and Get Over. The production team quickly hired professional musicians to write lyrics and arrange music based on the plot and rhythm. Today, the songs were completed in the recording studio, and then director Seiya invited Ray to listen together and offer suggestions. I never expected, Teacher Shirogane, that besides being such a good manga artist, you also have such accomplishments in music. Compared to you, the so-called geniuses I've seen before truly pale in comparison. Director, you're too kind. Ray smiled faintly, not paying too much attention to the flattery. Actually, Ray's definition of himself as a consultant for the Hikaru no Go production team was to ensure the baseline quality of the finished TV series, overseeing the music, actors, and script. However, the upper limit of this series still depended on director Seiya. Oh, by the way, the Hikaru no Go TV series will premiere on Capital Television Station on October 3rd, Friday night at 9 p.m. I only received this information this morning, so I'm letting you know. Capital Television Station, Friday night. Ray was stunned by the news. Even if he didn't pay much attention to the TV industry, he understood that Friday night, 9 o'clock, this time slot was definitely a golden one. Moreover, Capital Television Station had considerable influence from a ratings perspective alone. It ranked among the top 4 TV stations. The investment in Hikaru no Go wasn't even that large, it was only a medium-scale production. He hadn't expected it to receive such a good broadcast platform and schedule. The broadcast schedule is that good? Yes. Seiya nodded and smiled. After all, the Hikaru no Go TV series Invisible Investors are actually quite powerful. Invisible Investors. Ray immediately understood. On the surface, the investors of the Hikaru no Go TV series were a listed film and television company in Japan. But behind it, there was also the support of the Go Association. These semi-official associations usually seemed useless, but when it came to matters like this, the power they could unleash was indeed considerable. Towards the end of September, before the Hikaru no Go TV series premieres, we might need you to spare some time to participate in a media interview and a press conference. Seiya finally stated his main purpose. Ray agreed to everything. That evening, after returning home, fatigue showed clearly on Ray's face. If possible, he truly just wanted to draw manga. These non-manga related tasks were mentally exhausting. But to maximize the influence of these manga works, as the original author, I can't be absent, Ray sighed softly. Otherwise, how would manga fans enter the TV series at the first opportunity? October 3 RD. Just over a month left. Ray opened his phone and looked at the latest rankings of Dream Comic that Misaki had sent him a few days earlier. Source: War Chronicle, 823,561 votes. The Wanderer, 707,415 votes. Fist Armor, 611,235 votes. The top 3 rankings had remained unchanged for 2 years. Especially Source War Chronicle, over 800,000 votes, meaning roughly 1 in every 20 readers voted for it. An astonishing ratio. The 4th-ranked work, Love Prism, only had just over 400,000 votes. As for Hikaru no Go, even though it ranked 5th, its total votes hovered around 380,000. The top 3 works had formed a dimensionality reduction strike through years of serialization, anime, and game adaptations. For Hikaru no Go to challenge them, it would either need time, or explosive momentum from the TV series and animation. 1 month. Ray clenched his fists. 86 September, countdown to premiere. In late August, school started, marking the beginning of Ray's senior year of high school. But the moment he stepped onto campus, even before his classmates could surround him, his 2 closest friends, Hana and Yui, who normally went out of their way not to bother him, couldn't help themselves this time. There had simply been too much news about Hikaru no Go over the summer. Rumors were everywhere that Sato Haruki and Kanzaki, 2 of the most popular young actors in Japan, had been cast as Hikaru and Akira. And Takagi Masato, who hadn't acted for several years and was once famous nationwide for his elegant period drama roles, would be playing Sai. Though past his peak, Masato had once been a top-tier star, and his public appeal was still immense. As for important supporting roles, Seiji Ogata, Kawabara, Toya Koyo, the budget couldn't stretch to household-name superstars, but the production team had still brought in veteran actors familiar to the audience. The cast wasn't luxurious, but it was solid. And more importantly, the original work belonged to a classmate sitting right beside them. On top of that, Ray had spent the entire summer on set as a consultant. Which meant, at least in theory, he had personally met all these actors. Among the students, many weren't interested in manga. But almost no one was indifferent to celebrities. So the moment classes resumed, Ray was immediately surrounded. Questions flew at him non-stop. All right, Ray said quickly, raising his hands. I'll try to help you get autographs, but only if it doesn't interfere with filming or their personal lives. And don't even bring up visiting the set again. I'm just a consultant. The set isn't my house. Oh, so that's how it is. Can't you make an exception? No matter how they pleaded, Ray remained unmoved. Even Hana and Yui looked a little crestfallen. Ray waited until most of the crowd had dispersed before lowering his voice. You too. If you're really interested, contact me over the weekend. You might be able to come along as temporary assistants or something, but I can't guarantee anything. And absolutely don't tell anyone else. They were friends he'd known since his first year. His hardline attitude had never been meant for people like them. Got it. Ray, you're the coolest, Yui said instantly, recovering her grin. Hana simply smiled and nodded. Off to the side, Miyu spoke calmly. What's so great about celebrities anyway? They don't understand that if you reach the top of Dream Comic, your influence will rival theirs. Instead of chasing them, they should be paying attention to you. Ray smiled, but didn't continue the topic. In September, Hikaru no Go's story continued to focus on the professional promotion tournament. After passing the preliminaries, Hikaru became painfully aware of his biggest weakness, not skill, but mentality. So in the month before the main tournament, he, Oki, and Aisumi began special training aimed solely at mental resilience. Easily distracted by external factors? Then go straight into adult go clubs, crowded rooms, noisy chatter, surrounded by old men, grumpy ones, gentle ones, loud ones, intimidating ones. 2 consecutive weeks of chapters revolved around this training, easing the tension for readers while quietly strengthening Hikaru's foundation. Ray deliberately retained these side plots, but kept them restrained. In the original manga, the gap between the preliminaries and the main tournament stretched for more than 10 chapters. When Ray first read it in his previous life, he'd nearly forgotten the main tournament even existed. That kind of pacing wouldn't work here. But one crucial event did happen during Hikaru's mindset training. He met Ko Young-ha, a prodigious Go genius from the Korea region, at one of the clubs. In this world, competitive Go followed a familiar pattern. Japan and Korea dominated, while China had long fallen behind. There was no AlphaGo incident here, no legendary Hand of God. But Japan's Go fans still harbored deep resentment toward Korea players. And Ko Young-ha didn't help matters. constantly boasting that Korea Go was superior to Japan's. So when Hikaru, provoked beyond endurance, placed his first move directly on Tengen and crushed him, making the so-called genius cry, the scene electrified Japanese's readers. It is rumored that when this plotline of Hikaru no Go was serialized in its previous life, many people in the Korea felt that Ko Young-ha's loss and tears were an insult to their country, and they furiously reported the Hikaru no Go manga. The manga's serialization was even affected by this plotline to some extent. But In-Ray didn't care about these things. Frankly speaking, after this plotline of Hikaru no Go was serialized, the happiest ones were some of the Japanese professional Go players, as there were indeed too many black whistle incidents experienced while playing Go in Korea. However, although manga readers enjoyed this plotline, Hikaru no Go's ranking still remained at 5th place. While the gap with the 4th-ranked work narrowed, it still hadn't overtaken it. Time, just like that, arrived in mid to late September. For Ray, he went to school during the day and drew manga at night, being incredibly busy every day, so he naturally felt that time passed quickly. From Hikaru no Go's serialization in February to September now, half a year had passed, but to him, it felt like only a few weeks ago. But for the multitude of Hikaru no Go fans, these days of weekly following Hikaru no Go and being kept in suspense by Hikaru no Go truly felt like years. Everyone had heard the news that the Hikaru no Go TV series was about to start filming and broadcasting 3 or 4 months ago. But until now, when they first saw the preview for the Hikaru no Go TV series broadcast information on Capital Television Station on September 21st, these Hikaru no Go manga fans were moved to tears. The manga was just black and white line art, with no sound, no movement, and no color. But in the Hikaru no Go TV series preview, when Sai, in white robes, with an elegant demeanor and handsome appearance, appeared by the Go board, and when a young Hikaru appeared on screen, the first game, the second game, the third game, between Sai, Hikaru, and Akira. The flickering of those live-action scenes, combined with the soothing pure music version of the BGM Kyoseki no Buken that Ray submitted to the production team, brought forth a sense of romance in their hearts. On that day, on the Dream Comic official website, the popularity of Hikaru no Go surpassed all other works in the magazine for the first time, and its discussion rate among the magazine's fan base jumped to first place. Tears in my eyes. Although it didn't quite reach the image of Sai and the protagonists I imagined, it's already over 70 to 80% there. Hey, what's the name of that insert song? Does anyone know? It moved me so much. It's said to be the theme song of Hikaru no Go, but it's a slower, soothing version. The theme song version is much more cheerful due to its faster tempo. Haven't the major music websites updated it? Do you even need to ask about something like this? You can definitely only download and listen to it after the TV series airs. I was worried it would be another manga that suffered a disastrous live-action adaptation, but this trailer, at least I'm satisfied with it. The casting for young Hikaru is good, but the casting for young Akira is truly divine. Although his appearance isn't as handsome, his eyes are almost identical to the manga, and his temperament is so similar. Finally, this day has come. 34 weeks. I've been following the Hikaru no Go manga for 34 whole weeks, and I finally have the chance to watch the live-action Hikaru no Go TV series premiere. October 3rd, 9 p.m., right? That night, even if my girlfriend calls me, I'll turn off my phone and stay home to watch TV. I hope Hikaru no Go gets good ratings. I heard that the first season of this TV series only covers up to Hikaru leaving the school Go club and preparing to join the dojo. If the ratings and popularity aren't enough, there might not be a second season. Everyone remember to support it then. How long is this manga going to be, anyway? Is this plotline with Ko Young-ha preparing for Hikaru to represent Japan in the championship against Korea after becoming a professional Go player? Doesn't that mean this manga can be serialized for at least 100 more chapters? I don't know, but this manga definitely has many more plot lines that can be developed. Go, after all, isn't over just by winning one world championship. There are 7 types of championship tournaments, and great players have 8, 9, or even 10 titles. Since this is a TV series filmed with Shirogane-sensei as a consultant, even if the first episode doesn't meet expectations after it airs, I hope everyone doesn't just rant on the internet and discourage passers-by from getting into the TV series. It's normal for a TV series to seem less interesting than the manga because we have preconceived notions, but for newcomers to the TV series, they don't have this filter, and they might be very satisfied. Exactly, if other manga live-action adaptations flop, so be it. But for Hikaru no Go, I hope its TV series becomes a huge hit, a massive hit, to show those who only like family dramas and idol romance dramas why we manga fans love manga. What a truly interesting story is like. Go, Shirogane-sensei, go, Hikaru no Go. And Hikaru in the manga, you go too. After defeating Ko Young-ha, the professional Go promotion tournament is about to begin. Go for it, Hikaru, don't get eliminated. I'm waiting to see you challenge Akira after becoming a professional player and show that tsundere person your strength. The information released in the TV series preview was like a spark hitting a barrel of gasoline in the Hikaru no Go manga fan community, igniting instantly. But at the same time, a large number of casual TV series enthusiasts became curious. The information that the Hikaru no Go TV series is adapted from the serialized manga Hikaru no Go created by Shirogane-sensei under Hashimori Group spread among a large number of TV series viewers. Many people don't pay attention to Go, but they do pay attention to the various celebrity actors starring in Hikaru no Go. After today, a large number of TV series fans also began to search for information related to Hikaru no Go. Shirogane. Hikaru no Go. Go. Read 50 chapters ahead at rayon.com/ashnoir. Bonus at 2000 PS. 87. Influence. Ray spent the vast majority of his day drawing manga. Although he was already drawing very quickly, his drawing speed was actually slowly improving compared to before, especially since he didn't need to conceptualize plot lines and had the original work from his past life as a reference for manga paneling. After all, practice makes perfect. It was precisely for this reason that Ray had time to take leave and cooperate with the Hikaru no Go production team to participate in various promotional activities and reporter interviews. In reality, a manga artist rarely gets much exposure most of the time. It's usually only during signing events for tankobon releases or promotional activities in cooperation with manga groups. However, with Ray's promotional activities alongside the Hikaru no Go production team before the drama aired, the publicity for manga artist Shirogane among the general public was far more effective than before. After all, the production team included various famous celebrities. Although Ray's appearance wasn't as outstanding as the lead actors when standing among them, he wasn't overshadowed too much. Furthermore, in roadshows and promotional interviews, the first person introduced for the work Hikaru no Go was director Seiya, and the second was immediately Ray, the original author. Those who followed the actors and the Hikaru no Go drama naturally couldn't avoid also starting to pay attention to Ray. 17 years old, second year of high school, a manga artist. A work adapted into a TV series. Is he that amazing? I don't usually read manga, but I've seen a lot of manga-adapted idol dramas. Why would a Go manga have such high popularity and commercial value to be adapted into a TV series? A Go TV series sounds a bit interesting. I don't understand Go, will I be able to understand this TV series? Absolutely no problem. I don't understand Go either, but I've followed the recent professional Go player examination storyline. To put it bluntly, if you don't understand Go, just watch the plot. Even then, it's incredibly good. Shirogane, looking at the interview and promotional videos, he seems quite handsome. Why be a manga artist? I think debuting as an actor wouldn't be impossible. If Shirogane-sensei becomes an actor, who will update the Hikaru no Go manga for me? Anyway, just for Takagi Masato, Kanzaki Ren, and Haruto, I will definitely watch this manga-adapted drama. Go, a theme never seen in any TV drama circle, but the manga has such a good reputation, the plot should be good, and I'm really tired of those idol youth dramas. October 3rd, right. I've noted it. Ever since Capital Television Station began broadcasting the Hikaru no Go premiere trailer during prime time in the daytime, the popularity of Hikaru no Go, Shirogane, and the actors involved in the TV series continued to rise. The name Hikaru no Go was no longer confined to the manga circle but began to spread throughout the entire nation. This is why popular manga works desperately want to be adapted into live action or animation. The most famous example is the super popular manga Demon Slayer from Ray's previous life without animation, the total sales of the Demon Slayer original manga Tankobon were only 3.5 million copies. But a year after animation, this sales figure skyrocketed to 120 million copies. However, not all manga are like this. Many manga, even after animation or live-action adaptation, do not see a significant increase in original sales and popularity. Currently, because Hashimori Group is heavily promoting Shirogane, many peers in the manga industry are watching Hashimori Group, watching Shirogane, watching Hikaru no Go. Competitors are rivals. Hashimori Group will certainly help promote Hikaru no Go to a certain extent after the TV series airs, but these competitors will definitely do the opposite. If Hikaru no Go performs even slightly poorly in the TV drama market, then under their operation, overwhelming criticism and curses will flood the internet. In the October-autumn season for TV dramas, Japan's 7 major mainstream TV stations and more than a dozen medium-sized TV stations collectively launched a pile of mid-to-large investment dramas. To put it bluntly, every industry is the same. The manga industry looks at ranking, the TV drama industry looks at viewership ratings, and the film industry looks at box office data. The investment in the Hikaru no Go TV series was not too large, ranking 11th among the dramas premiering in the autumn season. However, Hikaru no Go's slot was very good. There were no major investment dramas premiering at the same time to compete for viewership, and it also had the added popularity of its original manga fans. The market's expectation for the Hikaru no Go TV series was clear. If it ranked in the top 10 for the quarter, that would be considered acceptable. Breaking into the top 5 would count as a genuine success. And if it failed? Then the title of Genius Manga Artist Shirogane, which Hashimori Group had spent half a year building, would be torn apart mercilessly by every media outlet looking for blood. By the end of September, just 5 days before the premiere, some outlets had already begun declaring the Hikaru no Go TV series a failure that hadn't even aired yet. Predictably, this ignited a full-blown war online between drama critics and fans of the cast. The atmosphere felt painfully familiar to Ray. It was exactly the same tone the market had taken before the Hikaru no Go manga began serialization. A Go manga won't last more than 3 months. It'll be cancelled sooner or later. And now, half a year later, Hikaru no Go sat firmly at 5th place in Dream Comic, with the third tankobon selling over 1.7 million copies in its first week. Yet the moment the TV series approached its broadcast date, the same voices resurfaced. Ray closed his computer and looked out at the neon-lit nightscape of the Tokyo beyond the window. Before writing your articles, he muttered, couldn't you at least go downstairs, buy the first volume, and spend 2 hours actually reading it? He didn't know about other works. But Hikaru no Go was absolutely a story suited for both live-action and animation. That much had already been proven once. September ended. October arrived. October 1st fell on a Wednesday. Chapter 36 of Hikaru no Go was released alongside the latest issue of Dream Comic. After Hikaru's match against the Korean genius, the story finally returned to its core. The professional Go-Dan promotion tournament. In the manga, Hikaru and the others had spent a month tempering their mindset. In reality, that arc had also taken nearly a month of serialization. Now, the results were visible. With a stabilized mentality, and Go skills sharpened by Sai's relentless training, Hikaru entered a winning streak in the main tournament. Among the dojo's examines, only Hikaru, Waya, Isumi, and one other contender remained undefeated. But no one felt secure. In a field of hundreds, one loss was enough to erase everything. The manga shed its earlier lightness completely. What replaced it was a suffocating tension that pressed down on readers page by page. Every participant here had once been unbeatable in their hometowns. Each was a prodigy who rarely tasted defeat, now gathered together, fighting over 30 professional slots. Even readers who didn't understand Go could feel the cruelty of it. And those who did understand Go felt it even more sharply. Because they knew that the players Hikaru defeated so easily might already be stronger than the teachers who had taught them the game in real life. At this point, no one was surprised when Akira returned to center stage. Whenever the story risked becoming flat, Akira was the antidote. Knowing that Hikaru had reached this level in just 1 year, Akira, now a 2-dan professional, could no longer sit still. He accepted Oki as his student, not out of kindness, but because he intended to use Oki to measure Hikaru's current strength. The narrative focus quietly narrowed. Oki, Hikaru, Isumi. The warmth of friendship faded. What remained was a brutal competition for survival. A month earlier, Aisumi had sincerely helped Hikaru train. Now, watching Hikaru's growth, that sincerity twisted into fear. If Hikaru succeeded, then Aisumi's chances shrank. He had been the strongest player in the dojo for years, and had still failed, again and again, to cross the line. The conflict was no longer external. It was internal. And for the first time, readers sensed it clearly. Shirogane was preparing to pit Aisumi and Hikaru against each other. When the chapter ended, Hikaru no Go fans fell silent. 88. Broadcast. The cheerful plot of the trio previously searching for opponents in Go clubs was completely swept away. There are only 30 professional Go player spots in total. There can't be a dream-shattering plot, right? Exactly. Aisumi and Hikaru are two of the strongest players in the dojo. And besides that unsociable guy Oki, there's no reason either of them should fail, right? But the manga isn't only about their dojo. There are other dojos, and even self-taught amateur masters. In a professional qualification tournament like this, anything can happen. In these two chapters, Shirogane-sensei has been intensely depicting Aisumi's psychology after seeing Hikaru's growth. He's happy for Hikaru, but also a little regretful about helping him overcome his psychological barrier, basically nurturing a terrifying opponent for himself. If you tell me this isn't foreshadowing, I won't believe you. There are only 2 days left until the Hikaru no Go TV series airs, and this week's plot stops here. This is torture. Shirogane-sensei is still the king of cliffhangers. Alright, that's it for this week's serialization. When will the professional qualification tournament end? It feels like it's been going on forever. 1 month in the manga, 2 months in real life. Absolute agony. Don't even mention it. 1 game in the manga means another whole week of waiting. That's all for today. 2 days from now, everyone gather at Capital Television Station at 9 p.m. and see what the live-action Hikaru no Go is like. Let me say this first, no matter how bad the other actors are, I'll give Shirogane-sensei face and keep quiet. But if Sai's acting is bad, I'm going berserk on the spot. Same. Other characters I can tolerate, but Sai is non-negotiable. The day after tomorrow at 9 p.m., remember to support the ratings. Don't let fans of other TV series mock us Hikaru no Go fans. Support. No matter what, we need a top 3 rating this quarter. Late at night, Ray was still scrolling through the comments under his account. Most of them were messages of support, encouragement, and complaints about his merciless cliffhangers. These people were the manga's earliest readers, the core fanbase that had followed Hikaru no Go from the very beginning, week after week, voting almost without fail. Ray exhaled slowly. After this week's serialization ended, his attention could no longer stay on the manga alone. Whether he liked it or not, his thoughts kept drifting toward the TV series. His confidence in Hikaru no Go had never wavered. But confidence didn't mean immunity to anxiety. Once the drama aired, praise and criticism alike would come crashing down all at once. That night, Ray barely slept. The next morning, as soon as he arrived at school, people began greeting him from all directions. Some were classmates. Some were acquaintances. Some were complete strangers. All of them wore similar expressions, excitement mixed with curiosity, as they congratulated him on the Hikaru no Go TV series soaring attention and early buzz. Ray responded politely, but mechanically. As for Miyu, his closest friend, she didn't bother with empty congratulations. At noon, the two stood on the rooftop. Ray leaned against the railing, phone in hand, waiting for Misaki's call about her results. Miyu glanced at him and smiled. "Come to my house tomorrow night." Ray blinked. "To your house? Why? Isn't my deadline on Tuesday?" She said lightly. "My sister asked me to tell you. The Hikaru no Go TV series airs tomorrow." She paused, then added. She set up a huge projector and screen at home. It's the first time a project she's responsible for is going on TV. She wants to watch it together with you. The original author. Ray thought about it for a moment, then nodded. "Editor Misaki is more ceremonial than I expected," he said. "All right. I understand." Miyu's lips curved upward. Then it settled. October 2nd. Thursday night. Before going to bed, Ray posted the same short message across all his creator accounts. The content was simple, cooperating with the production team for the final broadcast announcement of Hikaru no Go. Almost at the same time, the official Hikaru no Go production account posted it. The main cast reposted it. Hashimori Group's official site followed suit. Rika's personal account shared it as well. Even the official account of the Japan's Go Association joined in. And Saki, a fellow manga artist, once publicly acknowledged by Shirogane, yet still shrouded in mystery, she, too, urged her followers to tune in to Capital Television station at 9 p.m. the next night. Within hours, the news spread through the country entertainment industry like wildfire. Active fans saw it immediately. Casual viewers learned of it passively. Either way, the message reached them. Midnight passed quietly. October 3rd, Friday arrived. At school, Ray couldn't focus on a single lecture. Time crawled. When the final bell finally rang in the afternoon, he felt as if he had survived an ordeal. Without wasting a moment, he and Miyu got into a taxi and headed straight for her home. Misaki had already ordered a large table of sumptuous dishes for dinner. But in reality, the three of them ate absent-mindedly. From time to time, all three glanced down at the clocks on their phones. 7:00 p.m. 7:42 p.m. 8:36 p.m. As time quietly passed, the ratings of Capital Television station continued to rise. Hikaru no Go fans from every province across Japan were switching on their televisions and tuning in. Viewers drawn in by the online promotional trailers. Regular audiences loyal to Capital Television station. These different groups gradually converged, and finally, at 8:52 p.m., confirmed by the station's back-end staff, the real-time rating surpassed 3.5%, ranking second among all TV stations in the same time slot. Ray, Miyu, and Misaki knew none of this. The three of them sat quietly in the living room, saying nothing, subconsciously counting down the seconds on their fingers. Then, the clock struck 9 p.m. exactly. The screen of Capital Television station suddenly froze. In the next instant, a bright and passionate youthful chorus rang out. Ray recognized it immediately. This was the Japan's rearranged version of the original Hikaru no Go opening theme. The moment the singer opened his mouth, the passionate, spirited feeling of the original song burst forth without restraint. Misaki and Miyu both turned to look at Ray. Others might not have known. But how could the two of them not? The opening theme of Hikaru no Go had been composed by Ray himself, with lyrics and arrangement handled by the renowned musician Jia. Lyrics could be changed. Arrangement could be rewritten. But melody never lied. After only a few seconds, both of them could already tell, this song was high quality. Miyu and Misaki stared straight at Ray. No way, Miyu said instinctively. You actually understand music too. This was really composed by you. It's genuine, Ray coughed lightly, then added. Keep watching. In the first episode, besides the opening and ending themes, there are also 2 insert songs I submitted. I'll let you know when they come on. He shifted his gaze back to the screen. For now. Let's watch the show. Read 50+ chapters ahead at p@rayon.com/ashnoir. Bonus at 2400 PS. 89 Broadcast Performance. Inside Misaki's villa, both Misaki and Miyu quickly had their attention captured by the screen. Although the work belonged to Ray, Misaki was his editor, and Ray had been introduced to her sister through Miyu. Coupled with her exceptionally close relationship with Ray, the two of them were no less immersed in the premiere of Hikaru no Go than the creator himself. The moment the opening theme began to play, both of them felt goosebumps rise along their arms. As for Ray, despite being a consultant on the Hikaru no Go TV series, there was actually only one thing he truly cared about: fidelity to the original work. The actors didn't need to look exactly like their manga counterparts, but their temperament, their spirit, had to match. The plot didn't need to be a one-to-one copy of the manga either. Many actors chose to participate in this drama precisely because it could boost their visibility and reputation. Even if they were only playing third, fourth, or fifth-tier roles, supporting characters still needed moments to shine. Otherwise, who would be willing to take on a supporting role? Balancing the spotlight among characters inevitably required adjustments to screen time, and even some changes to the original plot. But adaptation was not the same as reckless rewriting. Adding scenes for side characters was acceptable, but it could not go so far as to contradict their established personalities, let alone completely destroy them. The first episode unfolded much like the manga. A rainy day. The TV version of Hikaru, together with A Carry, climbed to the second floor of his grandfather's storeroom, where they discovered the blood-stained Go board. They met Sai. And to fulfill the lingering wish of this millennium-old Go spirit, they went to a Go club. It was worth mentioning that Ray's collaborator, Rika, made a friendly guest appearance as the elegant front desk attendant at the Go club. Her appearance instantly caught the attention of many viewers across. She might not have been more beautiful than professional actresses, but more than 20 years of immersion in Go had given her a calm, refined temperament, one that ordinary actors simply couldn't replicate. Then came Hikaru's meeting with Akira. Their first game ended with Akira narrowly losing, yet he immediately understood that the result was only because the boy sitting opposite him had been playing a teaching game. After that, Seiji Ogata's appearance at the children's Go competition, and that rain-soaked night. Akira, realizing Hikaru might be at the venue, rushed through the downpour, finally catching him just as he was about to leave. The three people watching had all read the manga. They knew every detail of what would come next. But what did knowing matter? The manga was nothing more than black and white panels. The TV series had music, movement, voices, and emotion given form. An hour passed. As the melancholic yet steady ending theme, Sincerely Ever Dream, began to play, viewers across the country who had been glued to Capital Television station suddenly snapped back to reality. That's it. It's over. What kind of show was this? I don't even understand Go, so how did I end up staring at the screen for a full hour? And Akira chased Hikaru so desperately just to meet him. Why? Did he want revenge for that first loss? Another match? This show is actually really interesting. A Go TV series can be filmed like this. Sai is insanely handsome. Takagi hasn't acted in years. How did he come back playing a role like this? Wait, was there really a Go player named Sai in ancient times? During that chaotic era 1300 years ago, Japan went through more than a dozen regime changes in just 2 centuries. Some dynasties didn't even record the ruler's name. Who's to say a #1 Go player in the world couldn't have been forgotten? Interesting. But I came here for Kanzaki. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Kanzaki plays adult Akira. You'll see him in another week or 2. Don't worry. Honestly, Akira and Hikaru are adorable, but the cutest one is still Sai. I'm a bit mad. It ended here? Is the screenwriter insane? Haha, you TV viewers are finally experiencing it too. We manga readers suffer like this every single week. It's pure torture. So what happens next? Can a manga reader spoil a little? Just tune in next week. I can only say this, next week's episode is really exciting. Don't even talk about next week. Which week of Hikaru no Go isn't exciting? The main plot is Hikaru growing up, getting crushed by strong opponents, then fighting his way back. The side plot is just watching Sai annihilate people at Go. I really want to see Sai play against Toya Koyo already. In Japan, manga readers were numerous, and in fact, the commercial scale of the animation market was even larger than that of television dramas. However, when it came to pure dissemination power, anime was always one step behind live-action TV series. Anime fans were loyal. They bought merchandise, discussed details deeply, and supported works for years, but TV dramas were watched by everyone, men and women, young and old. Even viewers who never bought merchandise would still participate in nationwide discussions during a show's broadcast period. That level of exposure was something anime simply couldn't match. Because of this, Hikaru no Go experienced an explosive surge in popularity. In truth, among the thousands of weekly readers of Dream Comic Journal, a significant portion bought the magazine but had never followed Hikaru no Go, flipping past it every week. From their perspective, what was so special about a Go manga, no matter how much discussion it generated? But after watching the first episode of the TV series with their families that night, many of them changed their minds completely. Countless readers dug out the back issues of Dream Comic Journal they had purchased over the past half year and began binge reading late into the night, trying to catch up with the manga's progress. After finishing the episode, Rei, Misaki, and Miyu went out together for a late-night snack. Not long after, Rei returned home alone. He opened his phone, logged into his account, and was greeted by an overwhelming flood of messages, fans praising the TV adaptation of Hikaru no Go. Rei let out a long breath, a faint smile finally appearing on his face. It seems, not only casual viewers like the TV series, he murmured. Even the original manga fans are satisfied. A weight that had pressed on his chest for days finally lifted. Exhaustion quickly followed. Not long after lying down, Ray fell into a deep sleep. But while Ray slept, the television industry quietly began to stir. Before its premiere, Hikaru no Go had already drawn enormous attention due to coordinated promotion from multiple sides. Viewers who never read manga were pulled in by the Go Association's publicity. Hardcore manga fans from Dream Comic, who normally never watched TV and spent their time on anime and games, dusted off remotes they hadn't touched in half a year and sat down in front of their televisions. And on top of that, Hikaru no Go had a solid cast. Because of all this, before the first episode even aired, Capital Television station's ratings had already reached 3.8%. In the Friday night 9 p.m. slot alone, this exceeded the station's 6-month average of 3.62%. After the episode aired, ratings continued to climb. The peak instantaneous rating hit 4.56%, while the episode's average rating settled at 4.29%. This result far surpassed the average performance of all TV series that had aired in the same time slot on Capital Television station over the past 6 months. From a data standpoint alone, this was already the second highest ranked new TV series to premiere in the first 3 days of October. Even more unexpected was the post-broadcast word of mouth. Viewers who understood Go praised the authenticity and competitive tension. Viewers who didn't understand Go said the story was still gripping and easy to follow. This dual approval was rare. Of course, a wave of new dramas was scheduled to premiere across various TV stations over the weekend, many of them backed by major investments. But no matter how one looked at it, Hikaru no Go's first episode performance was objectively strong. By Monday, when the first week broadcast data for the autumn TV drama season in Japan was officially released, the results became clear. The premiere episode of the Hikaru no Go TV series ranked 5th overall among all TV dramas that debuted this quarter. This result far exceeded the expectations that media outlets had predicted before the show aired, and even surpassed Hashimori Group's own internal estimates for the series' opening performance. Among all involved parties, only one organization appeared entirely unsurprised. During those days, the Go Association had been relentlessly reposting Hikaru no Go related news on its official platforms, almost to an excessive degree. Their message was unmistakable. Who said Go was declining in Japan? Look, so many people across the nation are watching a Go TV series. And if that's the case, why don't you investors take another look and put more money into Japan's professional Go League? 90. Conversation and Premonition. By Monday, Ray's school was packed. Tokyo had a developed economy, and celebrities lived everywhere: actors, singers, influencers. Seeing star chasers on the streets was nothing unusual. But Ray was a special case. Among all the celebrities in the city, his daily route was the easiest to predict. Home school rooftop home. That alone made him one of the easiest targets to surround, intercept, and ask for autographs. The school administration had long anticipated this. Security personnel were temporarily tripled, forming a human barrier that kept overly enthusiastic fans from rushing onto campus. Still, after the premiere of the Hikaru no Go TV series, the way people at school looked at Ray had fundamentally changed. That's him, Shirogane. I heard he's dating Miyu from the senior year. That's just a rumor. No one's ever seen them holding hands. Someone only saw them take a taxi together. No wonder Miyu's always been close to him. Everyone thought she had terrible taste back then. Wait, did anyone read the production credits? The opening and ending themes were both created by Ray himself. That's insane. I heard Senior Ray's grades are still top 50 in the year. That's impossible. Weekly manga drafts, TV and anime consultant work, and music composition? How does he even sleep? So this is what a real genius looks like. How much do you think he's earning? Tens of millions at minimum. Over 100 million yen doesn't sound impossible anymore. After the TV series aired, the manga ranking will definitely climb. Then the anime airs. This is just the beginning. Conversations like these followed Ray everywhere. Even though he'd mentally prepared himself, the constant glances still made his scalp prickle. High school students weren't as naive as people like to believe. That morning alone, Ray noticed several well-known school beauties coincidentally passing by him again and again. A manga artist classmate might not interest people who didn't read manga, but a 17-year-old with a projected annual income in the tens of millions? That made people calculate. And it wasn't just students. Even teachers had changed. During class, Ray noticed that voices once sharp and strict had softened. Some teachers met his eyes mid-lecture, nodded faintly, or lingered just a little longer when calling his name. He could only laugh bitterly. So this is what fame feels like. At noon, on the rooftop, Miyu burst out laughing when she heard Ray complain, abandoning her usual gentle composure. "That's normal," she said lightly. "When my mother was alive, relatives like that appeared every holiday, concerned, affectionate, calculating." She paused, then smiled faintly. "Once her inheritance went to my sister and they realized there was nothing to take, they disappeared." Ray fell silent. Miyu continued, her tone turning serious. "Right now, the people around you fall into categories. Some want to take art exams and think knowing you means access to actors. Some want to be friends and treat you like an investment. Some are attracted to your looks, and your future, and want to be your girlfriend so they can help you manage your money." She looked at him directly. "You need to be careful." Ray's heart tightened. Hikaru no Go is already established. At your level, it's impossible for people not to approach you with motives. But you can't afford a single mistake. She lowered her voice. Say the wrong thing. Do the wrong thing. Let someone record it. If your image collapses, Hashimori Group won't hesitate to invoke breach of contract clauses. Ray knew she wasn't exaggerating. For someone like him, even being photographed smoking or drinking would be enough to damage public perception, let alone anything worse. A genius young manga artist wasn't just a title. It was an image that had to be managed like a celebrity's brand. In his previous life, he'd seen plenty of manga artists destroyed by exactly this. "Miyu," Ray said quietly, "how do you know all this so well?" She smiled. "Oh, these are the things my mother experienced back then. After all, my mother was a cheerful person who didn't like to suspect others, so she suffered a lot. Otherwise, why do you think I've kept my identity as the manga artist Saki hidden all this time?" Miyu said calmly. "Isn't it precisely because I'm afraid of running into people with ulterior motives?" "Thank you. There's no need." Miyu paused briefly. "Helping you is also helping my sister. Because of you, she's gained real recognition in the manga editorial world. She's more motivated than ever now, and seeing her like that makes me happy." Then her tone shifted, becoming businesslike. "But Ray, now that the Hikaru no Go TV series has aired, the next step is obvious. When the first season finishes, the anime will premiere." She continued without hesitation. "That kind of exposure will bring enormous traffic to Hikaru no Go. But whether that attention turns into actual support votes, whether the ranking rises, still depends on one thing. The plot." She smiled faintly. "You should seriously think about how to arrange the story for the next 2 or 3 months. You need a real climax. Even if it's just once, push into the top 3 of Hashimori comic." Her eyes shone with a hint of mischief. "Let those 3 Pillar series feel the pressure. Let them realize something, that the era of Japan's manga world has already begun to change." "Plot?" Ray murmured, falling silent. Miyu looked at him, surprised. "Don't tell me you haven't thought about it yet." She knew him well. Ray wasn't the kind of creator who improvised blindly, he worked from structure, from a full outline. "No," Ray replied. "I've already planned everything, from now until the ending." He paused. "It's just that." He didn't finish the sentence. The climax Miyu was talking about, the one powerful enough to shake rankings, was inevitable. Sai's final game. Sai's disappearance. He knew he couldn't surpass the original. He knew Sai's fate couldn't be changed. And yet, knowing he would have to draw that arc himself, in just a few months, still made his chest feel heavy. "I just hope I won't be cursed too badly by readers when the time comes," Ray said with a wry smile. Miyu's expression tightened. "Ray, you're not planning to turn Hikaru no Go, a competitive Go manga, into some kind of soul-crushing tragedy, are you?" "Of course not," Ray laughed quickly. "How could I?" But deep down, he knew the truth. The entire story only had one truly painful moment. Just one. But that single moment was enough to stay with readers for a lifetime. Ray had carried it for 2 lives already, and even now, just thinking about drawing it still filled him with regret. That Wednesday, the latest chapter of Hikaru no Go was released alongside the magazine. The pacing accelerated sharply. In the main tournament, Hikaru displayed strength worthy of a true contender, carving out a solid winning streak. But no matter how strong a player was, exhaustion inevitably led to mistakes. Even Hikaru lost a match when his form faltered. The same happened to Aisumi. Only Oki remained unshaken. Determined to secure professional certification with a flawless record, Oki continued forward. Then the plot turned cruelly dramatic. Just as both Hikaru's and Aisumi's chances of advancement entered dangerous territory, the draw paired them against each other. The merciless matchmaking instantly made countless manga readers curse Shirogane in their hearts. Originally, the two's chances of advancing were already hanging by a thread, but at least the initiative was still in their hands. As long as they didn't lose another match and kept winning through the remainder of the main tournament, their promotion would still be relatively secure. But now that they were paired against each other, it meant one thing. Someone was guaranteed to lose. And whoever lost would no longer control their own fate. If they still wanted to become a professional Go player that year, they would have to depend on the final standings of hundreds of other candidates from the same cohort, clinging to nothing more than a so-called theoretical chance of advancement. The moment this pairing appeared, readers felt a suffocating sense of despair. With more than 30 promotion slots available, couldn't Shirogane just let Oki, Aisumi, and Hikaru all advance? But Hikaru no Go was never a feel-good manga, nor a mindless wish-fulfillment story. It had drama, but it never softened the cruelty of Go simply to satisfy the audience. If the protagonist's group advanced smoothly without sacrifice, then the cruelty would merely be transferred to everyone outside that group, and that, too, would be dishonest. Although the manga never explicitly stated it, many readers had already realized the truth. This match between Hikaru and Aisumi was the decisive one. The game that would determine who stepped into the professional world, and who was left behind. And in such a critical moment, Aisumi's long-standing flaw resurfaced. Overwhelmed by pressure, he made a blunder. Then, almost instinctively, he moved the stone back with his finger. The entire action took less than a second. But Hikaru, Sai standing behind him, and Aisumi himself all understood immediately. He had committed a foul. Under the rules, Aisumi would be disqualified on the spot. Whether that disqualification would actually occur depended on one person alone: Hikaru. The final page of the chapter showed Hikaru frozen in place, his expression blank, unable to decide. He was already at a disadvantage in the game. If he protested, he would win immediately. If he ignored the foul and continued playing, could he still overturn the board from this position? Hikaru's hesitation seemed to spill straight out of the manga and into reality. This was not just a game. It was a choice that determined a professional Go career. After the chapter's release, an enormous debate erupted on Dream Comics' official website. One side supported Hikaru letting the matter slide. They argued that Aisumi's mistake was born of nerves, corrected almost instantly, and didn't deserve such a merciless punishment. More than that, Aisumi had helped Hikaru countless times, training his mentality, taking him to Go clubs, and supporting him throughout the exam. Without Aisumi, Hikaru might never have made it this far. Letting it go was simply returning that kindness. The other side was uncompromising. Rules were rules. This was a professional qualification match. Losing here could mean elimination even with perfect results afterward. Hikaru was already behind. How could he possibly give up the one chance handed to him by the rules? With the Hikaru no Go TV series airing that same week and drawing in a wave of new viewers, the argument exploded far beyond the usual manga readership. For the first time, discussions surrounding Hikaru no Go completely overwhelmed every other series on Hashimori's official platform. Read 50+ chapters ahead at p@rayon.com/ashnoir. 10 bonus at top 3. 91 A step further. Throughout the night, discussions about Hikaru no Go on the official Dream Comic Journal website never ceased. By this point, the direction of the story was no longer difficult to infer. Many readers had already realized something unsettling. Aisumi was in serious danger this year. His character had always been defined by one fatal flaw: his inability to withstand pressure at critical moments. For 3 consecutive years, Aisumi had entered the professional Go player examinations with terrifying momentum. 6 straight victories. An undefeated opening streak that made him look invincible. And then, without exception, everything would collapse. One loss in the middle of the tournament was enough to drain him completely. His composure would shatter, his rhythm would crumble, and he would spiral into consecutive defeats, missing professional qualification year after year. Some players from the same dojo, players Aisumi could defeat with ease, had already become professionals 2 years earlier, simply because the matching system favored them. And this year, Izumi ran into Hikaru once again. Under overwhelming pressure, he turned a favorable position into a losing one. A stone that should have gone to the upper half was placed in the wrong direction. Then, in a moment of panic, he committed an unmistakable foul by moving a stone after it had already been placed. For Hikaru no Go fans, the focus was on the cruel turn of the plot. But inside Hashimori Group's editorial department, attention was fixed elsewhere. Votes, rankings, numbers. The first episode of the Hikaru no Go TV series had only aired last Friday. This week's magazine ranking would be the first clear indicator of how much traffic the adaptation was bringing back to the original manga. No one expected Hikaru no Go to immediately overtake Love Prism, which had been sitting comfortably at 4th place for a long time. But at the very least, a noticeable increase in vote count was expected. Early that morning, several editors had already gathered to discuss the situation. Hikaru no Go is definitely moving up today. I think it'll break into the top 4. Last week the gap between Hikaru no Go and Love Prism was 32,000 votes. Can the TV series really close that? The drama ranked 5th in viewership among all new series in the first week of October. And after yesterday's Dream comic release, Hikaru no Go's discussion volume was already rivaling Source War Chronicle. I've got a bad feeling for Love Prism. Hey, show some respect. You're saying all this right in front of the editor responsible for Love Prism. What can we do? Hikaru no Go is outrageous. Shirogane isn't one of those so-called geniuses, artificially propped up by group resources. This one feels real. Real genius or not, last week Love Prism still had more votes. The advantage is still mine. Why are you all so eager to declare defeat? Mid-sentence, the editor in charge of Love Prism suddenly stopped talking. Misaki arrived. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and a light green floral skirt that reached her knees, she walked into the office area with calm composure and took her seat. The entire editorial floor fell silent. Among the Dream comic editors, most of whom were over 35, Misaki was not only the youngest, but also the only woman. More importantly, she was the editor responsible for Hikaru no Go. Before her arrival, everyone could joke freely about Love Prism's possible fall. But now, the atmosphere shifted. Hikaru no Go was the biggest Dark Horse Dream comic had seen in years. Once the TV series and the upcoming animation fully entered their peak periods, no one could predict where its ranking ceiling truly lay. 4th place, top 3. With Hikaru no Go's momentum, and Misaki's famously decisive personality, the competitive tension outweighed all casual camaraderie. Jokes that were harmless moments ago were now carefully avoided. Misaki herself, however, didn't care. She hadn't entered this industry to socialize. She wasn't there for money either. The salary of an editor, even after 10 years, couldn't match the annual interest from her mother's inheritance. She worked here for one reason only: she loved manga. And right now, there was only one thing on her mind. What was Hikaru no Go's latest popularity ranking? Still 5th, as it had been for the past month? Or, had it finally surpassed Love Prism? A romance juggernaut with 5 seasons and 74 episodes of animation, 3 live-action seasons aired over 2 years, and an average per-volume sales figure of 6.98 million copies. Officially challenging the top 3 ranked works in Dream Comic, Source War Chronicle, The Wanderer, and Fist Armor. After office hours began, the editorial department fell into an unnatural quiet. Everyone appeared to be working. But in reality, more than half the people present were repeatedly refreshing their inboxes. The popularity ranking document was compiled by the group's data department and, by convention, sent to all editors by 9:30 a.m., sometimes earlier. Just as Misaki refreshed her email for the 7th time, the file she had been waiting for finally appeared. She opened it immediately and scanned from top to bottom. 1. Source War Chronicle, total votes, 875,623. 2. The Wanderer, total votes, 756,985. 3. Fist Armor, total votes, 623,587. Misaki took a slow breath and rolled the mouse wheel. The next line appeared. 4. Hikaru no Go, total votes, 448,753. 5. Love Prism, total votes, 402,323. She didn't bother looking further down. Last week, Hikaru no Go's total vote count had been far lower. In just 7 days, it had surged by more than 70,000 votes, not only overtaking Love Prism but opening a gap of over 40,000. In Dream Comic, that kind of fluctuation was abnormal. Everyone in the editorial department understood the reason. The TV series premiere. The adaptation had pulled in a massive number of casual viewers, people who had never read the manga before, and converted them into voters. One by one, editors realized the ranking file had arrived. As they opened it and confirmed that Hikaru no Go had indeed climbed to 4th place, a quiet wave of reaction spread through the office. Sighs. Lingering stares. Complex expressions turned toward Misaki. The year Shirogane rose to prominence in the manga industry, it was the same year Misaki rose with him. Everyone knew that the two biggest discoveries of Hashimori Group in recent years, Shirogane and Saki, had both been found by her. And everyone also knew that Misaki's mother had been a longtime collaborator and close friend of Han, the editor-in-chief of the group. Rather than saying a new star had risen among manga artists, it would be more accurate to say that within the comic editorial world, at least inside Hashimori Group, a new star editor was rising as well. A woman in her 20s, already responsible for a top 4 ranked work in Draram Comic Journal. How far could she go? Congratulations. Editor Misaki, congratulations. Several editors spoke quietly. Misaki nodded in acknowledgement. Her gaze then shifted to Jiro. The editor in charge of Love Prism stared at his screen for more than 10 seconds before finally letting out a sigh. Then he spoke, his voice calm, not loud, but clearly audible. Editor Misaki, congratulations. Love Prism has been 4th in the rankings for 2 years. He gave a faint smile. To be honest, I was getting tired of seeing the same numbers. Then he added, but don't stop here. Everyone understood what he meant. Since Hikaru no Go had already pushed Love Prism down, then the top 3 shouldn't feel comfortable either. For the past 2 years, Jiro's greatest hope had been to see Love Prism break into the top 3. That dream hadn't come true. Instead of moving forward, he had been pushed back. But now that his work had fallen, if Source War Chronicle, The Wanderer, and Fist Armor were also dragged down 1 rank, he suspected he'd laugh harder than he would grieve. That's only natural, Misaki replied. Hikaru no Go's popularity ranking had officially entered the top 4. She looked again at the top of the list. The gap between Hikaru no Go and Fist Armor, ranked 3rd, was still enormous. Over 200,000 votes. A chasm that couldn't be crossed through weekly serialization alone. To bridge it, there was only one path. The adaptations. The live-action drama. The upcoming anime. Misaki was certain of one thing. The quarterly viewership performance of the Hikaru no Go TV series would directly determine the manga's ranking for the same period. She exhaled slowly. At this point, there was nothing more she could do. Hikaru no Go had already received as much preferential treatment as the group could reasonably give. Further resource allocation was unlikely. All she could do now was silently wish Ray luck. And wish the TV series. And the anime set to premiere next quarter. 92. Popularity and Challenges. While the Hikaru no Go manga reached the critical turning point of Izumi and Hikaru's match, Friday night saw the broadcast of episode 2 of the Hikaru no Go TV series at 9 p.m. This episode opened with young Akira, still carried away by Hikaru's earlier words, challenging him for a second time, only to be decisively defeated. One thing that drew widespread praise was the casting of young Akira in the live-action adaptation. When calm, the boy's performance was gentle and refined, carrying an innate sense of pride and restraint. When anger flared, he was like a young lion pushed into a corner. Despite his age, his acting struck deeply with viewers. Though his appearance differed somewhat from the manga, his temperament was almost perfectly reproduced. If the first episode left the audience exhilarated, then the second match between Hikaru and Akira in episode 2 brought a heavy, almost suffocating pressure. The scene in which Akira lowered his head and cried silently over the Go board after his defeat moved countless viewers, even those who knew nothing about Go. To many people, Go was merely a game, something to pass the time. But to those who aspired to become professional Go players, Go was everything. It was their entire world. Later in the episode, Toya Koyo made his appearance. Facing him across the board, Hikaru felt the crushing pressure of a true professional. Overwhelmed by Toya's calm, elegant, and commanding style, Hikaru, driven by instinct rather than instruction, made his first move using a proper, formal hand placement technique of his own will. The moment the stone touched the board, Sai's astonished expression, Toya Koyo's solemn gaze, and the perfectly timed music all converged. As the ending theme, Sincerely Ever Dream, began to play, the episode came to an end. Once again, Hikaru no Go left its audience desperate for more. That week, not only adults but even children flooded online forums to share their thoughts after watching the show. Hikaru is so cool. Can I play Go like him? Is Go hard? Where can I learn? Akira's devotion to Go, Toya Koyo's seriousness, and Sai chasing the hand of God, it really moved me. No wonder the original manga is so famous. Even someone like me who doesn't understand Go was completely hooked. I can't wait anymore. I'm buying the tankobon to catch up. Same here. You'd better hurry. I went to 7 bookstores today. Volumes 1 and 2 of Hikaru no Go were completely sold out. Volume 3 won't last long either. Didn't Hashimori Group coordinate with the printing factory in advance? This is way too amateur. This show is amazing. I was genuinely moved. Tomorrow I'm signing my son up for Go lessons. Can anyone spoil what happens later? No spoilers. A real Hikaru no Go fan wouldn't ruin it. A professional Go player is live streaming an official breakdown of tonight's matches on the Go Association account. The Go Association really knows what it's doing. Of course they do. It's rare to have a Go drama the public actually embraces. So does Hikaru just casually become a pro and win world championships? Not even close. The manga is still in the professional promotion tournament. And trust me, the later arcs are incredible, especially the promotion tournament. With massive discussion traffic, amateur Go players began voluntarily writing guides, explaining rules, and breaking down the matches from the TV series to help newcomers understand the game. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell, the popularity of Hikaru no Go in its second week far surpassed its first. 2 weeks into the October drama season, truly outstanding works were rare. Yet Hikaru no Go, with its novel subject matter, stellar reputation, and passionate support from original manga readers, was repeating the very path of its manga. Quietly, steadily, becoming the dark horse of the TV drama market. After a single night, the next morning, Capital Television Station officially announced the viewership data for episode 2 of the Hikaru no Go TV series. The episode opened with a 4.03% rating, reached a peak of 4.79%, and recorded an average viewership of 4.41%. Compared to last week's peak of 4.56% and average of 4.29%, this was a clear and steady increase. Over the next 2 days, as the second episodes of this quarter's flagship dramas from major broadcasters, such as Tokyo Television Station and Kyoto Television Station, were successively aired, the Week 2 viewership rankings for Japan's autumn dramas were released. Second week of October, drama viewership rankings. Clinic in the Reverse Light, 4.86%. Our Little Sister, 4.71%. Hikaru no Go, 4.41%. Among the top 2 works, Clinic in the Reverse Light was adapted from a medical novel by a well-known author. The original novel itself had sold tens of millions of copies, giving it an exceptionally strong foundation. Our Little Sister, meanwhile, was a remake of a famous foreign television series and already enjoyed broad public recognition. That said, Hikaru no Go was hardly weak. The 4th tankobon volume sold 2.01 million copies in a single week. Judging from this momentum, an average of 6 million copies per volume was well within reach. If the manga continued for a longer run, total sales reaching tens of millions, or even over 100 million copies, was by no means unrealistic. In Japan, where the commercial ecosystem surrounding animation is exceptionally mature, anime-related works possess the strongest monetization potential. Even when compared to novels, the combined scale of the film and television industry often struggles to match it. Rei's previous life Japan had already proven this point. There, the annual market size of television dramas was measured in the hundreds of billions of yen, while the animation industry alone reached 3 to 4 trillion yen. Ultimately, the real profits of such works did not lie in broadcasting fees, but in merchandising. Many manga were adapted into anime or live-action series primarily to drive traffic back to the original work, not because animation or television alone was the primary revenue source. Of course, Exceptions like Demon Slayer existed, but they were precisely that, exceptions. Before its premiere, the television industry had not been particularly optimistic about the Hikaru no Go TV series. After all, Hikaru no Go was not considered a top-tier manga nationwide. It had only climbed to 4th place in Dream Comic Journal after benefiting from television-driven traffic. And Japan had 6 major comic journals like Hashimori Comic. In other words, at any given time, 20 to 30 manga of comparable scale were being serialized simultaneously. Moreover, manga typically achieved explosive popularity only after animation, not live-action adaptation. Many such adaptations were openly mocked by fans as being tragically adapted into live-action. Yet here was Hikaru no Go. Week 1, top 5 in viewership. Week 2, already 3rd place. The industry was stunned. What was happening? In truth, Ray had already anticipated this outcome. Television broadcasts were fundamentally different from manga serialization. Watching TV carried virtually no cost, and every household could tune in effortlessly. Once a high-quality work gained traction, its rise was far faster than that of a manga relying on weekly magazines and tankobon releases. The strength of Hikaru no Go's original story was beyond doubt, and the production team had approached the adaptation with genuine care and respect. With both the original work and its adaptation maintaining high quality, and with the autumn season lacking overwhelming competitors, it was only natural that Hikaru no Go surged in viewership. Still, the results felt almost excessive. Headlines soon followed. Hashimori Group's genius manga artist, Shirogane sees Hikaru no Go rise to 3rd in viewership and 4th in magazine rankings. Will his bold words from last year come true? Could Hikaru no Go claim this year's annual manga award? Hikaru no Go ignites public interest in the Go industry. Go Association website traffic up 1.8 times, searches for professional promotion tournaments triple year-on-year. Hikaru no Go surges on hot searches. Among all TV series premiering this quarter, Hikaru no Go records the highest approval ratings across all age groups and the highest volume of post-broadcast discussion. The school attended by genius manga artist Shirogane recently besieged by Hikaru no Go fans, campus gates temporarily impassable. The school issues public statement urging fans to follow the manga and TV series rationally, and not to transfer their affection for Hikaru no Go onto Shirogane himself. With only half a year remaining until the college entrance examination, the school hopes the public will allow Shirogane to focus on his studies without disruption. Shoma, president of the Japan's Go Association, and Minato, 3-time former world champion, jointly accept media interviews, praising the Hikaru no Go IP for making immense contributions to the Japan's Go industry. Conservative estimates suggest that the number of people influenced by Hikaru no Go to learn or understand Go has already exceeded tens, or even hundreds, of thousands. Online live broadcast popularity and viewership of Japan's Go A-League professional league increase by 75% compared to pre-Hikaru no Go levels. Multiple professional players state that since the manga's serialization, a large number of fans have begun attending matches offline to support them. Undoubtedly, the Hikaru no Go TV series had an immediate and explosive effect on expanding the influence of the Hikaru no Go IP. As the TV series gained popularity, it simultaneously ignited enthusiasm for the manga itself, the game of Go, professional leagues, Go training institutions, and numerous related industries. Driven by continuous media coverage and the fervent support of manga and TV series fans alike, Hikaru no Go reached its highest popularity peak since serialization during the 2nd week of October. At the same time, the previously steady sales curve of the Hikaru no Go tankobon volume suddenly steepened. On Monday, Rei directly took leave from school and followed Misaki to Hashimori Group headquarters. With the Hikaru no Go TV series exploding in popularity, the group's corresponding promotional efforts naturally had to keep pace. Scheduled interview recordings, controlled disclosures about the future direction of Hikaru no Go's plot, and short promotional videos for Dream Comic Journal were already lined up. These activities occurred roughly every half-month, and Rei had long since grown accustomed to them. However, upon arriving at Hashimori Group this time, Rei clearly sensed a change in how internal staff viewed him. Although everyone still addressed him as Teacher Shirogane, the tone was no longer merely polite convention. Before, few people truly took a 17-year-old manga artist seriously. Now, Even mid to high-level executives greeted him with noticeably greater respect. After all, who could say whether Hikaru no Go's current momentum might eventually shake one of the three-pillar manga of Dream Comic Journal? Not to mention that tankobon sales were now soaring. Still, there was a quiet sense of regret among some within the group. If only Rei's breakout work had been a different genre. While Hikaru no Go had proven extraordinarily effective at promoting the game of Go, the commercial ceiling of Go-themed manga simply could not match that of battle or fantasy series. Rather than Hashimori Group being the greatest beneficiary of Hikaru no Go's explosive popularity, it seemed that the Japan's Go industry itself had gained even more. On Tuesday, Hashimori Group struck while the iron was hot, releasing a short interview video featuring Rei on its official website ahead of the latest chapter's serialization. Such videos were usually filled with harmless fluff, but they attracted large audiences nonetheless. And among those viewers, some were always paying very close attention. Indeed, sharp-eyed fans quickly noticed an intriguing exchange. When the interviewer directly asked Rei how long Hikaru no Go would continue serialization, Rei answered clearly. When Sai finds the Hand of God, the manga will rapidly approach its conclusion. Sai finds the Hand of God. At the very least, that would require Sai to face the world's strongest Go player of the current era. The professional promotion tournament arc alone had already run for an extended period. For Hikaru to reach 9 Dan, and for Sai to stand opposite Toya Koyo, would realistically require several more years of serialization. And yet, the Hand of God. What kind of move could truly deserve such a title? The characters inside the manga might be easily convinced. But what about reality? With so many professional Go players closely following this work, how would Rika, Hikaru no Go's collaborator, together with the Go Association, design a match worthy of being called the Hand of God? Read 50+ chapters ahead at rayon.com/ashnoir. Bonus at 800 PS. 10 bonus chapters at top 3 this week. 93. The Hand of God's idea and choice. Actually, according to the current serialization pace of Hikaru no Go, once the professional Go player promotion tournament concluded, the story would immediately transition into the decisive match between Sai and Toya Koyo. And after that, Sai's disappearance. Rei was fully aware of this. In fact, he had already been asking Rika to help him search through historical Go records, looking for a game that could genuinely be called the Hand of God, so that it could be adapted and woven into Hikaru no Go. But it could only be said that while Japan's Go history contained countless brilliant moves, stunning Tsujis, and ingenious endgame reversals, a match that truly embodied something on the level of the Hand of God, as portrayed in the manga, had simply never existed. Of course, Rei could forcibly adapt some famous historical games. But if he did that, then the Hand of God that shocked Sai to his very soul, the move that marked the end of his 1,000-year pursuit and led to his disappearance, would likely feel underwhelming to professional Go players. Many would inevitably scoff. This counts as the Hand of God. Rika's inability to find a suitable match did not surprise Rei in the slightest. After all, Japan's overall Go environment was weaker than that of Japan in his previous life. In that world, especially after the advent of the AI era, Go had undergone explosive evolution. The competitive intensity in this Japan simply wasn't on the same level, and naturally, the peak of its Go records fell short. As for what game could truly serve as the Hand of God, Rei was not completely without ideas. In his previous life, there were 2 world-shaking human vs AI Go matches. Lee Sedol vs AlphaGo. Jia vs AlphaGo. Among them, only Lee Sedol managed to win a single game, the legendary 4th match. After losing 3 consecutive games and already being declared defeated in the Man vs Machine showdown, Lee Sedol abandoned all obsession with victory or defeat. And in that moment, he played a move that even AlphaGo had not foreseen. A move that reversed the game. The only victory humanity ever claimed against early AlphaGo. That move was praised by countless professional players and Go enthusiasts as a real-world Hand of God. That game was etched deeply into Rei's memory. After all, anything he had seen in his previous life could be replayed in his mind as vividly as a film. Hikaru no Go itself had been brought into this world in precisely that way. However, if possible, Rei still didn't want to resort to this option. Because if he used that match as the battle between Sai and Toya Koyo, several problems followed. He would need to extract Lee Sedol's famous 78th move before it was played, find 2 top-tier Go players to reconstruct the board position, and have them complete the remainder of the game faithfully. Moreover, Rei's own Go skill was limited. Explaining how he obtained such an inexplicable game record would be troublesome, but those concerns were ultimately secondary. No matter how suspicious professional Go players might be, they could never imagine the truth. That this was the only victory a 14-time world champion had ever achieved against an AI from another world. Psy's millennium-long obsession had always been about one thing: the hand of God. And after the AI era, even calling AlphaGo a Go god would not be an exaggeration. Every move it played was, in a sense, divine. If this game were serialized in the manga, even strictest professional players would be unable to find fault with it. And Psy reaching the end of the way of Go, then disappearing after witnessing such a move, would feel completely natural. As for where the game record came from, Rei took a deep breath, then smiled faintly. If anyone asked, he could simply say, "Hai taught me this game." It was a joke, but not entirely a joke. People would probably assume it was a private match played by some forgotten master. No one would ever have the imagination to guess the real source. On Wednesday, the latest issue of Dream Comic was released. Along with it, Chapter 40 of Hikaru no Go was officially serialized. Early that morning, Aoyama Sayuri was already waiting outside the bookstore. Naturally, she didn't care in the slightest about Hikaru no Go's explosive rise in popularity due to the TV drama. What she cared about was how the match between Hikaru and Aisumi, which ended last week in Hikaru no Go, would conclude. Would Hikaru pretend not to see Aisumi's regretful move? Or would Hikaru, in order to win, refuse to let Aisumi off, reporting the foul and taking the victory? Honestly, if she were Hikaru, she would definitely report Aisumi. But unfortunately, she was just a spectator. She hoped that Hikaru would ignore Aisumi's muddled mistake, allow him to retract the move, and then defeat him fair and square. Likewise, many Hikaru no Go fans shared Sayuri's thoughts. You could say that Hikaru no Go had a slow pace and an unclear main plot. But the cliffhangers in every chapter were absolutely top tier, so suffocating that fans felt like killing someone every single week. After chatting briefly with others who were buying Dream Comic and Hikaru no Go Tankobon while lining up at the register, Sayuri took the magazine back to her company. After all, she was the boss of this small firm. And as a boss, going out during work hours to buy manga, and then reading it during work hours, was perfectly reasonable. Chapter 40 of Hikaru no Go continued directly from last week's plot. Aisumi felt a chill crawl down his spine when he realized that his unconscious movement, made out of impatience, had constituted a foul. Hikaru, too, stared blankly at his opponent, his heart locked in turmoil. "Sai, you saw it, didn't you?" Hikaru asked silently. "Before Aisumi moved the stone just now, his finger left the piece, right?" "I'm not sure," Sai replied solemnly. "Do you want to ask him, Hikaru? Aisumi's record against me has always been terrible. Whoever loses this game might not get promoted. Even someone as strong as him has failed year after year." Hikaru struggled inwardly. "Hikaru," Sai said firmly, "don't you want to continue? Even from a disadvantage, there's still a way to turn this around." Hikaru picked up a stone. Sayuri held her breath. This move would decide everything. If Hikaru placed the stone, it meant letting Aisumi off and moving past the foul. How would he choose? "I know Aisumi's strength better than anyone. Playing from this position, I'll probably lose. But if he fouled just now, then I win." Hikaru's thoughts spiraled. Sayuri's heart twisted along with his. Reporting the foul would be entirely justified. Against anyone else, not doing so would make readers call Hikaru a saint. But this was Aisumi. Aisumi was already old, this year and the next were his last chances. If he failed again, he would never become a professional Go player. Hikaru, on the other hand, was only 13 or 14. With Sai guiding him, was there any doubt he'd make it eventually? At most, it was just a difference of 1 year. And without Aisumi, Hikaru would have been eliminated long ago. When the bearded examinee shattered Hikaru's mentality, it was Aisumi who stayed by his side, dragging him to Go clubs, forcing him to face every kind of opponent, helping him rebuild his mindset. This game could decide Aisumi's entire life. Did Hikaru really want to win like this? Sigh. "I want one more win," Hikaru thought desperately. And Aisumi hasn't said anything. That means he wants to keep fighting too. Just as Hikaru was about to speak, Sayuri turned the page. A massive black and white spread filled her vision, an upward angle showing Aisumi, Hikaru, and the edge of the Go board. Hikaru, Aisumi, I resign. Hikaru did not seize the opportunity. And Aisumi, after his own internal struggle, chose not to continue a match tainted by humiliation. Both of them went through endless internal struggles during that brief moment. But in the end, they both chose to abide by the rules. Sayuri's eyes reddened. She looked at Aisumi in the manga, his head lowered, lips bitten tight, silently putting away the stones. She looked at Hikaru, who had technically won the game, yet looked even worse than if he had lost. Her heart was filled with tangled, conflicting emotions. Even if Hikaru hadn't spoken, Aisumi would probably have resigned anyway, driven by his pride. But precisely at the moment Aisumi opened his mouth to resign, Hikaru had also spoken, ready to hold Aisumi accountable for the foul. That made the choice even more painful for Hikaru. People often overestimate themselves during ordinary times. Only when their direct interests are on the line do they truly understand what choice their heart will make. For Aisumi, the reason he hadn't resigned immediately was also because of a faint sliver of hope. Maybe Hikaru hadn't seen it clearly. But Hikaru's prolonged hesitation, his delay in placing the stone, caused Aisumi's pride to finally overwhelm that last bit of wishful thinking. And for Hikaru, winning the game mattered more than his personal friendship with Aisumi. Neither of them was wrong. The one at fault was Shirogane. Why would you make two people this close meet in such a decisive, life-altering match? Sayuri continued reading. 94, Tears. Because he was deeply shaken after losing to Hikaru in the morning, Aisumi lost again in the afternoon match. She couldn't even bear to watch. Aisumi was too miserable. He was the oldest, the one who needed promotion the most. Yet in the end, you lost to your closest friend, becoming a stepping stone beneath his feet. If Hikaru and Oka both succeeded in promotion, then what would become of you? Before this, her understanding of the professional promotion tournament had been simple. If you lost, you lost. If your skill wasn't enough, you tried again next year. But now, she only felt cruelty. For someone like Aisumi, who had staked his entire life on Go, how many next years were there left? And Hikaru, too, was deeply shaken by that morning's match. He had always beaten Aisumi at the dojo. Yet this victory felt heavier than any defeat. Back home, Hikaru slammed his pillow onto the bed. I still had a chance, even if it was small. Why did I? Tears welled up in his eyes. When I realized I could win because of a foul, all I could think about was grabbing that chance. It's because I'm weak. Because I couldn't win cleanly, I chose the rules instead. Hikaru collapsed onto the bed, tears soaking the pillow. She felt her eyes sting. This was growth. Painful. Cruel. And unavoidable. Sai only looked at Hikaru gently, then pointed to the Go board beside the bed. Hikaru, he said softly. Let's finish the game we left yesterday. I'll take Aisumi's place. You must make a clean break, and then walk forward tomorrow. At that moment, Sai felt like light itself. But Hikaru had Sai. What about Aisumi? Who would pull him back from the edge? The next day, Hikaru steadied himself and did not lose again. Oki continued his flawless winning streak, advancing without hesitation. But for Aisumi, the path was nearly closed. Even if he won every remaining match, he would still have to rely on others' results. And if players like Hikaru and Oka did not falter, then Aisumi's chances. She turned the page. Chapter 40, End. Who? She exhaled slowly. She didn't understand Go. She had never been a Go player. She had never even watched a single professional Go League match. But for the first time, she had felt, viscerally, the cruelty of the professional Go world. She turned on the television in her office and switched to the sports channel. At that moment, the screen was replaying a Japanese professional Go League match. For the first time in her life, she had the patience to sit down and watch something like this. She still didn't fully understand the flow of the game, but she could watch it now. After this chapter was released, the comment section under Rei's account on the Dream Comic official website exploded before noon. Teacher Shirogane, don't do this to us. Let Aisumi get promoted. Exactly. There are over 30 promotion spots. One more for Aisumi won't hurt. Just let us dream a little in the manga. It wouldn't ruin anything if Aisumi succeeded this year. I cried. I really cried. Watching Aisumi resign was unbearable. I hate stories where friendship collides with competition like this. I haven't cried reading manga in years, but this chapter destroyed me. I broke down when Hikaru cried in his room, saying he was useless, that if he were strong enough he wouldn't have thought about winning through a foul. Hikaru is just a normal person. He wants to win. He wants to become a pro. He wants to catch up to Akira. But Izumi wasn't someone he could easily overcome. If this keeps going, Hikaru no Go will absolutely become a classic of Japanese manga. In my heart, Hikaru no Go is already #1 on Dream Comic. Same. If teacher Shirogane lets Izumi get promoted and shows the three of them competing together as pros, I'll buy every piece of merchandise this series releases. Before this, the promotion tournament arc had been steady and restrained. Wins were wins. Losses were losses. Readers accepted that. But after this chapter, even long-time lurkers surfaced in droves. The discussion heat for Hikaru no Go burned all day without cooling, and with TV drama viewers pouring in, the intensity made even Hashimori Group's staff uneasy. Why was the reaction even stronger than last week? The next morning, 9:30 a.m., Misaki opened her email as she always did. The top 3 remained unchanged. 1. Source War Chronicle. 2. The Wanderer. 3. Fist Armor. Their vote totals were nearly identical to last week. Only Hikaru no Go. This week's total had surged to 496,321 votes. Just a breath away from 500,000. Still ranked 4th. But this 4th place was now dangerously close to Fist Armor. So close that the editorial office fell into a long, heavy silence. How could it be rising this fast? TV adaptations did bring traffic, but was this level even reasonable? If this momentum continued, how long could Fist Armor really hold on to 3rd place? 95. Request. On Friday, the 3rd episode of the Hikaru no Go TV series aired. Each episode was a full hour long, so its narrative content far exceeded that of the manga. The first season of the Hikaru no Go TV series only covered Hikaru's early encounters with Akira Toya, culminating in the school team Go tournament and ending with Hikaru's middle school suffering 3 consecutive crushing defeats. Thus, in the 3rd episode, the story focused on Hikaru, still only a 6th grader, secretly sneaking into a team tournament that was supposed to be restricted to middle school students. At first, Hikaru played casually and without seriousness. But once he learned that the team's results would determine whether the Go Club would be officially recognized by the school, everything changed. In the final match, Sai took over from a position of overwhelming disadvantage and single-handedly turned the game around, shocking every student and Go instructor present. This episode could be described as the most exhilarating installment of the Hikaru no Go TV series since its premiere. Although Hikaru himself was still a beginner, Sai's overwhelming performance caused Hikaru to instantly become famous among middle school Go enthusiasts throughout the city. Some even began to believe that his strength had already surpassed that of his peer, Akira Toya. By the time Hikaru no Go had been airing for 3 weeks, its popularity had entered a completely new phase. It was no longer just manga fans spreading the work, casual television viewers now far outnumbered its original audience. Moreover, following the broadcast of the TV series, enthusiasm for Go-related activities across Japan surged dramatically. The most direct impact was seen in Go training classes. These institutions had already experienced a modest rise in enrollment due to the manga's popularity, but the TV series brought in an entirely new wave of students. From 4-year-old children to middle-aged adults, interest in learning Go reached heights not seen in years. 2 days later, viewership data for the 3rd episode was released. With an average rating of 4.79%, Hikaru no Go ranked 2nd among all TV series premiering in Japan during the 3rd week of October. At this point, the nation's media outlets could no longer remain restrained. Previously, although the Hikaru no Go TV series and manga had received consistent praise, neither had yet reached the very top of their respective fields. As a result, media coverage had been cautious. But now, things were different. The ratings for Clinic in the Reverse Light and Our Little Sister, the 2 series that had been leading since their premieres, had stabilized. And stability, in the television industry, often meant limited future growth. Hikaru no Go, on the other hand, had increased its ratings for 3 consecutive weeks, rising to 2nd place by the 3rd week. What about next week? And the week after that? Judging from the current momentum, it was only a matter of time before Hikaru no Go claimed the top spot in the ratings. Media headlines soon followed. Genius manga artist Shiragane's adaptation Hikaru no Go sees explosive ratings growth. The third episode reaches 4.79%, ranking second for the period. Will episode 4 take the crown this quarter? Advertisers rush in. Product placements for Hikaru no Go increase from 7 to 16. With production and promotion costs of 20 million, the series is poised to become the most profitable drama of the season. A 17-year-old's Go dream, Hikaru no Go reveals the cruelty and beauty of the professional Go world to the public. Renowned professional Go player Lie Den praises Hikaru no Go, stating it has made an enormous contribution to the development of Go in Japan and expressing interest in meeting teacher Shiragane. A nationwide Go learning boom ignited by Hikaru no Go. After the success of Hikaru no Go, registered Go-themed TV projects in Japan increase from 0 in 20 years to 3. Is a new genre about to rise? Once media professionals went all in, news related to Hikaru no Go flooded manga and television websites alike. The popularity of the work had become unmistakable, even to those who had never read the manga or watched the series. It seemed this manga wouldn't need to wait for an anime adaptation to become popular. The TV series alone was already turning it into a phenomenon. On Monday, Rika arrived at Rei's house at her usual time to discuss how to customize the Go game records for the upcoming manga chapters. However, today was different. After Rei briefly summarized the plot direction of Chapter 46 of Hikaru no Go and explained his requirements for the Go match design, he paused, then deliberately changed the subject. Rika, Rei said, taking a deep breath, I need to trouble you with something else. Oh. Rika smiled brightly. As long as it's something I can do, it won't be a problem. Originally, Rika had only been assigned to cooperate with Rei because of her relative, the vice president of the Go Association, but now, as the official Go game designer for Hikaru no Go, she had unexpectedly gained a large following of her own. Every day, fans flooded her inbox with questions about the manga. Just like in Rei's previous life, traffic meant value. Even professional Go players had to make a living. Once popularity arrived, income naturally followed. Because of this, Rika's attitude toward Rei had become genuinely warm and respectful. Rei hesitated briefly, then spoke. I'd like you to introduce me to at least 2 world-class top Go players, he said seriously. And I hope they can help me complete a game that hasn't been finished yet, playing with everything they have. Rika blinked. I want to use this game, Rei continued, as the Hand of God, the divine move in the manga. Rika froze. The Hand of God. Rei, are you serious? Something like the Hand of God was a theoretical concept. No one had ever truly seen it. She and Rei had discussed this problem more than once. If that plot point ever arrived, the safest solution would be to modify a historical game containing a brilliant, tide-turning move. But now Rei was asking her to find 2 top-tier players and have them play the Hand of God. Rei immediately understood her reaction. I'm not asking you to find the Hand of God, he clarified. I already have an idea for it. What I lack, he continued calmly, is the complete game leading up to it, played by 2 top players at their absolute peak. Rika frowned slightly, thinking. In the original manga, Sai had played against Koyo Toya and won. But afterward, Hikaru realized something astonishing. In that game, Toya had actually possessed a move that could have reversed everything. Rei's plan was to bring something even more extreme into the manga. In his previous life, there had been 2 legendary human vs AI Go battles. One of them was the 4th game between Lee Sedol and AlphaGo. Lee Sedol had already lost 3 consecutive games. The overall match was decided. By the 4th game, he had abandoned all thoughts of victory or defeat. In the opening and mid-game, he was overwhelmingly behind. Almost every professional Go player watching believed the 4th game would end just like the first 3. Then, Lee Sedol played move 78. A move so unnatural, so unexpected, that even the AI could not comprehend it. That move shattered AlphaGo's evaluation system, forced a series of irrational responses, and ultimately gave Lee Sedol the only victory humanity achieved against early AlphaGo. That move had been hailed worldwide as the Hand of God. Of course, the AlphaGo of that era still had limits. Its strength exceeded that of all human players, but its back could still be seen. Later AIs would never allow such a flaw. Kujia, the 8-time world champion in Rei's previous life, once said bluntly, if AI gives me 2 stones, I lose for sure. If it gives me 3 stones, I might win, but I'll still lose most of the time. Rika, naturally, knew none of this. She only looked at Ray with open skepticism. Ray, meanwhile, calmly produced the explanation he had prepared. This game, he said, was played between 2 people I knew in middle school. I'm sorry, Rika, I can't tell you who they are. But I can guarantee this, he said quietly. In this game, a move representing the pinnacle of human wisdom appeared. The hand of God? Rika asked. She didn't mock him. But it was obvious, she didn't truly believe him. With Ray's Go level, how could he possibly identify a game worthy of such a title? Ray didn't argue. Instead, he calmly took out the Go board from his house. Then, stone by stone, he began to recreate the 4th game of Lee Sedol vs AlphaGo, right there in front of her. At first, Rika's expression was relaxed. The opening followed standard Josuke, nothing unusual. But as the game progressed, her posture slowly straightened. Her smile disappeared. Her eyes sharpened. By the time the board reached the mid-game, Rika's breathing had unconsciously slowed. Read 50+ chapters ahead at p@rayon.com/ashnoir. Bonus at 1296. The game. Although she wasn't a top-tier player, she was still a professional 6 Dan, and setting up game records was something she had done countless times while studying Go. Yet just watching Ray place the stones one by one made Rika's forehead begin to bead with sweat. Because the level displayed on the board was, quite frankly, terrifying. Slow down, let me think, Rika said suddenly. Who is playing black? Why don't I recognize this style at all? A faint chill ran across her scalp. The player controlling white was already far beyond her reach and skill, at least 10 levels above her. But after more than 60 moves, white was being steadily suppressed by black. That calm, seasoned, nearly flawless way of playing created a suffocating pressure that pressed down on her chest. It was even more oppressive than watching championship matches between top players. They're amateurs, Ray said lightly after coughing once. It's normal that you don't recognize them, and they don't want to be recognized either. His hands never stopped moving. Stone after stone fell into place. When he reached the 77th move, Ray finally paused. I hope you can help me find 2 top players to continue this game from here and complete it, Ray said quietly. Rika leaned in and examined the board carefully. Does this even need to be continued? She said slowly. White is clearly losing. Forget 2 top players, if I played black now, and the world's #1 ranked player took white, I could still. She stopped mid-sentence. Her expression changed. She suddenly remembered what Ray had said earlier. He had claimed he had once seen the hand of God appear in a real game. Rika's pupils contracted. No, she said softly. That's impossible. She looked up at Ray. The game you saw back then, white won, didn't they? Ray's calm silence answered her question. Rika sucked in a sharp breath. This doesn't make sense. With black playing at this level, how could they possibly lose from this position? Who are these 2 people, really? And how did white turn this around? She could feel the terrifying depth of both players in this game, but because she herself wasn't at the very peak, there were still many layers she couldn't see through. Ray broke the silence. Let's stop here, Teacher Rika. I know it's troublesome, but please help me find 2 players of at least 9 Dan strength, preferably with championship titles. As for compensation, Ray added calmly, I'll make sure it's sufficient. Rika took a deep breath and nodded. Don't underestimate me just because I'm only 6 Dan, she said. My network is wide. There's a current championship title holder in Jap who used to be my junior. With Hikaru no Go's current influence and its contribution to the Go world, asking them to help complete this game won't be a problem. She paused, then looked at Ray seriously. But when the time comes, you must be present. After they finish the game, you'll have to show us exactly how white reversed the situation. Ray smiled faintly. No problem. I can recreate the game. Just don't ask me why those specific moves were chosen, he added honestly. You know my actual level. With Rika agreeing to handle the most troublesome issue, Ray finally felt a massive weight lift from his chest. Soon, Wednesday arrived again. Chapter 41 of Hikaru no Go was released. In this chapter, Izumi lost once more. But Hikaru, and several other players who also had 2 losses, lost as well. When multiple rivals fell together, it was as if no one truly lost. Hikaru still held the initiative to qualify. Aisumi, however, remained dependent on others' results. Especially the competitive relationship among Aisumi, Hikaru, and Oka was now fully exposed. From the win-loss conditions presented in the chapter, most readers could already tell, there were only 2 promotion slots left for the 3 of them. And given the intricate win-loss triangle between them, it was impossible for all 3 to be promoted. And in the plot, Hikaru's final opponent in the professional Go qualifying tournament finally emerged. In this chapter, although Hikaru had already suffered several losses, none of the opponents he lost to were weak players. Moreover, because Oka was determined to qualify, he had been meticulously studying the game records of every potential rival. It was at this point that Oka finally learned about Hikaru. Especially after reviewing Hikaru's match against Ko Young-ha, the Korea's genius player, Oka's confidence plummeted. That game made him clearly realize one thing: Hikaru was not an ordinary examinee. By the end of the chapter, Akira, who had been absent from the story for quite some time, finally reappeared. After witnessing Hikaru's games, Oka could no longer maintain his earlier composure. The sense of crisis he had been suppressing surged forth all at once. And so, for the first time, he formally accepted Akira's earlier proposal to undergo special training under Akira before facing Hikaru. Oka wanted to defeat Hikaru in the final match and secure promotion with an undefeated record. On the official website, the weekly large-scale discussion among fans immediately erupted. By now, a massive number of TV drama viewers had already caught up with the manga through collected volumes. They flooded into Hashimori Group's official forums, eagerly reading manga readers' analyses of the tournament structure and win-loss relationships. Alright, now the direction is clear. Has everyone actually mapped out the promotion win-loss relationships? At this point, whether Aisumi and Hikaru qualify basically depends on Hikaru versus Oka. The remaining opponents are relatively weak. Even if Aisumi is in bad form, he's unlikely to lose again. So everything hinges on whether Hikaru can beat Oka. I was wondering why Oka was woven so deeply into the qualifying arc even though the plot felt harmonious before. So this was the setup. Is Oka really that strong? He's still undefeated. In the dojo, Oka and Aisumi were roughly 50-50, and Aisumi was even slightly stronger. But professional exams test mental strength. Hikaru's mentality used to be unstable, but that could be corrected through external training. Aisumi's problem is internal. Failing year after year leaves scars. Purely in terms of mentality, Oki is terrifying. Honestly, Hikaru's match against Ko Young-ha was probably the peak of his current career. If Oka were truly confident, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly to that game. Now it all comes down to Shiragane's choice. Will Hikaru lose here, fail to qualify, and wait another year? Or will he reach his peak and shatter Oka's dream of a perfect record? This arc is brutal. If Aisumi fails again, will he give up Go? 97. The final match of the professional Go player qualification tournament. The day after Dream Comic was released, the editorial department of Hashimori Group also came to its weekly performance review. At present, however, all editors responsible for works in Dream Comic Journal felt a faint but unmistakable sense of tension. Everyone could see the current growth momentum of Hikaru no Go.it already possessed the strength to challenge the top 3 positions in the journal. For 2 to 3 years, Fist Armor, Source War Chronicle, and The Wanderer had firmly occupied the top 3 spots. Yet now, no one could say with certainty how long they could withstand the pursuit of Hikaru no Go. The popularity of the TV series was still in the stage of accumulating fans for the Hikaru no Go IP. It took time for TV viewers to catch up through collected volumes and weekly journal purchases, which was why Hikaru no Go remained in 4th place for now. But the real question was, how long could Fist Armor hold on to 3rd place? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? Or, this very week? For the editorial department as a whole, the emergence of a work capable of breaking the long-standing dominance of the 3-pillar manga was, in theory, a good thing. But when they considered that Shiragane, a 17-year-old manga artist, had reached this height in the industry, and that such a genius had not been discovered by them, their emotions inevitably grew complicated. Their attitude toward Hikaru no Go, toward Shiragane, and toward Misaki, hovered somewhere above envy and just short of outright jealousy. They all knew, rationally, that Hikaru no Go surpassing Fist Armor was only a matter of time. Yet emotionally, there was an unspoken reluctance to see it rise so quickly. To put it bluntly, an uncontrollable sense of jealousy was at work. Misaki, of course, noticed this shift in atmosphere. She also understood that within the editorial department, many were quietly hoping for Hikaru no Go to stumble, hoping that she and Rei would become the industry's laughingstock, all out of envy. But she didn't mind. Human weakness was something 9 out of 10 people could not escape. And in any case, what they thought would not affect Hikaru no Go's ranking. At 9:30 a.m., the statistical results for Chapter 41 of Hikaru no Go were released. Weekly votes, 553,698. Ranking, 4th place. Although the ranking remained unchanged, the vote gap between Hikaru no Go and Fist Armor, which ranked 3rd, had shrunk to just 60,000 votes. Only 3 weeks ago, the difference between the two had exceeded 200,000. The premiere of the TV series had nearly doubled the number of Hikaru no Go supporters among Dream comic readers. Misaki calmly closed the email and glanced at the colleagues around her. She showed no visible emotion, because there was no need to. Everyone here had worked in the manga industry for many years. How could they fail to judge the situation clearly? As long as Hikaru no Go's plot didn't self-destruct in the coming weeks, whether 1 week, or at most 2, its promotion into the top 3 of Dream Comic Journal was inevitable. And once that happened, no individual, company, or media outlet in the Japan manga industry would dare question whether Hikaru no Go belonged among first-tier manga. While first-tier status is often judged by comprehensive data across the top 5 of the 6 major journals, there is a long-standing consensus. Any manga ranked in the top 3 of a major journal is unquestionably first-tier. As Misaki thought this, goosebumps rose on her arms. After all, Rei was a new manga artist she had discovered only last year. He had entered the industry just 1 year ago. And while Hikaru no Go was still advancing toward 3rd place in Dream Comic, on Friday evening, the 4th episode of the Hikaru no Go TV series premiered. In the episode, Akira sought out Hikaru to play Go once more, only to be rejected. Hikaru no longer wanted to rely on Sai to defeat Akira. He wanted to win, someday, fairly and squarely, using his own strength. Under a gentle, melancholic BGM, Akira stood outside the window in the fading sunset. All he could see was Hikaru's retreating back, and the curtains slowly drawn shut. Akira turned and left. That night, he made a decision, to transfer to Kaio Middle School and join its Go Club, spending an entire year preparing for the campus team tournament that Hikaru planned to enter, all for the sake of playing him again. This short segment alone made countless TV drama viewers break down in tears on Friday night. For some people, black and white manga better conveys the emotions the original author intends. For others, however, the synchronized power of visuals, music, and performance in anime and live-action dramas strikes far deeper. The cast's restrained yet expressive acting, paired with the emotionally charged background music, made this episode resonate profoundly after it aired. It pierced straight into the hearts of viewers. At the very least, everyone was moved by Akira's persistence, and by his willingness to sacrifice an entire year of his youth just to play a single game of Go with Hikaru. And he was only 13 years old. At the same time, following this episode's broadcast, the popularity of Akira's TV drama portrayal surged dramatically. 2 days later, the 4th-week viewership data for October's TV drama market was released. With an average rating of 4.98%, the 4th episode of Hikaru no Go surpassed Clinic in the Reverse Light, which held a 4.92% rating, and, for the first time, claimed the number 1 spot in viewership. For a series with a production budget of just over 20 million, airing in the fiercely competitive Friday 9 p.m. slot, this result was nothing short of explosive. Media outlets rushed to report on it. Even casual drama viewers, those who had never followed Hikaru no Go, were inevitably drawn in by the headlines. Although many instinctively resisted the idea of a Go-themed drama, the fact that it had reached the top of the ratings forced them to reconsider. If it can do this well, they thought, then maybe it isn't the boring Go drama I imagined. During this same period, Volume 5 of the Hikaru no Go manga was released. Unlike the steady success of previous volumes, this one erupted in the Japan's manga market. Bookstores saw long lines of fans, both manga readers and TV viewers, waiting to purchase it. In even more stores, volumes 1 through 5 were completely sold out. Unable to endure the weekly cliffhangers any longer, many TV viewers chose to dive straight into the manga, desperate to free their hearts from the relentless suspense. Most popular manga maintain stable sales unless boosted by major adaptations. Their numbers rise steadily, predictably. But Hikaru no Go was different. After the live-action adaptation ignited public interest, its sales surged dramatically in a short span of time. On this month's national manga sales charts, compiled midway through the month, Hikaru no Go had already risen to first place. By month's end, cumulative new sales of volumes 1 to 5 were approaching 7 million copies. The TV series had already claimed the top spot in ratings. Breaking 5% seemed inevitable next week. The manga's popularity ranking breaking into the top 3 now felt only 1 or 2 weeks away. At the same time, the manga's plot had reached the decisive climax of the professional Go qualification tournament. Whether Hikaru would qualify came down to a single remaining match. And as October drew to a close and the weather cooled, another major event loomed. The annual manga awards were about to begin. Last year, Ray had won the new Manga Artist Award with Tonight. This year, looking across all 6 major journals, none of the new artists' works could stand beside Hikaru no Go. In concept, structure, emotional weight, pacing, popularity, and cultural impact, it stood in a completely different league. Some fans had already begun celebrating early. Everyone understood. At last year's new Manga Artist Award, teacher Shirogane had said that he would stand on the award stage again the following year, and win the annual manga award the year after that. Now, looking at the situation as it stood, it was obvious. If this award were not given to Hikaru no Go, then the credibility of these so-called selection events and awards would be completely meaningless. Soon, time once again arrived at Wednesday. In this version of Hikaru no Go, Ray deliberately chose to omit some overly drawn-out setup segments. In the original manga, after Oka was confirmed as the final obstacle, the story spent 4 or 5 chapters on flashbacks, layered foreshadowing, and bystander psychology before the 2 players finally faced each other across the board. Ray remembered feeling extremely impatient when he read that part back then. It wasn't that those chapters were poorly written, but Ray was looking forward to something else. He was waiting for better moments. Ray kept only the essential plot points and decisively trimmed what he considered dispensable. What the manga readers wanted to see was simple: Hikaru and Oka playing Go. Not excessive detours. Not endless emotional padding. If the pacing slowed down at such a critical moment, it wouldn't build tension, it would backfire. Fortunately, Hashimori Group was fully cooperative. This week's cover of Dream Comic Journal gave Hikaru no Go absolute prominence. Only 4 figures appeared on the full-color cover. Hikaru and Oka sat across from each other at the Go board, their gazes locked, blades metaphorically drawn. Behind them, Sai stood behind Hikaru. Akira stood behind Oka. Guidance against guidance. Belief against belief. This was not merely a match between Hikaru and Oka. It was also a confrontation between Sai and Akira. With just this single cover, every reader of Dream Comic immediately understood what this week's main storyline was about. Early that morning, Takeda Hiroto arrived at the bookstore. The moment his eyes landed on the cover of this week's journal, his heart began to race. It's finally here. He took a deep breath and picked up a freshly unpacked copy. The final match of the professional Go player qualification tournament. Whether Hikaru could successfully qualify, would be decided right here. Read 50+ chapters ahead at p@rayon.com/ashnoir. 98. The end. After quickly buying the latest issue of Dream Comic, Hiroto eagerly flipped to the serialization page of Hikaru no Go. As a longtime fan of this magazine, his favorite work had always been Source War Chronicle, but that preference had changed about half a year ago, right here, when he first saw the serialization of Hikaru no Go in this very magazine. Back home, seated at his computer desk, Hiroto took a deep breath. Go, Hikaru no Go, go. He silently cheered in his heart. He was cheering for Hikaru in the manga, and also for Hikaru no Go itself in the magazine. Unlike most readers who only cared about the story, Hiroto closely followed the weekly popularity rankings officially released by Dream Comic. He knew very well that Hikaru no Go was not far from surpassing Fist Armor, which currently ranked 3rd in the magazine. With mixed emotions, Hiroto lowered his gaze to the manga page. The chapter opened on the morning of the final day of the professional Go player qualification tournament. By now, most players already knew whether they had succeeded. For example, if Hikaru won this match, he would qualify with certainty. And if he lost, then, provided Isumi won his own match today, Isumi would advance instead. Likewise, Waya had the same record as Hikaru, but his opponent today was relatively weak, making his chances of losing quite low. There were also those whose elimination had already been decided by their win-loss records, such as Hikaru's friends from the dojo. All of them had come today purely to support him. That's right, with Oka's sharp tongue, it's no wonder he doesn't have anyone cheering for him. Everyone's probably hoping he loses. Even so, Hiruto quickly calculated the situation in his head. Even if Oka loses, it would only be a single loss, he'd still qualify steadily. Compared to that, his thoughts raced. In the end, he let out a sigh. Could Isumi and Hikaru really not advance together? If Isumi hadn't made that fatal blunder in their previous match, if that foul and resignation hadn't shaken both of their mental states and led to their later losses, then under the current win-loss structure, both of them would still have had a chance. Shirogane-sensei, what are you doing? Why are you so cruel? In the manga, Hikaru stood at the entrance, picked up the victory stamp, reserved only for winners, from the recording podium, and pressed it firmly into his palm. I must win. The next moment, Hikaru and the hundreds of players who had fought their way to the final round entered the vast playing hall. Isumi, Waya, Hikaru, Oka. Oka wanted to qualify with a perfect record. The other three were locked in direct competition. If all three won, Isumi would be eliminated. If Isumi won, then whoever lost between Hikaru and Waya would fall. All four had reasons they could not afford to lose. In the manga, the four sat down at their boards, eyes steady, expressions resolute. That unique blend of romance and cruelty found only in competitive sports surged through Hiruto's chest. Even Oka, the most disliked among them, wasn't truly despicable. His biggest flaw was merely his sharp tongue. He was the kind of person who would lock himself in the restroom after a loss, replaying every mistake in his mind, harsh toward others, but even harsher toward himself. This manga had no villains. There was no scheming, no malice. Everyone simply wanted to win. Everyone wanted victory. How could such people, brought together by a plot Shirogane-sensei had carefully built for over 2 months, culminating in this final round, not move him? At that moment, Hiruto quickly opened his computer, launched his music player, and queued up the classic BGM tracks from the Hikaru no Go TV series. It really feels best to read the manga with the instrumental version of the theme song, personally composed by Shirogane-sensei. His focus returned to the page. Those who still had hope, and those who didn't, had all come to give their final game meaning. Even the bearded Go player who had once tried to disrupt Hikaru's mindset appeared again. Having already confirmed his elimination, he simply gave Hikaru a thumbs up, silently wishing him luck. Hiruto turned the page. Oka, glasses on, expression severe, sat down across from Hikaru. Their eyes met. Behind Hikaru stood Sai. And behind Oka, the phantom image of Akira. Akira is watching this match, through Oka. Hikaru understood it immediately. From the very first chapter, he and Akira had been rivals. Now, 43 chapters later, that sense of fate, that romance of destiny guiding them toward each other on the path of Go, had grown impossibly strong. Akira had become a professional 1 year earlier. And now Hikaru, after a year in the dojo, stood only one victory away from reaching the same starting line. Akira was a genius. But what about Hikaru? Just a little more. Hikaru's hand trembled. Just a little more, Akira. I can reach your world. Hiruto felt a surge of mixed emotions, and his eyes gradually reddened. I won't lose. I absolutely won't lose. I have Akira behind me. What about you, Hikaru? Who is supporting you? Oka's gaze hardened. The game began. The plot soon reached a point Hiruto could no longer fully understand. Although he had tried to seriously study Go after falling in love with Hikaru no Go, reality was cruel. How much could someone really improve in just half a year? He still couldn't comprehend the Go positions in the manga that he wasn't meant to understand. But even if he couldn't read the board, he read the story, page by page, panel by panel. The two placed their stones one after another. In the mid-game, Oka played a brilliant move that instantly changed Hikaru's expression. After a long pause, Hikaru responded with what looked like an insignificant countermove. Just as Oka believed that Hikaru's confidence had been shattered, that this casual response meant he was rattled. A memory surfaced in Oka's mind. The game between Hikaru and the Korean genius Go player that Akira had told him about. In that match, Hikaru had once placed a stone casually during the mid-game. At the time, it looked bad, almost careless. But dozens of moves later, as the endgame unfolded, that very stone became the key move that reversed the entire situation. Because he remembered that game, the contempt in Oka's eyes vanished instantly. Akira, you really... Hiroto was practically jumping out of his seat. If Akira hadn't abruptly set aside his own training to become Oka's tutor, if he hadn't drilled into Oka the danger Hikaru represented, then this match would have already belonged to Hikaru. The game entered a white-hot phase. Oka's mind repeatedly replayed the meaning behind Hikaru's move. 10 moves, 20 moves, 50 moves. As the simulated variations piled up, Oka finally saw it. That bad move was actually a brilliant one, laid out with dozens of moves in mind. Hikaru didn't panic even after his setup was exposed. Since the trap had been seen through, then so be it. They would decide the match with pure strength. In the manga, the tempo of the game accelerated. Oka's initial advantage was gradually eroded, turning into a brutal stalemate as both sides fought over every stone, every single point. Oki had only received Akira's special training for a single month. But Hikaru? He played Go with Sai for 2 whole years. Every single day, he lost game after game to Sai, sometimes more than 10 games a day. Who has experienced harsher matches than Hikaru? Every game he played against Sai was an uphill battle, and he never won even once. And now he's only slightly behind you, and you think you can defeat him. When it comes to pure strength, how could Hikaru possibly lose to you? Unable to contain himself, Hiroto stood up while reading. By the endgame, Oka's expression finally changed. Hikaru wasn't just catching up relentlessly. In the endgame, he used countless sharp, clever moves to pierce Oka's black stone framework. Hiroto swallowed hard. Even though this was only a manga, his tension felt painfully real. The scene shifted. Aisumi had finished his match early and was waiting outside the playing hall for the final results. Then he saw Yaya's smiling face after a victory. Which meant, if Hikaru did not lose, Aisumi would definitely be eliminated. Hiroto's chest tightened again. Aisumi waited alone in the room, anxious for the outcome. In the end, no friends came in to congratulate him. If Hikaru had lost, then Aisumi would have advanced. With the number of friends Aisumi had at the club, a whole crowd would surely have gathered to celebrate with him. But now, the surroundings were deserted. A trace of sadness appeared on Aisumi's face. That could only mean one thing: Hikaru had won. Under the pouring rain, Aisumi left the playing hall alone. Hiroto watched the scene with tears welling up in his eyes. He knew he should have been happy. After all, the protagonist Hikaru had defeated Oki and finally become a professional Go player. And yet, at this very moment, his heart ached. On the other side, Oki also returned home alone after his defeat. Even when Akira rushed to Oka's doorstep, hoping to obtain the game record, Oki coldly refused him. The final panel of the chapter showed Akira sitting quietly in the car, his expression solemn. He understood. Hikaru had officially stepped into the world of professional Go. And in the not-too-distant future, they would meet again across the board. Akira murmured softly, "Come on, Hikaru." Hiroto turned the page. The chapter ended there. He leaned back in his computer chair. After a long while, the storm of emotions inside him finally began to settle. So he finally became a professional Go player. 43 weeks, he murmured to himself. From the very first chapter until now, Hikaru, you've finally reached Akira's world. It really wasn't easy. Hiroto felt like crying. There was no joy in his heart, no sense that this outcome was simply the natural reward for Hikaru's efforts. Among those who had lost to Hikaru, some had worked harder than him. Some had cherished the professional qualification tournament far more deeply. Oka, Aisumi, Yaya. Which one of them had not been immersed in Go since childhood? Which one had not challenged the professional exam again and again? And yet, in the end, Aisumi failed to qualify. Rather than a sports manga, this felt more like watching real lives unfold. The lives of people who hoped to make a living from Go. Who pursued higher skill, higher ground, higher dreams. Through Hikaru's eyes, Hiroto was merely witnessing their struggles. Were professional Go players in reality also forged step by step like this? The thought lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. 99. Craze. On this day, Hikaru no Go fans across the internet celebrated as if it were a national holiday. It wasn't limited to the official Hashimori Comic Journal website. The Capital Television Station, the official website of the Japan Go Association, Go-related live stream platforms, and even live broadcasts of real Go matches were flooded with fervent fans, all frantically typing the same sentence again and again. Hikaru has passed the professional exam and officially become a professional Go player. Drama viewers, who had only just reached episode 4, were utterly bewildered. Their viewing progress was still worlds away from Hikaru becoming a professional. Meanwhile, real professional Go players in Japan stared at their screens in confusion. What kind of joke was this? Our actual professional matches barely attract viewers, yet you're all celebrating a manga character passing the professional exam? As for the Go Association, they simply went with the flow. They directly pinned the related news to the top of their homepage. They rode the traffic wave without hesitation. On the official Hashimori Comics website, once the long and exhausting professional exam arc finally ended, and after the emotional highs of Hikaru's success gradually settled, an overwhelming wave of complaints aimed at Shirogane erupted almost instantly. So there was absolutely no need for Aisumi and Hikaru to meet. If those two hadn't faced each other, Aisumi would definitely have passed. Shirogane did this on purpose. But if there's no drama, who would even read the manga? I would. I love happy endings. I want the protagonist and all his friends to live happily and healthily forever, with all their wishes fulfilled. Exactly. Reality is already cruel enough, why do we still have to watch Aisumi suffer in a manga? You're not projecting yourself onto Aisumi, are you? No matter how many times he fails, Aisumi is still one of the top players in the professional exam. At best, we should identify with the nameless characters who don't even qualify. A genius like Aisumi has nothing to do with us. So according to the rules, if Aisumi failed this time, does that mean he has no chance to become a professional Go player? Not necessarily. According to the story, he still has 1 year left. But he's already too old to stay in the dojo. If he leaves, it'll be hard to find opponents of equal strength. Playing against weaker players for too long, or training alone, can actually ruin a player. That's the hardest part. Honestly, I don't even know how Aisumi will improve next year, or rather, how he'll even maintain his current level. I should be happy that Hikaru passed, but because Aisumi didn't, I just feel sad all over again. There's no helping it. Aisumi's personality is closer to us ordinary people. Hikaru feels more like a once-in-a-generation prodigy who plays Go as if the world itself is his opponent. That's true. Akira trained for 10 years before passing the exam last year. Hikaru has only been playing for 2. I wonder how the story will develop now that he's a professional. Are there any experts here who actually understand the professional Go world? Most likely, it'll be about whether Hikaru can join a team in the Japan A-League. A large portion of a professional Go player's income comes from joining these teams, prize money, match bonuses, and so on. But considering Hikaru's age and strength in the manga, it's hard to say. In reality, many teams wouldn't want a 13 or 14-year-old kid. But in a manga, it all depends on how Shirogane decides to draw it. A-League? Then does that mean he could play against Akira, and even his father, Toya Koyo? There's a chance. But with Hikaru's current strength, that really depends on how Shirogane decides to arrange it. Besides, there are all kinds of world-class tournaments and title matches held every year or two in Japan, Meijin, Kisei, Tengen, and so on. If Hikaru is strong enough, he can participate in the Meijin League. And if he keeps winning all the way, even a Shodan could challenge Toya Koyo for the Meijin title. And as long as he succeeds, he'd be promoted straight to Kyuden. That insane? Of course. But I'm curious, has there ever been a precedent in Japanese Go history where a Shodan defeated a Kyuden? There have been cases where Shodan played against Kyuden, but actually beating one? I've never heard of it. Maybe, we'll get to see Hikaru pull it off in the manga. The more we talk about this, the sadder I get. Shirogane, don't rest, give us 2 more chapters next week already. Throughout the entire day, discussion surrounding Hikaru no Go completely overwhelmed all other manga topics on the official Hashimori website. And on that same day, the number of people crowding around Rei at the school gate exceeded anything he had ever experienced before. Rei was completely stunned. If things kept developing like this, Then when the arc about Sai's disappearance was finally serialized, would he be shoved through the school gate by furious Hikaru no Go fans and beaten up on the spot? Just imagining it made Rei's expression stiffen. He could only hope that fans in Japan would remain rational. As for himself, once that issue was published, he'd run as far as he could and take a leave of absence from school first. The next day, early in the morning, Misaki arrived at the editorial department office of the magazine group. She was the first person to arrive that day. This wasn't because she was particularly diligent, she simply hadn't been able to sleep in. What's Hikaru no Go's ranking this week? And the total vote count? Misaki's expression remained calm and composed, her features gentle and refined. But inside, her thoughts were racing. Last week, the gap in votes between Hikaru no Go and Fist Armor had already narrowed significantly. And this week marked a major climax in the story. Viewership numbers for Hikaru no Go had surged to the top. She felt there was a very real chance that today, it would finally break into the top 3. That morning, everyone in the office seemed a little distracted, especially Misaki. On average, she checked the time every 10 minutes. Soon, 9:30 a.m. arrived. A new file appeared in her email inbox. Misaki gripped the mouse tightly. She took several deep breaths before finally steadying herself. Then she opened the email and read carefully from top to bottom. 1. Source War Chronicle. 2. The Wanderer. 3. Hikaru no Go, votes, 621,308. 4. Fist Armor, votes, 612,345. 5. Love Prism. After absorbing the key information, Misaki tried her best to restrain her emotions. But some things couldn't be controlled by will alone. Her fingers unconsciously clenched into fists, and an irrepressible urge to cheer surged within her chest. In the end, all of it was compressed into the calm, professional expression she maintained on her face. But her colleagues in the editorial department were far less composed. Congratulations, Editor Misaki. Hikaru no Go has only been serialized for a little over 40 weeks, not even a full year, and it's already reached the top 3 of the journal rankings. Congratulations. Fist Armor has held a top 3 position for 2 consecutive years, and now it's finally been overtaken by Hikaru no Go. Next up are The Wanderer and Source War Chronicle. Editor Misaki, keep going, break their monopoly. Faced with the enthusiastic congratulations of her colleagues, Misaki remained outwardly calm. At exactly 12 p.m., she edited a short message and sent it to Rei, who was on his lunch break. On the school rooftop, Rei slipped his phone back into his pocket. 3rd place in the rankings, huh? At last, Hikaru no Go had reached this point. Rei lowered his gaze to the file Misaki had sent him, which contained detailed data on Source War Chronicle and The Wanderer. Most of the traffic driven by the TV drama adaptation had already been fully absorbed. Reaching 3rd place in the journal rankings would force the editorial group to adjust its strategy, greater exposure, better placement, more resources. But whether Hikaru no Go could ultimately surpass the top 2, that would no longer depend on momentum or external boosts. From this point on, it would be a pure contest of hard strength between the 3 works. Read 50+ chapters ahead at p@rayon.com/ashnoir. 100 Ideas. 2 days later, the 5th episode of the Hikaru no Go TV series officially aired. It continued to firmly hold the top spot in television viewership for Japanese dramas this quarter, maintaining a stable 5.06% rating. At the same time, first-week sales figures for the newly released 5th volume of the Hikaru no Go manga were announced. In just 1 week, 2.87 million copies were sold nationwide across Japan. Whether in manga volume sales, TV adaptation performance, or serialized magazine rankings, Hikaru no Go had without question become a top-tier manga in Japan. Because of the explosive success of Hikaru no Go, Rei was now frequently featured in reports by major Japanese media outlets, his name appearing alongside many of the country's most established manga artists. Before Rei, the most acclaimed young manga artist in recent years had been the creator from Story Journal. Even she had taken 4 to 5 years to rise from debut to top-tier status. Rei, on the other hand, had debuted just last year. So far, only 1 year and 4 months had passed. Calling this pace riding a rocket would still be an understatement. It was closer to outright cheating. How could anyone grow like this? And now, Hikaru no Go had climbed to third place in the rankings of Dream Comic. So what came next? What would happen to The Wanderer, currently ranked second, and Source War Chronicle, which sat firmly at number 1? It was important to note that both of these works were national phenomena. Their average volume sales exceeded 13 million copies, with total cumulative sales surpassing 300 million copies. From a commercial standpoint, it was difficult to imagine a Go-themed manga like Hikaru no Go surpassing such giants. But rankings in Dream Comic weren't determined by sales alone. In terms of magazine popularity, was it possible that Hikaru no Go could truly unseat them? Naturally, manga media outlets across Japan were not about to miss such a hot topic. Regardless of whether the praise was premature, they praised first and analyzed later. Hikaru no Go surges forward, shattering the three-pillar manga structure that has dominated Dream Comic for 3 years. Fist Armor falls, what will become of Source War Chronicle and The Wanderer? Small investment, massive returns, Hikaru no Go TV series investors reap huge profits. With an initial investment of only 20 million yen, less than half of the first season had aired, yet investors had already earned nearly 40 million yen in GG revenue sharing. Average volume sales continue to skyrocket. As of publication, Hikaru no Go's average per volume sales had surged to 5.67 million copies. If current momentum continued, sales were projected to exceed 8 million by year's end, and possibly reach 10 million next year. As of today, Hikaru no Go's cumulative sales in Japan had surpassed 25 million copies. Conservatively estimated, the 17-year-old manga artist Shiragane's total income by November would exceed 26 million yen. From 5 centimeters per second to overnight fame, Shiragane's rise is built on skill alone. In an era where class solidification limits opportunity in many industries, the manga world remains ruthlessly fair. Without skill, success is impossible. For those with talent, however, it remains one of the fastest paths to prominence. Will Hikaru no Go challenge for second, or even first, place this year? Will this young genius debut at the peak, or will his momentum stall at third place? For Hikaru no Go, even reaching the top of Dream Comic once would be a historic achievement. It would set a brand new record. The youngest author ever to rank first in one of the 6 major manga journals. Previously, that record stood at 24 years old. Media coverage and critical discussion surrounding Hikaru no Go flooded every platform. And from the moment it broke into the top 3, its battlefield was no longer limited to Dream Comic alone. Instead, Hikaru no Go would now enter the sightlines of senior editors at the 6 major manga publishing groups, along with industry professionals across the entire market. From this point on, it would inevitably be compared against the top-ranked works of other journals, not just in terms of popularity, but in commercial value, long-term potential, and overall heat. And on this front, Ray knew very clearly that Hikaru no Go suffered from an inherent disadvantage: its subject matter. Hot-blooded battle manga was, without question, the undisputed king of all genres. In his previous life, Slam Dunk could be considered the pinnacle of sports manga. Yet even so, its commercial value had still fallen far short of works like Naruto, Bleach, One Piece, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Even if Hikaru no Go truly reached the top of Dream Comics' popularity rankings, its commercial value would very likely remain below that of the current 4th-ranked Fist Armor. And manga publishing groups were, first and foremost, commercial enterprises. The importance they assigned to a work depended solely on one thing: profit. If not for the limitations of its genre, then with Hikaru no Go's current level of recognition and public discussion, the Hashimori Group would likely have already dispatched a full team to negotiate long-term IP development plans with Ray. Ray silently recalled a sentence he had once read: "In Japan, serializing any genre of manga can make you a first-tier artist. But to stand at the very top of the industry, only hot-blooded battle manga can take you there." He stared at the media analysis articles on his screen, lost in thought. There's no point dwelling on this now. The priority is simple: Hikaru no Go must reach the top. It's already third. Stopping at third place is not an option. Ray exhaled deeply and lowered his gaze to the manuscript draft spread across his desk. In truth, Hikaru no Go's serialization had already entered its mid to late stage the moment Hikaru became a professional Go player. What followed would be a succession of highlights. Friendly matches between newly promoted professionals and veteran title holders. the new First Dan tournament, Hikaru's gradual pursuit of the hand of God, and then, Sai's disappearance. For the next 2 to 3 months, the story would remain at a continuous climax. But that climax would end abruptly with Sai's departure. In his previous life, the disappearance of Sai had caused a massive shock to Hikaru no Go's popularity, triggering widespread fan protests and dissatisfaction. And in this world, Ray didn't believe this world's Japanese readers would react any differently. Once Sai's disappearance was serialized, the popularity curve would most likely mirror that of his previous life. And Ray himself would soon bring this manga to a close. To put it bluntly, when should a manga like this end? It was impossible for the protagonist to truly become the world's undisputed #1. If the story were forcibly stretched across hundreds of chapters, even the greatest works would eventually be diluted into mediocrity. The Prince of Tennis was a perfect example. When fans spoke of its later, Killing Tennis era, most remembered it less as a serious sports manga, and more as unintentional comedy. In contrast, the creator of Slam Dunk, upon realizing he could no longer surpass the emotional peak he had already created, chose to end the story decisively. He didn't allow it to fade in the eyes of readers. That was why, decades later, Slam Dunk was still regarded as a masterpiece. Still a classic. Ray contemplated these issues repeatedly before finally letting out a long sigh. Within the next few weeks, he would submit the storyboard drafts concerning Sai's impending disappearance to the editorial department. Up until now, his cooperation with Hashimori Group had been smooth. The editorial team had consistently honored their agreement, never interfering with the direction of the story. But this time was different. This time, Ray was preparing to erase the soul of Hikaru no Go. And he had no idea what kind of reaction Hashimori Group would have. This novel is uploaded by Fanfic Novels. Please support me via Patreon.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.